Welcome to Mr. Darkness. Turn off the lights, relax, and let the rain lead you into the unknown. Tonight's story comes from the darkest forests, where park rangers, missing people, and terrifying creatures are more than just legends. Now, enter the darkness. If you've ever stood alone on the gravel bars of the Charlie River in mid-September, when the birch trees are turning a harsh, burning yellow and the air smells like wet iron and freezing mud, you know what real silence feels like. It isn't quiet in the way a quiet room is quiet. It is a heavy, physical weight that presses against your eardrums until you start hearing the wet, steady thud of your own pulse. I was 38 years old when I took the, late-season backcountry patrol contract with the National Park. Service out in the Yukon Charlie Rivers National Preserve. Back in the autumn of 2016, my badge said, Ranger Caleb Thorne, but out there, scattered across 2.5 million acres of roadless Alaskan wilderness. A badge is just a small piece of polished tin that doesn't mean a damn thing to the frost or the river. My job that season was straightforward on paper. I was assigned to spend 3 weeks navigating the upper stretches of the Charlie River by jet boat and foot, inspecting public use cabins, clearing fallen timber from emergency portage routes, and ensuring that any late-season hunters or solo kayakers had cleared out before the river choked on pancake ice. It was solitary work, the kind that attracts people who are either running away from something back home or trying to find a version of themselves that doesn't mind 6 weeks without hearing another human voice. I fell somewhere in the middle. I liked the cold. I liked the clean, mechanical simplicity of winter coming on. The preserve is huge, bigger than some small states, and for most of September, I was the only uniform within 70 miles. My operational base was a small 2-room log cabin built near the confluence of Coal Creek and the main river stem. It had an iron wood stove, a hand-pumped well that produced water tasting faintly of slate, and a high-frequency VHF radio that hooked into a long wire antenna stretched between 2 black spruce trees. Once every 48 hours, I was required to make a check-in call to the regional dispatch office in Fairbanks. Fairbanks Dispatch, this is November 9-4 Juliet. Radio check over. A burst of static. A bored dispatcher's voice confirming my coordinates, and then the airwaves would go dead again, leaving me with the popping of dry birch logs in the stove and the low, endless hiss of the river outside. It started on the 11th day of my patrol. I had pushed about 12 miles upriver from the Coal Creek station to inspect a historic trapper's cabin known locally as the Miller Shelter. It had been built back in the 1930s out of peeled spruce logs, resting on a high bluff overlooking a horseshoe bend in the river. It wasn't officially open for public use, but the service maintained it as a survival shelter for emergencies. The weather had turned bitter that morning. A low, bruised gray ceiling of clouds hung just above the ridgelines, dropping a wet, needle-sharp sleet that froze the moment it touched the river gravel. When I grounded the aluminum jet boat on the sandbar below the bluff, the first thing I noticed was the absolute absence of animal activity. Usually that stretch of river was loud with late-season ravens, gray jays trying to steal pilot bread from your pockets, or the sharp, territorial barking of red squirrels in the canopy. That afternoon there was nothing. No birds, no squirrels, not even the sound of wind in the needles. The spruce trees stood around the gravel bar like dark, wet spears, completely motionless in the dead air. I killed the outboard engine. The sudden silence hit me like a slap to the face. I tied the bowline to a heavy drift log, shouldered my patrol pack, and slung my Remington 870 shotgun over my shoulder. In bear country, you don't walk into dense brush without 12-gauge slugs close at hand. Though at that time of year, most of the grizz had already started moving up toward the higher alpine berry slopes. I scrambled up the muddy bank, my leather boots slipping in the frozen silt, until I reached the small clearing where the Miller Shelter stood. The cabin looked normal from 30 yards out. Its heavy turf roof was overgrown with dead fireweed, and its single glass window was dark and clouded with old dust. But as I walked closer, my eyes caught something wrong with the woodpile beside the porch. In the bush, woodpiles are stacked with a specific logic. You stack split birch and spruce off the ground, bark side up to shed rain, locked between sturdy corner stakes. This woodpile, however, had been dismantled. Not knocked over by a bear looking for beetle larvae. A bear tears wood apart, leaving splintered logs and shredded bark scattered in a wide radius. This wood had been unstacked and rearranged. Every single log, dozens of them, had been laid flat on the earth in a precise, radiating star pattern, radiating outward from the center of the yard like spokes on a wheel. The ends of the logs were all touching at a single point in the dirt, and on top of that center point sat a small, perfectly round river stone, completely smooth, wet with sleet. I stood there for a long time, holding the strap of my shotgun, staring at the dirt. The rain tapped against the hood of my canvas parka. My immediate thought was that some eccentric backcountry traveler had passed through and decided to mess around. You meet strange people in the Alaskan interior, trappers who've spent 30 winters alone, draft dodgers who vanished into the bush 40 years ago, off-grid drifters whose elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded flat and weak against the heavy wall of spruce trees. "Park ranger? Anyone around?" No answer. Only the sharp clack, clack, clack of sleet bouncing off the metal roof of the cabin. I walked over to the cabin porch, stepping carefully around the radiating lines of firewood. The heavy spruce plank door was closed. It didn't have a modern deadbolt. It was secured by a simple wooden latch bar on the outside that dropped into a notched catch. The latch was down, holding the door shut. I reached out, pulled the wooden bar up, and eased the door open. The iron hinges groaned, a dry metallic screech that made me wince. Inside, the cabin smelled of cold wood ash, old dry rot, and something else. A faint sour odor that reminded me of wet dog skin mixed with copper. The cabin was dim. Light filtered weakly through the dirty front window, illuminating the small square space. There was a bunk frame with a rusted wire mattress, a small potbelly stove, and a rough sawn table. Everything looked undisturbed at first glance. But when I stepped fully inside and let my flashlight beam sweep the floorboards, I froze. The floor was made of heavy, half-round logs, adzed smooth by hand nearly a century ago. Written across the center of the wooden floor, spanning from the threshold to the base of the bunk bed, were marks. They weren't written in ink or carved with a knife. Someone had taken thick, heavy river mud and used their fingers to draw long, unbroken, parallel lines straight across the wood. There were dozens of lines, running perfectly parallel to one another, spaced about 2 inches apart. They didn't curve. They didn't form letters or words. They just stretched across the room, perfectly straight, ending right at the base of the wood stove. I crouched down, touching the edge of one of the mud tracks with my gloved finger. The mud was fresh. It hadn't dried yet. In the freezing cold of that cabin, wet clay takes hours to set, which meant whoever or whatever had drawn those lines had been inside this cabin very recently. Within the last hour, a chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan weather crept down the back of my neck. I stood up quickly, turning my head toward the small window. Through the glass, I could see the dark edge of the forest, the tight, crowded trunks of the black spruce standing like gray ghosts in the mist. I went outside, shutting the cabin door firmly behind me, and walked around the perimeter of the structure. The ground around the cabin was a thick carpet of green feather moss and low cranberry vines. Moss is great for tracking. If a 200-pound man or a 400-pound bear walks across it, it leaves deep, spongy depressions that stay visible for hours before the plant material springs back up. There were no tracks. None. I walked all the way around the building, scanning the moss with my flashlight held low to catch shadows. There was not a single footstep leading up to the cabin from the forest, nor any leading away down to the river. The only tracks in the mud were my own, leading up from the gravel bar where my boat was idling against the tide line. I told myself it was an illusion of the terrain. Maybe they had walked on the exposed roots or stayed on the rocky shelf to the west. But deep down, sitting in the pit of my stomach, was a cold, heavy knot of pure instinct that told me logic wasn't going to cover what I was looking at. I went back down to the jet boat, pulled the starter cord, and moved another 5 miles upriver to my secondary check-in point, near a limestone bluff called Eagle Pinnacle. By the time I anchored the boat in an eddy beneath the cliff, the sky had darkened into the bruised purple of an early autumn dusk. The temp was dropping fast down into the low 20s, and ice was beginning to form on the edges of my aluminum gunnels. I unclipped the VHF radio from my chest harness, extended the whip antenna, and tuned it to the preserve's operational frequency. Fairbanks Dispatch, this is November 94 Juliet. Standard check-in at Eagle Pinnacle, coordinates over. I waited. The speaker produced a long, tearing sound, the usual static of high-altitude solar radiation bouncing off the northern ionosphere. Then, Through the hiss, a voice came back. It wasn't the usual dispatcher, a woman named Karen who had worked the radio desk in Fairbanks for 15 years and spoke in a crisp, bored monotone. This voice was thin, dry, and carried a weirdly rhythmic cadence like someone reading words from a language they didn't know how to pronounce. November 9-4, Juliet, the voice said. The static surged, swallowing the words for a second, then cleared. Report you in position, again, Mark Caleb. I pulled the radio away from my ear for a fraction of a second, staring at the small LCD screen. The display read Channel 2, the Secure Park Service repeater. Nobody outside the agency used that channel unless they had a programmed handheld. And nobody on dispatch ever called a ranger by their first name over the open air. It was strict protocol. Call signs only. Dispatch, repeat last transmission, I said, my thumb pressing hard against the push-to-talk button. Be advised you are using personal name on unencrypted channel. Confirm receipt of location at Eagle Pinnacle, over. There was a long silence on the line. For nearly 30 seconds, the only sound coming out of the small speaker was the white noise of the wilderness. Then a sharp click sounded, followed by the familiar tired voice of Karen. November 9-4, Juliet, this is Fairbanks. Copy your position at Eagle Pinnacle. Apologies for the delay. We had a momentary power drop on the repeater bridge. Weather forecast for your sector shows a cold front coming through overnight with light snow. Do you have any field observations to report, over? I felt the hair on my arm stand up inside my wool sleeve. Fairbanks, I said slowly. Who was on the mic 2 minutes ago? Say again, November 9-4, Juliet. I've been at the desk alone for the last 4 hours. You were clear on the last break. Is everything all right out there? I looked up at the towering black wall of Eagle Pinnacle. The limestone cliff hung over the river like a broken tooth, its top lost in the low-hanging fog. The forest at the base of the cliff was pitch black now, the spaces between the spruce trees looking like solid ink. Copy that, Fairbanks. I lied, keeping my voice as flat as I could make it. All clear here. Just static on the signal. Moving back to Coal Creek Station for the night. We'll check in at 0800. Out. I didn't stay at Eagle Pinnacle another minute. I cranked the outboard, spun the jet boat around in the current, and headed back downriver toward the Coal Creek cabin as fast as the failing light would allow. Navigating an Alaskan river at dusk is dangerous work. A single submerged sweeper or gravel bar can rip the intake off a jet motor and drop you into 34-degree water before you can blink. But that night I didn't care about the gravel bars. I just wanted 4 solid log walls and an iron latch between me and the dark. I reached Coal Creek just as total night fell over the valley. The sky above had cleared slightly, revealing a pale greenish haze of early aurora borealis stretching across the northern horizon. The light was faint and greasy, casting long, unnatural shadows across the riverbank. I hauled my dry bags up to the cabin, locked the heavy wooden door behind me, and shoved the heavy oak security bar into place. I didn't turn on the propane lantern right away. Instead, I stood in the dark by the front window, holding my shotgun, looking out at the clearing. Outside, the tundra was dead quiet. The small stream of Coal Creek bubbled into the main river 100 yards away. But other than the liquid rush of water, there was no sound. No wind. No night birds. I set the shotgun down against the table, lit the wood stove, and fed it 3 heavy logs of cured dry spruce. As the iron body of the stove began to heat up, casting a dull orange glow through its small mica door, the cabin became warm and dry. I made a mug of black coffee, sat down on the edge of my cot, and tried to convince myself that I was being an idiot. Isolation does strange things to a man's brain. I'd seen it happen to Green Rangers before, folks from down south who came up to Alaska with romantic ideas about the wild, only to go cabin crazy after 10 days of hearing nothing but their own thoughts. The human mind hates empty space. If it doesn't get enough sensory input, it starts manufacturing things. It creates patterns out of random noise, shapes out of shadows, meaning out of chaos. That was all it was. The firewood at the Miller shelter had probably been arranged by some lonely trapper with a strange sense of humor. The radio transmission was just a signal overlap from an air traffic channel or an oil exploration crew operating on an illegal frequency near the park boundary. I finished my coffee, cleaned my rifle, and laid down on the cot with my clothes on, keeping my boots unlaced beside the frame. I left the flashlight on the floor next to my hand. I must have drifted off around midnight, that shallow, Uneasy sleep where you stay aware of every creak and groan of the building around you. I woke up suddenly. I didn't wake up to a loud noise. I woke up because the silence had changed. The low, rhythmic hum of the wood stove was still going, but the air inside the room felt cold, colder than it should have been with a fire burning. I lay completely still on the cot, my eyes open in the dark, listening. Outside the cabin on the heavy river gravel path that led down to the boat launch, something was walking. It wasn't an animal. I've lived in the backcountry long enough to know how animals move. A bear moves with a heavy, swinging, careless shuffle, breaking twigs and snorting as it goes. A moose moves with long, rhythmic, high-stepping strides, its hooves clicking against stones. This was different. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and heavy. Step, pause. Step, pause. It sounded like someone wearing heavy, hard-soled boots. But the timing between the steps was slightly wrong. The pause between the right foot and the left foot was just a fraction of a second too long, creating an unnatural, uneven hitch in the gait. It sounded like someone who was learning how to walk for the first time. Carefully calculated each leg movement before putting weight down. Step, step, step. It was coming up the trail from the river. It moved past the small woodshed, past the meat pole, and stopped directly outside the front door of the cabin. My heart was pounding so hard against my ribs I was terrified the thing on the porch would hear it. I reached down with absolute slowness, my fingers closing around the cold steel barrel of the .870 shotgun. I didn't click the safety off. The metallic click would have been like a gunshot in that absolute quiet. The thing stood on the wood plank porch for nearly 2 full minutes. It didn't knock. It didn't scratch at the door. It just stood there, its weight pressing down on the floorboards until I could hear the timber straining under the pressure. Then, slowly, it moved along the outer wall of the cabin. I watched the small, high window on the eastern wall. The glass was cloudy, but against the faint green glow of the aurora outside I could see a dark shape pass by. It was tall. Unnaturally tall. The window frame sat nearly 7 feet off the ground from the outside foundation, designed that way to keep snow from drifting against the glass in deep winter. The shadow passed across the window without rising or ducking. It didn't have a distinct outline, it was just a dense, thick column of darkness that blocked out the pale light of the sky as it moved. When it reached the back of the cabin, where there were no windows, only solid spruce logs 8 inches thick, it stopped again. Then came the sound. It didn't roar. It didn't growl. It made a sound that I still hear in my dreams whenever I get a fever or spend too much time alone in the woods. It was the sound of a voice. But it wasn't speaking from a mouth outside the log wall. It was producing a sound that sounded exactly like the high-frequency speaker of my chest radio. Fairbanks. Dispatch, the voice said. The tone was completely flat, totally devoid of human inflection or breath. It wasn't a voice, it was a recording. It was an exact word-for-word repetition of the radio static and my own voice from 6 hours earlier, down to the slight metallic hiss of the signal. This is November. 9/4. Juliet. Standard check-in at Eagle Pinnacle. The sound wasn't coming through the air. It was vibrating directly through the timber of the back wall, as if whatever was standing outside was pressing its mouth or whatever it used to make noise, flat against the logs, transferring the vibration straight into the wood. My blood ran completely cold. I sat frozen on the edge of the cot, my knuckles white on the shotgun stock, my mouth so dry I couldn't swallow. Confirm receipt of location. The wood vibrated, repeating the phrase over and over, looping the words with sickening precision. Confirm receipt of location. Confirm receipt. Then mid-word the voice stopped. The silence returned, so sudden and complete that my ears rang with the sudden pressure drop. I waited. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. I didn't move a muscle. The fire in the stove slowly died down, the orange glow fading to dull gray cinders, and the temperature in the cabin plummeted until my breath came out in thick, white plumes of frost. I stayed on that cot with my back against the wall, shotgun raised, until the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the dirty window glass. When the sun finally cleared the eastern ridge around 8 in the morning, Casting a flat, cold light across the frost-covered tundra, I unlatched the door and stepped outside. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely hold the shotgun. The porch boards were covered in a light layer of hoarfrost from the overnight freeze. Right in front of the door, where the thing had stood for 2 minutes, the frost had been melted away. Not stepped on, melted. 2 long, narrow patches of bare, wet wood lay side by side, completely clear of ice. They weren't shaped like boots. They weren't shaped like animal paws. They were simply 2 narrow, featureless rectangles, roughly 18 inches long, pressed into the timber. I followed the path around to the back of the cabin, where the back wall met the ground. The deep green tundra moss had been pushed down, but it hadn't been trampled. It looked as though something immensely heavy had been dragged horizontally across the ground, flattening a 4-foot-wide swath of vegetation that led away from the cabin, through the thick willow brush, and down toward the banks of Coal Creek. I didn't follow the trail into the brush. I am not a hero, and I am not a fool. I knew my limits, and I knew that whatever was making those marks wasn't something covered in any Park Service manual I had ever read. I walked straight to the boat, cranked the engine, and pulled the radio from my chest. My hands were freezing, but my mind was completely focused on one thing: getting off that river. Fairbanks Dispatch, this is November 9-4 Juliet, emergency transmission over. Static answered, long rolling waves of atmospheric noise. Fairbanks, this is Thorne. I am abandoning the Coal Creek station. I am returning to Eagle Station immediately. I require an emergency pickup at the airstrip. Acknowledge over. I waited, my thumb white against the plastic button. The radio speaker crackled. Then a voice came through. It wasn't Karen. It wasn't the weird voice from the day before, it was my own voice. It was the exact recording of what I had just said, played back to me with a 3-second delay, perfectly clear, coming out of the tiny speaker in my hand. Fairbanks. This is Thorne. I'm abandoning the Coal Creek station. I am returning. I slammed the radio off, shoved it deep into my pack, and threw the throttle of the jet boat wide open. The aluminum hull slammed against the chop of the river, spraying freezing water over the windshield as I shot out into the main current, heading downriver toward the small dirt airstrip at Eagle, 30 miles away. The trip downriver is mostly a blur to me now. I remember the white water of the upper rapids, the black spruce trees rushing past on either side like a long, dark corridor, and the constant, gnawing feeling that if I looked back over my shoulder at the wake of the boat, I would see something following me through the water. I made it to Eagle by mid-afternoon. Eagle is a tiny, isolated border town near the Yukon Territory. A few dozen log cabins, a dirt runway, and a small NPS field office that stays manned until the end of September. When I pulled the boat up to the steep gravel bank below the town and hauled myself up the path, the local ranger on duty, a veteran guy named Miller who had lived in the bush for 30 years, took one look at my face and pulled me into the office. He didn't ask me if I had seen a bear. He didn't ask if I had flipped the boat. He just poured 2 fingers of cheap rye whiskey into a paper coffee cup, handed it to me, and sat down behind his cluttered desk. You look like you've seen a phantom, Caleb, he said quietly, leaning back in his chair. I drank the whiskey in one shot. It burned like fire going down, but it didn't do a damn thing to stop the shivering deep in my chest. Something's out there, I said, my voice hoarse from the cold air. Up by Coal Creek in the Miller shelter. Something, mimicking the radio. Rearranging the firewood. It came to the cabin last night, Miller. It stood outside the door. Miller didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was fatigued or suffering from hypothermia. He just looked out the window at the gray river for a long time, his jaw set, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm against his desk. You ever hear the stories from the old Han Gwich'in elders down in the village? Miller asked softly. I know the stories about the Kushtaka, I said, leaning forward, resting my elbows on my knees. The Otter Man, the shapeshifter. That's native legend stuff, Miller. That's for tourists. I'm not talking about the Kushtaka, Miller said, turning his head to look at me. His eyes were small, pale blue, and completely serious. The Kushtaka is from the coast, down south. Up here in the interior bluffs along the Yukon and the Charlie, the old people don't give it a name. They just call it the thing that follows the sound. I stared at him. It doesn't have a skin of its own. Miller continued, his voice dropping low. That's what the old trappers used to say back in the 20s. They said it sits in the high limestone caves up on the bluffs, listening to the valley for years. It collects sounds. It listens to the trees cracking in the frost, the river ice breaking up in the spring, the voices of people passing through. And when it gets hungry or curious, it comes down to the river. It doesn't hunt like a wolf or a bear. It uses what it gathered. It plays your own voice back to you from the dark until you walk out into the brush to see who's calling. I didn't go out, I whispered. Good, Miller said, looking back at the window. Because if you walk out to meet it, you don't come back. And 3 years later, another ranger up on patrol will hear your voice calling out his name from the spruce trees. I left Alaska 3 weeks later. I turned in my badge, packed my gear into the back of my truck and drove south down the Alaska highway until the mountains dropped away and the forest turned back into hardwoods and farm fields. I took a job working code enforcement for a small municipality in western Montana. A quiet, boring job that keeps me on paved streets, under streetlights surrounded by the mundane, predictable sounds of traffic and lawnmowers. It's been 10 years since that night at Coal Creek. I'm 48 now. I don't go hunting. I don't go camping. I don't go near the woods when the sun goes down. My wife thinks I have an irrational fear of the dark, but it isn't the dark I'm afraid of. It's what lives in the quiet spaces where humans aren't supposed to be. Last month, I was sitting in my living room in Helena late at night, watching the snow fall under the streetlight outside my window. The house was dead quiet. My wife was asleep upstairs. My cell phone was sitting on the coffee table next to my chair. It wasn't ringing, the screen was dark. But suddenly, clear as a bell, the tiny speaker on the bottom of the phone emitted a faint, high-frequency static burst. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't move. I just sat there, my hands gripping the armrests of the chair, staring at the small black rectangle of glass. Through the static, a thin, dry voice whispered out of the phone speaker, flat, uninflected and carrying that terrible, unnatural rhythm I hadn't heard in a decade. November 9-4. Juliet. Report. Position. Again. Caleb. I didn't answer. I reached out, picked up the phone, and threw it into the wood stove burning in the corner of the room. I watched the plastic melt and the battery pop into green flames. I live in a city now. I keep the lights on in every room. But every autumn, when the leaves start to turn that harsh, burning yellow and the northern air turns bitter and cold, I sit in my living room and I wonder how long a shadow can remember a man's voice, and how far it's willing to walk to find the rest of him. My name is Daniel Thomas Miller. I am 38 years old, and for 8 years I worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. The events I am about to write down took place between October 12th and October 19th in the year 2016. I have never submitted an official statement detailing what actually happened during those 7 days, nor did I include the full truth in the final Incident Command System Search and Rescue Report, filed at the Wilderness Headquarters in Port Angeles. If you look up the public records for that week, you will find a standardized, heavily redacted summary describing a tragic backcountry disappearance attributed to unexpected severe weather, hypothermia, and steep terrain. You will see my signature at the bottom of the form, neatly typed above my badge number, but that document is a lie born out of self-preservation. I resigned from the service 2 months after the case was officially closed, packed everything I owned into the back of a Ford F-150, and moved out of western Washington entirely. I live in a small dry cattle town in eastern Oregon now, in a house surrounded by miles of flat treeless wheat fields. I chose this place because there is not a tree higher than a fence post for 20 miles in any direction. I cannot sit under a forest canopy anymore. I cannot listen to the wind passing through evergreen needles. And I cannot stand the sound of my own name being spoken from behind me when I am alone. To understand what happened, you have to understand the geography of the Olympic National Park, specifically the valley of the Queets River. Most people who visit the Olympic Peninsula go to the Hoh Rainforest or Lake Crescent. They walk on the paved interpretive trails, take photos of the dangling moss, look at the giant Douglas firs from the safety of gravel paths, and then return to their warm hotel rooms in Forks or Port Angeles. The Queets Valley is entirely different. It sits on the southwestern flank of the Olympic Range, cut off from the main tourist routes by rough logging roads, miles of gravel, and dense timberland. It is one of the wettest, most isolated temperate rainforest drainages in the continental United States, receiving over 140 inches of rainfall every year. The trees there, Sitka spruce, western red cedar, western hemlock, do not grow like trees in normal forests. They are ancient, swollen giants, some of them 8 to 10 feet in diameter at the base, draped in heavy weeping sheets of club moss that hang down like rot-stained curtains. The forest floor is covered in a layer of fallen, decaying timber so thick that in many places you are not actually walking on soil at all, but on top of decades of rotting wood suspended 10 feet above the rocky earth below. When you step off the maintained trail in the Queets, you enter a dim, green subterranean world where the light of the sun never touches the ground, where the air smells perpetually of damp dirt, wet fungi, and ozone, and where sound behaves in ways that defy physics. It was early autumn when the assignment came down. The summer seasonal staff had already laid off for the year, leaving a skeleton crew of permanent rangers to handle the transition into the rainy season. My primary duty was law enforcement and backcountry resource protection, which meant patrolling the interior wilderness corridors, checking wilderness permits, monitoring wildlife activity, maintaining emergency shelters, and handling search and rescue operations. Joining me for that final patrol of the season was Thomas Kelleher. Tom was 44 years old, a senior maintenance ranger and wilderness technician who had spent nearly 20 years in the Park Service. Tom was an Army veteran, a quiet, methodical man from Aberdeen, Washington, who possessed an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the Olympic backcountry. He wasn't given to exaggeration or ghost stories. He was the kind of man who carried a sharpened Pulaski, a spare radio battery, 3 different types of waterproof matches, and a battered steel thermos of dark, unsweetened black coffee wherever he went. If Tom said a section of trail was washed out, you didn't check it yourself. You took his word for it and brought a chainsaw. Our objective for the week was straightforward. We were to pack into the Upper Queets Basin, follow the river trail up to the confluence of Kilkelly Creek, inspect the historic Pelton Creek Guard Cabin, a small log shelter built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s, prep the cabin for the coming winter storms, and conduct a routine sweep of the upper drainage for any straggling off-trail campers or illegal elk poachers who often tried their luck along the park border as the autumn hunting seasons opened in the adjacent state timberlands. We estimated the trip would take 5 days. We packed heavy rain gear, winter weight wool layers, rations for 6 days, satellite communications equipment, our service sidearms. I carried a standard issue, Sig Sauer P229 and 40 S&W, and extra fuel for the cabin's old cast-iron wood stove. We set out from the trailhead on the morning of October 12th. The sky was a pale, unbroken skin of slate gray, typical for western Washington in mid-October. A soft, cold drizzle was falling, so fine it suspended itself in the air like mist, soaking into the canvas of our packs and clinging to our eyebrows. For the first 5 miles, the hike was uneventful. The trail meandered alongside the Queets River, which roared to our left, a wide, silt-clouded river fed by the melting glaciers of Mount Olympus higher up the valley. The sound of the water was a constant, deep white noise, a steady rumble that filled the valley and swallowed every minor sound around us. We walked in single file, Tom in the lead with his long, rhythmically steady stride, his heavy leather boots making soft squelching sounds in the mud, while I brought up the rear, keeping an eye on the thick brush that crowded the trail edge. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we reached the boundary where the maintained trail ended, and the primitive wilderness route began. Here, the trail ceased to be a cleared path and became little more than a notch blazed into the bark of massive spruce trees, requiring us to scramble over giant blowdowns, navigate slick gravel bars, and fight through thick walls of salmonberry and devil's club. It was slow, physically exhausting work. By 4:30, the light began to fail. In the deep rainforest, sunset doesn't come with bright orange colors or clear twilights. The gray sky simply darkens into charcoal, and the shadowed spaces beneath the spruce canopy turn into solid black walls long before night officially arrives. We made camp that first night at an established wilderness site near the mouth of Coal Creek, a small tributary that cut down through a steep shale ravine to join the river. We pitched our 2 two-person tents on a gravel bar elevated a few feet above the water level, cooked a meal of dehydrated beef stew on our portable gas stove, and drank hot coffee while listening to the rain begin to fall in earnest against the nylon rain flies. Barometer is dropping, Tom said, shining his headlamp beam onto the dial of his watch as we sat on a rain-slicked drift log. Forecast mentioned an atmospheric river coming off the Gulf of Alaska by Thursday night. We're going to get pounded with rain. We'll get the cabin locked up tomorrow, check the upper ridge on Thursday morning, and head back down before the river rises too high to cross, I replied, pulling my hood tighter around my face. Dispatch said there shouldn't be anyone else up this far. Last permit issued for the upper drainage expired 4 days ago. Tom nodded, staring out into the pitch-black river channel where the white water flashed dimly in the fringe of our lights. Good. The less people up here when the rain hits, the better. I hate pulling idiots out of the mud when the creeks flash. We turned in early, around 8 o'clock. I remember laying in my sleeping bag, listening to the rhythmic tap of the rain on the tent fabric and the distant, thunderous rush of the Queets River. It was a comforting, familiar sound, a sound I had slept to hundreds of times in my career. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke at precisely 3:14 a.m. I know the exact time because I looked at the glowing green digital display of my wristwatch. I didn't wake up slowly. I woke up instantly, my eyes snapping open, my body completely tense, every muscle locked in place. In the backcountry, you learn to trust your instincts. When you wake up like that, it means your brain processed a sound or a change in your environment while you were sleeping before your conscious mind realized it. I lay frozen in my bag, listening. The rain was still falling, steady and cold. The river was still rushing, but there was something else. A silence had descended upon the immediate vicinity of our campsite, an unnatural, localized pocket of dead air. The wind that had been rustling the high spruce branches had completely died down, and then I heard the sound that had pulled me out of sleep. It was a sharp wooden click. It sounded like two dry, heavy hardwood poles being struck together with force right at the edge of the gravel bar, maybe 20 feet from my tent. Clack. I held my breath. The sound was distinct, deliberate, and entirely uncharacteristic of natural forest noise. Branch snaps from wind or falling timber have a dull, splintering sound. This was clean, resonant, and heavy, like seasoned hickory hitting seasoned hickory. I waited, listening for the telltale sounds of a heavy animal, the shuffling steps of a Roosevelt elk or the thick, deliberate tread of a black bear creeping through the gravel, but there were no footsteps. No rustling of leaves, no sound of wet gravel shifting under weight. 5 seconds passed. Then came a second sound. This time it wasn't a wood-on-wood strike. It was a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Though at the time I tried desperately to rationalize it, it was a vocalization, soft and low, coming from the darkness beyond the gravel bar. It sounded like a human voice attempting to imitate a bird call, a low, rhythmic whistling that rose and fell in pitch, but lacked any of the natural fluid cadence of an owl or a thrush. It sounded flat, mechanical, and dry, as if produced by an instrument or a throat that lacked moisture. "Tom?" I whispered softly into the dark of my tent, reaching out to grasp the handle of my flashlight and unholstering my sidearm from its belt holster near my pillow. There was no answer from the adjacent tent. I unzipped the tent door slowly, trying to keep the zipper teeth from making noise, though the nylon sound seemed deafening in the stillness. I pulled my headlamp onto my head, thumbed the switch to high power, and stepped out into the cold drizzle, raising my weapon and beam in unison. The bright white beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the slick gray river stones, the wall of lush green ferns at the tree line, and the massive, mossy trunks of the Sitka spruces rising into the blackness. Nothing was there. The gravel was undisturbed. The rain flickered like silver needles through the light beam. Tom's tent flap unzipped, and he leaned his head out, squinting against my light, his face pale and heavy with sleep. "Dan, what is it? You see a bear? Did you hear that?" I asked, keeping my light trained on the dark brush 40 feet away. "Hear what?" "The knocking sound." "And that?" "That whistling." Tom rubbed his eyes, pulling his wool cap down over his ears. He listened for a moment, turning his head toward the dark forest. The river roared. The rain tapped against the leaves. I didn't hear anything. Might have been a beaver slapping its tail down on the bank or a dead snag shifting in the wind. It wasn't a beaver, Tom. It was two heavy sticks hitting together, right at the edge of the camp. Tom stepped out of his tent, pulled on his boots without lacing them, and picked up his heavy flash. He walked over to the edge of the gravel bar where I was standing, shining his light into the wall of Devil's Club and Vine Maple. We stood there together for 10 minutes, cold rain soaking through our base layers, scanning the dense green wall. There were no eyes reflecting back in the light. No snapped branches. No fresh tracks in the mud along the creek bank. "Let's get some sleep," Tom said eventually, though his voice lacked its usual crisp certainty. He was looking at the ground near the edge of the brush. "We've got a long haul up to Pelton tomorrow." We went back to our tents, but I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay in the dark with my hand resting on the frame of my pistol, staring at the nylon ceiling, waiting for the clacking sound to return. It didn't. But just before the first cold gray light of dawn crept into the sky, I heard one more thing. It was distant, miles up the river valley, barely audible above the roar of the water, a short, rising sound that sounded remarkably like a person shouting a single, clipped syllable into a megaphoned cone, instantly cut off. We broke camp at dawn on October 13th. The weather was deteriorating rapidly. The drizzle had turned into a steady, cold rain that fell straight down through the motionless air. The valley felt heavy, atmospheric pressure dropping so low that my ears popped as we gained modest elevation along the river trail. About 3 miles past Coal Creek, we came upon the first true anomaly of the trip. We were cutting through a patch of old-growth timber where the trail crossed a dry secondary channel of the river. The trees here were immense, massive red cedars with hollowed-out bases that could fit a small vehicle. As I was stepping over a slick fallen log, I caught sight of something bright yellow hanging in the lower branches of a hemlock tree about 30 yards off the trail. "Tom." "Hold up," I said, pointing toward the brush. We walked off trail through the knee-deep sword ferns, our boots sinking into the spongy carpet of moss. The yellow object was an expensive, heavy-duty waterproof dry bag, the kind used by rafters and serious kayakers. It was hanging from a branch roughly 8 feet off the ground, snagged by its shoulder strap. "That's weird," Tom muttered, reaching up to unhook it with the butt of his Pulaski. He swung it down and caught it. "Looks like high-end gear. Brand new." The bag was heavy and wet, but completely intact. There was no rot on the fabric, no moss growing on it. It hadn't been sitting out here for long, maybe a few days at most. Tom unclipped the roll-top seal and opened the bag. We tipped the contents out onto a flat log. Out fell a top-of-the-line winter sleeping bag and a compression sack, a compact canister stove, 2 unopened freeze-dried meals, a high-end GPS unit, a small leather-bound notebook, a pair of expensive binoculars, and a heavy ring carrying a set of car keys with an Oregon license plate tag attached to the fob. "Where's the rest of their stuff?" I asked, looking around the floor of the woods. There was no tent, no backpack frame, no clothing, no water bottles. Just this single, neatly packed dry bag suspended 8 feet in the air. Tom picked up the leather notebook. The pages were dry, protected by the bag's seal. He flipped it open. The first few pages contained meticulously handwritten entries detailing a solo hiking trip. "Name's Julian Vance," Tom read, scanning the lines. "Address in Portland, Oregon. He parked his car at the Queets trailhead back on October 8th. Said he was doing a 6-day photography trip up to the Skyline Trail." October 8th? I calculated the dates. He was supposed to be out yesterday. Did dispatch mention any overdue hikers? "No," Tom said, pulling out his field radio. "Let me call this in." Tom extended the long whip antenna on his Motorola radio, switched to the park's primary VHF repeater channel, and keyed the mic. "Port Angeles Dispatch, this is Delta 12, over." Static crackled back through the speaker. A heavy, harsh hiss filled with strange, warbling interference. "Delta 12. Port Angeles, copy. Weekend. Repeat. Dispatch, Delta 12. Tom spoke clearly, turning his body toward the east to get a better line of sight toward the repeater on Mount Vision. "We are located at mile 11 on the Upper Queets Trail. We have located abandoned gear belonging to an individual named Julian Vance, Portland, Oregon. Request check on vehicle at Queets Trailhead. Oregon plates. Check for overdue report, over." The radio burst into a loud screeching squeal, a feedback loop so sharp that Tom instinctively jerked the radio away from his ear. Through the static, a voice came back. But it wasn't the calm, clear voice of the female dispatcher in Port Angeles. It was a fragment of sound, garbled and broken that sounded like a male voice speaking in a rushed, panicked cadence. Not off the path. Don't follow the static. Standing right. The transmission cut out entirely, replaced by a flat, endless hiss. Tom and I looked at each other. Was that dispatch? I asked. No, Tom said, his face hardening. That sounded like an open mic relaying from another handheld on our channel. But there shouldn't be anyone else on this frequency unless they're emergency services. He tried keying the radio again. Dispatch Delta 12, how do you copy? Nothing but static. The rain was picking up now, drumming heavily against our rain jackets and the broad leaves of the ferns around us. We need to check the trailhead log when we get back, I said, picking up the notebook and placing it back into the dry bag. If Vance's car is still at the trailhead, we've got an unreported missing person. We can't turn back now, Tom said, looking up at the darkening sky. If he went up toward Kilkelly Ridge and got caught in this rain, he's in serious trouble. Hypothermia will set in within hours up on those open exposures. We push on to Pelton Cabin, set up our base, and execute a sweep of the lower ridge before nightfall. We strapped Julian Vance's dry bag to the exterior of Tom's frame pack and resumed our trek up the valley. But as we walked, the atmosphere of the forest shifted in a way that I find difficult to articulate clearly. The forest seemed to lose its normal sense of scale. The trees seemed larger, closer together, their branches intertwining above us to form a dense ceiling that blocked out almost all ambient light. Even though it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the woods were dark enough that we had to use our headlamps to navigate the rougher sections of the trail, and the acoustics were completely wrong. Normally, as you hike along the Queets, the sound of the river is your constant companion, a loud, reassuring white noise that stays on your right or left depending on the trail bends. But as we moved closer to the Kilkelly drainage, the river sound began to shift. In some spots, it sounded as if the river were flowing 50 feet above our heads in the tree canopy. In other spots, the roar would suddenly vanish entirely, dropping into an eerie, absolute silence where the only sound was the sound of our own breathing and the heavy thump-thump-thump of our boots in the mud. Then 10 paces later, the sound of the water would slam back into our ears with deafening force as if someone had suddenly opened a thick acoustic door. You feeling dizzy? Tom asked, stopping abruptly on the trail and leaning against a mossy cedar trunk. He was holding his hand to his forehead. A little, I admitted. My inner ear felt strange, a sensation similar to the pressure buildup you experience during a rapid descent in an airplane. It's the barometric pressure. It's dropping fast. It's not just the pressure, Dan, Tom whispered, looking around at the shadowy timber. Look at the trail. I looked down at our feet. We were standing on a well-worn section of dirt path, but 10 paces ahead of us the trail simply ended. It didn't wash out. It wasn't blocked by a blowdown. The dirt path simply ceased, replaced by an unbroken, impenetrable wall of dense, mature, ancient growth. Spruce trees 5 feet thick, packed so tightly together that there wasn't room for a dog to squeeze between them. Their roots intertwined in giant, moss-draped knots. I blinked, taking a step forward. I had hiked this exact route 2 years prior during a trail assessment survey. The Upper Queets Trail had been cut in the 1920s and maintained for decades. It was supposed to follow a flat gravel terrace all the way to the guard cabin. Did we miss a switchback? I asked, pulling out my topographic paper map and compass. There are no switchbacks on this section, Tom said flatly. He pulled his own compass from his pocket and laid it on his palm. The needle wasn't spinning erratically, which would indicate magnetic interference, but it was pointing dead south toward a thick wall of hemlocks where the river should have been. The river was roaring to our left, which meant north. The compass said north was behind us. The hell is wrong with this needle? Tom muttered, tapping the plastic housing. Let's stick to the river, I said, feeling a cold knot of dread tightening in my stomach. As long as we keep the river on our left, we're heading up valley toward the cabin. We left the phantom end of the trail and cut down through 30 yards of thick brush until we reached the rocky bank of the Queets. The river was rising, its gray glacial waters churning violently, carrying uprooted trees and thick foam downstream. We began picking our way along the slick, slippery boulder fields at the water's edge, using our trekking poles for stability. It took us 3 hours to cover 2 miles, an agonizingly slow pace. By 5:30 in the evening, as the last faint light of the gray day faded into total night, we finally spotted the dark, silhouette of the Pelton Creek guard cabin standing on an elevated timber bench 50 yards above the riverbank. The cabin was a welcome sight, or at least it should have been. It was a rustic, stout structure made of heavy peeled red cedar logs, with a steep pitched wood shingle roof, small glass-paned windows protected by heavy wooden shutters, and a massive stone chimney on the eastern gable. It had survived 80 years of brutal coastal storms, sitting isolated in the middle of one of the most remote wilderness areas in North America. We scrambled up the muddy embankment, pushed through the wet sword ferns, and stepped onto the small, covered front porch of the cabin. "Thank God," Tom muttered, setting his heavy pack down on the wooden decking with a loud sigh. His face was gray with fatigue, his eyes sunken and rimmed with red. He looked far worse than a man who had simply hiked 14 miles should look. I pulled out the Master Ranger key from my pocket, inserted it into the heavy iron padlock on the cabin door, turned it and popped the latch. The thick cedar door swung inward with a low, creaking groan. The smell that pushed out from the interior of the cabin was not the typical dry, dusty scent of a closed-up log cabin. It was an odor that made me instantly pull back, a sharp, copper-like metallic smell mixed with the heavy, sweet stench of wet, rotting spruce needles and stagnant water. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam across the interior. The cabin was simple. 2 iron frame bunks with bare springs, a wooden table with 2 benches, a small metal storage locker, and a heavy cast iron wood stove in the corner. Everything appeared to be in order except for one thing. The floor in the center of the room was covered in thick, dark river mud. Poured directly into the center of the room was a neat, deliberate pile of river stones, dozens of smooth, black egg-sized stones arranged in a perfect, sharp-edged cone about 2 feet high. Sitting on top of the pile of stones was an object that made my blood run cold. It was a standard issue NPS green and gold Ranger shoulder patch. It had been cleanly ripped from a uniform shirt, its threads frayed along the edges, and laid flat on the peak of the stone pile. "Tom," I said softly, stepping into the room, keeping my flashlight trained on the patch. "Look at this." Tom stepped inside, shutting the door behind him against the howling wind. He looked down at the pile, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his reading glasses. He bent down, picked up the patch by its edge, and turned it over. On the back of the embroidered cloth, written in dark black permanent marker, were 3 initials and a date, TKL, 09-1404. Tom dropped the patch as if it had burned his skin. He backed up against the cabin door, his breath catching sharply in his throat. That's my old patch," Tom whispered, his voice cracking with a sudden raw terror I had never heard in him before. "I lost a shirt during a SAR operation on the North Fork 12 years ago. I tore it on a branch, dropped it in the river. How did it get here, Tom?" I demanded, my hand dropping once again to the butt of my sidearm. "Who brought it in here?" "I don't know," Tom shouted, his hands shaking violently as he pulled off his rain gloves. "I don't know, Dan. That was 12 years ago. That was 20 miles from here." Before I could answer, a sudden, massive gust of wind struck the cabin. The heavy cedar logs groaned under the pressure. Outside, the rain turned into a deafening downpour, hammering against the wooden shingles like a barrage of small stones, and then, clear and distinct above the roar of the storm, came a sound from directly beneath the wooden floorboards of the cabin. It was 3 slow, rhythmic knocks. Thump, thump, thump. The force of the strikes was so strong that I felt the floorboards vibrate under the soles of my boots. I dropped into a crouch, aiming my gun directly at the floor. "Who's down there?" I yelled. There was no crawl space under the Pelton cabin. It was built directly onto a solid foundation of poured concrete and stacked river rocks. There was no physical room for a human being or any large animal to exist beneath those boards. The knocking stopped. Silence returned to the room, heavy and suffocating. The air felt thick, charged with static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand up under my wool shirt. The battery-powered LED lantern I had set on the table flickered, dimming to a faint, sickly orange wire before snapping back to full brightness. "We need to fire up the stove," Tom said, his voice strangely flat now, his eyes fixed on the pile of stones on the floor. "We need light. We need heat," I didn't argue. I swept the room once more with my light, checked the window shutter bars to ensure they were locked from the inside, and then helped Tom build a fire in the cast iron stove. We used dry cedar kindling from the wood box and fat wood fire starters. Within 15 minutes, the stove was crackling, radiating a deep orange heat that began to dry our soaked clothes. We didn't talk much while we ate our rations. The psychological weight of the day was sitting on us like an iron weight. We laid out our sleeping bags on the iron bunk frames, keeping our boots on, our weapons within arm's reach, and 2 heavy stream lights lit on the central table. By 9 o'clock, the storm outside had reached hurricane force intensity. The wind was howling down from the peaks of the Absaroka and Olympic ridges, snapping large branches off the surrounding spruces, which landed on the cabin roof with dull, terrifying thuds. I tried to get some rest, closing my eyes and forcing my breathing to stay slow and steady. Tom lay on the opposite bunk, staring blankly at the dark log ceiling, his hands clasped over his chest. Around midnight, I drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep. I was awakened not by a loud noise, but by a cold draft of air hitting my face. I opened my eyes. The fire in the stove had burned down to a dull, dying crimson glow. The lantern on the table was off, its batteries drained. The room was bathed in a pale, sickening gray light that was coming through the small cabin window. The heavy front door of the cabin was standing wide open. Cold rain was blowing into the room, misting over the wooden table and the stone floor. I sat up instantly, reaching for my gun. Tom's bunk was empty. His sleeping bag was pushed aside, unzipped. His heavy frame pack was still sitting in the corner, but his boots, his yellow rain jacket, and his flashlight were gone. "Tom!" I yelled, throwing myself out of the bunk and stepping out onto the wet floorboards. I rushed to the open door and stepped out onto the covered porch. The rain was falling in blinding sheets, driven sideways by the wind. The forest surrounding the cabin was a wall of churning black shadow. "Tom!" I screamed into the darkness, using my hands to funnel my voice above the roar of the wind. Down near the edge of the timber bench, 50 feet from the porch, I caught a glimpse of light. It was the narrow, bouncing beam of a flashlight moving slowly off trail, heading down into the dark, tangled ravine of Kilkelly Creek. "Tom, stop! Get back here!" I yelled, pulling my flashlight from my belt and slamming it on. I bounded down the cabin steps, my boots slipping in the deep, thick mud. I pushed through the soaked ferns, tracing the path of the light ahead of me. The terrain fell away steeply into the ravine. The brush was insanely thick, a dense lattice of red elderberry, devil's club, and slippery hemlock snags. I scrambled down the slope, sliding on my knees, tearing my trousers on sharp thorns, keeping my light locked on the faint glow moving ahead of me through the trees. "Tom! What are you doing? Stop!" As I got closer, maybe 30 yards behind the moving light, I heard something that made my heart freeze in my chest. It was a voice. It was coming from the darkness just beyond the flashlight beam ahead of me. It was a child's voice. A young girl's voice, sweet, clear, and completely out of place in this frozen, waterlogged hell. "Daddy? Over here, Daddy, it's cold. Come pick me up." I knew that voice. I had seen photos on Tom's desk in the Port Angeles station. Tom had a 12-year-old daughter named Sarah who lived with his ex-wife in Tacoma. "Tom, don't listen to it. Stop!" I screamed, pushing myself to run faster, leaping over a massive fallen spruce trunk, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The light ahead of me suddenly stopped moving. I broke through a final thicket of salmonberry bushes and burst out into a small, marshy clearing at the bottom of the ravine where Kilkelly Creek met the river. Tom was standing there. He was standing knee-deep in the freezing, rushing water of the flooded creek. He had dropped his flashlight into the mud near the bank. Its beam was pointed upward, illuminating his face from below. He wasn't moving. He was standing completely rigid, his arms hanging limp at his sides, his head tilted back at an unnatural, steep angle, staring directly up into the bare, skeletal branches of a giant dead cedar tree that leaned over the creek. "Tom," I gasped, splashing into the shallow water near the bank, reaching out to grab his heavy yellow jacket. "Tom, we have to go. Get back to the cabin." I grabbed his arm and pulled hard. Tom didn't budge. He was stiff, his muscles locked like iron. His eyes were wide open, his pupils fully dilated, reflecting no light at all. His lips were moving, pale and blue from the freezing water, but he wasn't speaking words. He was producing a sound, a continuous low-frequency hum that vibrated in his chest, a sound that sounded remarkably like the electrical hum of a high-voltage power line. "Tom,"
Look at me.
I screamed, slapping his face with my open hand. Slowly, agonizingly, Tom's neck turned. His head didn't move naturally. It jerked in short mechanical steps like the hands of a clock moving forward. He looked at me, but his eyes weren't focused on my face. He was looking through me, staring at something far behind my shoulder. Then his mouth opened wider than I thought humanly possible. And from Tom's throat came my own voice. It wasn't an imitation. It was my voice, perfectly replicated using the exact pitch, tone, and inflection of the words I had spoken to him earlier that afternoon. My name is Daniel Thomas Miller. I am 38 years old. My name is Daniel Thomas Miller. A cold, icy terror hit me so hard I stumbled backward into the creek water, falling onto my back, my hand scraping against the sharp, icy river stones above us in the bare branches of the dead cedar tree. Something moved. I swung my flashlight beam upward into the canopy. It was not an animal. It was not a man. It was a shape, an immense, pale, elongated form that seemed to stretch between 3 different branches 30 feet above the ground. It was smooth, devoid of hair or skin texture, looking almost like polished wood or wet bone, shifting its bulk silently through the limbs without snapping a single twig. It had no distinct face, no eyes, no mouth that I could define in the flickering light beam. But where its head should have been, the air was shimmering and warping, like heat rising off an asphalt road in August. And from that shimmering space came a cascade of overlapping, distorted sounds, dozens of human voices, layered over one another like a radio sweeping through frequencies at high speed. Dispatch. Lost off the path. Help me. Daddy, it's cold. Delta 12. Turn back. Don't look up. The sound was so loud, so mathematically wrong, that a blinding spike of pain shot through my temples. My ears began to bleed, a warm trickle of red running down my neck and dripping onto my collar. I raised my Sig Sauer pistol with both hands, aimed it directly at the mass in the tree, and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle flashes illuminated the woods in bright, violent orange bursts. The gunshot sounded muted, flat, swallowed instantly by the dead air surrounding the entity. The entity didn't drop. It didn't scream. It simply folded in on itself, drawing its long, impossible limbs together, and dropped from the branch. It didn't fall to the ground with a splash or a thud. As it hit the air halfway down, it simply vanished into the rain, leaving behind a sharp, overwhelming stench of ozone, burnt copper, and stagnant swamp rot. The moment it vanished, the acoustic barrier snapped. The roar of the storm, the howling wind, and the thunderous crash of the flooded creek slammed back into my ears with deafening force. Tom collapsed like a rag doll, dropping face first into the freezing water of the creek. I scrambled forward, grabbed Tom by his jacket collar, dragged his head out of the current, and pulled his limp, heavy body up onto the muddy bank. He was breathing, but his breathing was shallow, raspy, and irregular. His skin was ice cold to the touch. I don't remember how I got Tom back up that steep, slick ravine to the Pelton cabin. Adrenaline and pure terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I hauled him up the muddy slope, dragging his 6'2" frame by his shoulder straps, screaming into the wind every time I felt myself slipping into the deep mud. When I finally pulled him through the door of the cabin, I shoved the door shut, slid the heavy iron bar into place across the frame, and pushed the heavy wooden table up against it. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor in front of the wood stove, holding my service weapon in my lap, throwing every piece of wood we had into the fire until the cast iron glowed bright cherry red. Tom lay on his bunk, shivering violently, murmuring incoherently in a language that contained no real words, just long, rhythmic sequences of clicking sounds and whistling tones that echoed softly in the warm room until dawn. The next morning, October 15th, the storm broke. The gray clouds parted, revealing a cold, brilliant blue sky over the ragged, snow-capped peaks of the Olympic Mountains. The forest was dripping, illuminated by sharp, blinding sunlight reflecting off millions of rain-soaked needles. Tom couldn't walk. He was conscious, but he was completely non-responsive, his eyes dull and glassy, staring blankly ahead. He could swallow water if I poured it into his mouth with a spoon, but he could not speak. Nor could he follow simple commands. I packed our essential gear, wrapped Tom in an emergency space blanket, and lashed him to an old wooden rescue sled, a Stokes litter, that was stored under the cabin bunk for emergency situations. It took me 14 hours to drag Tom out of the valley. I pulled that heavy metal sled through 14 miles of flooded mud trails, over massive blowdowns, through freezing creeks that ran waist-deep across the path. My shoulders were bruised black and blue from the sled harness, my hands were raw and bleeding. But I didn't stop. I didn't rest. I didn't look back into the woods once. Every time I paused to catch my breath, I could hear it far off in the deep timber, miles behind us, trailing us just out of sight. A single, resonant wooden click echoing across the sunny valley. Clack. I reached the Queets trailhead at 9 o'clock that night. A Park Service vehicle was waiting at the trailhead gate. 2 rangers, a lead search coordinator named Sarah Jenkins, and a park officer named Howard Larson had driven up to check on us after our radio went dead for 2 days. They ran forward when they saw me drag the sled out of the tree line into the headlights of their truck. "Dan, what happened?" Sarah shouted, running up to the litter and shining her flashlight on Tom's pale, rigid face. "Is he hypothermic? Did he suffer a stroke?"
"Get him to a hospital," I gasped, falling to my knees in the wet gravel, my chest heaving, my throat raw from air and exertion.
"Get him out of here now." They loaded Tom into the back of the official SUV, hooked him up to an oxygen tank, and turned the heater on full blast. While Howard began driving down the long gravel logging road toward the main highway, Sarah sat with me in the front seat, handing me a bottle of water and a blanket. "Dan," she said quietly, looking at me with deep concern, "what happened up there? Where's Julian Vance?" I looked down at my hands. They were caked in dry mud and blood. In my pocket was Vance's leather notebook and the shoulder patch with Tom's initials on it. "He's gone," I said, my voice dead and flat. "He's not coming back. Did you find his camp?" "We found his bag," I replied, staring out the windshield at the dense forest walls passing by in the headlights. "The mountain took him. I spent 3 days in the hospital in Port Angeles, suffering from extreme exhaustion, mild hypothermia, and acoustic trauma that left me with a permanent 60% hearing loss in my right ear." Tom Kelleher never recovered. He remained in a catatonic state for 3 weeks before being transferred to a long-term care medical facility in Spokane. He never spoke another word to his family, his doctors, or his friends. He sits in a wheelchair near a window, staring out at the open sky, completely silent. 2 years ago, I heard from a mutual friend in the service that Tom passed away quietly in his sleep. The official report filed by the National Park Service listed Julian Vance as missing and presumed deceased due to severe weather and exposure. The investigation was officially closed 6 months later. No body was ever recovered. No trace of his tent, his camera gear, or his clothing was ever found in the upper Queets Basin. I turned in my badge, my service weapon, and my park uniforms on December 1st, 2016. I left Washington 3 days later and haven't set foot in the state since. People ask me sometimes why I moved to this flat, dry corner of Oregon, why I live in a plain, square house made of cinder blocks, surrounded by bare dirt and endless sky, where you can see a storm coming from 50 miles away. I tell them I like the sun. I tell them I got tired of the cold rain. But that isn't the truth. The truth is that I know what is sitting under the canopy of those ancient rainforests. I know that there are places in this country where human beings are not the dominant species. Pockets of wilderness so deep, so old, and so utterly alien that the maps we draw over them are nothing more than comforting lies we tell ourselves to sleep at night. Whatever sits in the upper Queets Valley is still there. It doesn't hunt with claws or teeth. It hunts with geography. It hunts with sound. It takes your voice, it takes your memories. It takes your surroundings and it slowly twists them into something you can no longer navigate, until you step off the trail and into its grip. Sometimes late at night, when the wind blows across the flat wheat fields outside my bedroom window, I lay awake in the dark, listening to the dry grass rustling against the siding of my house. And every now and then in that cold, flat quiet, I hear a sound coming from the darkness beyond my driveway. It isn't the wind. It is a sharp, dry wooden click-clack followed by a soft, familiar voice calling my name from the dark, using the exact words I spoke into a radio 10 years ago. I don't look out the window. I don't turn on the light. I just close my eyes, cover my ears, and wait for the sun to rise over the flat, empty earth. I stood in the growing dark, holding the dead electronic devices in my hands. Electronics fail in the cold, sure, but not like that. Not simultaneously, and not with fresh lithium batteries loaded that morning. A cold drizzle began to fall. Not rain, but microscopic droplets of ice that clung to the shell of my jacket, turning the green Gore-Tex white with a thin coat of rime. I stowed the dead devices in my pack, zipped up my jacket, and sat on an overturned log with my shotgun laying across my knees. That was when the sound dropped out. It is difficult to explain what happened to the ambient noise of the woods without sounding like I'm describing something imaginary, but anyone who has spent years in the backcountry knows the baseline hum of the natural world. There is always the sound of air moving through the trees, the trickling of ice-free runoff in the gravel, the subtle shifting of frozen soil, or the distant call of night birds. Within the span of 3 seconds, every single sound vanished. It wasn't that the forest went quiet. It felt as though an invisible wall had been dropped around my campsite, cutting off the transmission of sound waves through the air. The rush of Jack Creek, which was less than 50 yards down the gravel bank, simply ceased to exist. I clapped my hands together hard. The sound was dull, wet, and dead, like hitting a pillow with a wooden spoon inside a closet. It didn't ring out. It had no echo. My eardrums popped softly from a sudden sharp drop in atmospheric pressure. The skin on my arms broke out in goosebumps, and the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. I clicked on my headlamp, sending a beam of bright white light through the freezing mist. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the vertical lines of the black spruce trunks, the pale gray patches of lichen on the ground, and the falling ice crystals that hung in the air like suspended glitter. Nothing was moving. I sat motionless on the log for nearly 20 minutes, my thumbs resting on the safety of the Remington. The air temperature was dropping fast now. I could feel the cold radiating up through the soles of my heavy rubber-soled boots. Then, from somewhere deep in the spruce thicket behind my tent, not more than 40 yards away, came a sound. It was a footstep, but it wasn't the heavy, clumsy thud of a 600-pound brown bear, nor was it the light, crisp snap of a moose stepping on dry twigs. It was the sound of something heavy dragging itself through the moss, followed by a wet, hollow thump, like a heavy sack of damp grain being dropped onto frozen mud. Drag, thump, drag, thump. I stood up, raising the shotgun to my shoulder, bringing the bead sight into line with the beam of my headlamp. National Park Service, I shouted into the black trees. Identify yourself. I am armed. My voice felt swallowed, clipped short by the strange dense air. The dragging sound stopped instantly. Silence fell again, that suffocating, pressurized silence that made my ears ring. I held my breath, listening so hard I could hear the clicking of my own eyelashes as I blinked against the freezing mist. Then, from the darkness just beyond the outer edge of my headlamp beam, a voice spoke. It didn't sound like a monster, and it didn't sound like a wilderness legend from a storybook. It sounded like a radio broadcast coming through a speaker filled with wet gravel, and what it said made the blood in my heart feel like slush. It spoke my name, using my exact voice, my exact intonation, and my exact radio cadence from my morning check-in at Slana. Slana, this is Ranger Vance, proceeding to coordinates on Jack Creek. Out. The voice didn't come from a throat. It didn't have the natural resonance of a living chest. It was a perfect, flat, mechanical reproduction of my own breath and words, played back in the dark, 30 miles from the nearest human being. My hands began to shake slightly against the stock of the shotgun. "Who's out there?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my tone. "Show yourself." No answer came. But then, right at the margin where the light of my headlamp dissolved into the pitch-black forest, something shifted between two black spruce trees. In Alaska, when you shine a light into the woods at night, you expect to see eyes shine. A bear's eyes reflect amber or bright green. A wolf's shine a cold pale yellow. Even a tiny snowshoe hare reflects 2 red dots in the brush. Whatever was standing behind those 2 spruce trees had no eye shine at all. It was tall, at least 8 or 9 feet high, but it was impossibly narrow. It looked like a stripped timber pole wrapped in gray, weathered birch bark, or dried tendon that had been pulled taut between the branches. It had no distinct shoulders, no recognizable head, and no face that I could discern in the shifting mist. It was simply a vertical mass of dark, fibrous texture that absorbed the light of my headlamp rather than reflecting it. It was leaning against the trunk of a spruce tree, its upper portion tucked unnaturally into the lower boughs, as if it were fitting itself into the geometry of the tree to conceal its shape. I took 2 steps backward, keeping the shotgun leveled at the center of the shape. "I'm going to fire," I warned. "Step back into the open." The shape did not move, but the voice came again. This time it wasn't my voice. It was the voice of Senior Ranger Dan Keller, clear and crisp, but with that same underlying static hum, as if recorded on an old magnetic tape. "He's got 3 days of rations on foot. Eli, just check the coordinates and come back." It was a sentence Dan had spoken to the bush pilot 2 days ago in the Slana office, a conversation I hadn't even been present for, but had only heard referenced in passing. A cold panic, sharp and bright, flooded my chest. This thing wasn't just observing me. It had been listening to us for days. It was collecting sounds, harvesting human speech like fallen timber, storing it away to use when the woods went dark. I didn't shoot. A shotgun slug at 40 yards through thick alder bushes against something that might not even have vital organs was a bad bet. If I wounded it, or if it didn't care about lead, I would be left with an empty tube and a 5-mile night trek through muskeg. Instead, I slowly reached down, picked up my heavy frame pack with my left hand, kept the shotgun held low in my right, and began backing away down the bench toward the gravel bed of Jack Creek. The moment my heel left the moss and struck the loose shale of the riverbank, the creature moved. It didn't run. It didn't leap. It shifted sideways, moving from behind one tree to behind another with a smooth, fluid velocity that made no sound whatsoever. It moved like a shadow cast by a turning lamp, instantaneous, noiseless, and utterly unnatural for something of that scale. Drag. Thump. The sound came from 50 feet to my left now. It was cutting me off from the direction of the Nebezna Road. I turned and broke into a fast, controlled walk down the gravel bed of the creek, stepping from flat stone to flat stone, trying desperately not to twist an ankle in the dark. My headlamp beam bounced wildly across the gray water and the slick, frost-covered rocks. Behind me, the silence followed. That was the most terrifying part. It wasn't that the creature was chasing me with loud, crashing strides through the timber. It was carrying that bubble of absolute silence with it as it moved. Whenever it got closer, the sound of the wind, the crunch of my own boots, and the rush of the river were swallowed up. When it lagged behind, the faint sound of the river would flicker back for a second, like a radio signal drifting in and out of range, only to be crushed flat again when the pressure dropped. I walked for 2 hours in the pitch dark, illuminated only by the fading beam of my headlamp. The cold had deepened significantly, freezing the mud along the bank into solid iron that rang like metal under my boots. My breath was ragged, burning my lungs with every inhalation. Around 2 in the morning, I realized I was lost. I had lived in the Slana district for 2 years. I knew the topographic maps of the Jack Creek Basin by heart. Jack Creek flows north-northwest, feeding into the Nebezna River near the old bridge foundation. If you follow the water downstream, you must hit the gravel bar that leads to the road. But the creek wasn't flowing north-northwest anymore. I stopped near a large granite boulder that stood out of the water like a broken tooth. I shone my light down at the current. The water was flowing back toward the mountains upstream, toward the ice fields of the high Wrangles. I rubbed my eyes with the back of my gloved hand, thinking my brain was playing tricks on me from exhaustion and cold. I dropped a small birch twig into the current. The twig drifted away from the road, pulled steadily deeper into the high, uninhabited interior of the park. The landscape was warping. The acoustic dead zone was affecting my vestibular system, destroying my sense of balance and directional orientation. The mountains on either side of the valley, which should have been broad, sloping shale ridges, now looked narrow, vertical, and jagged, like giant slate knives stuck edge up into the frost-bitten sky. I sat down against the granite boulder, exhausted, my legs trembling from the weight of the pack and the constant adrenaline spike. "Michael," a voice said. I jumped, bringing the shotgun up instantly. The voice came from the top of the boulder directly above my head. It wasn't my voice, and it wasn't Dan's voice. It was a voice I recognized instantly from my childhood. My mother's voice, clear and warm, calling me in from the porch of our old farmhouse in Pennsylvania when I was 10 years old. "Michael, come inside now. It's getting dark." The tone was gentle, but the static was there, that faint, dry, papery hiss under the words, like dry leaves blowing across asphalt. I looked up at the top of the boulder. Outlined against the faint gray starlight was the silhouette. It was crouching on top of the rock, folded up like an iron tripod. Its limbs were too long. The elbows, if you could call them elbows, bent backward at angles that no human or animal joint could accommodate. It was leaning forward, its elongated top half hanging over the rim of the granite, looking down at me. It had no face. Where the eyes and mouth should have been, there was only a smooth, pale depression, a hollow gray surface that looked like river silt that had dried and cracked in the sun. I didn't think. I didn't shout. I pulled the trigger. The shotgun blast was deafening, but because of the acoustic vacuum, it didn't echo off the mountain walls. It sounded like a sharp metallic cap gun going off inside a foam-lined box. The orange flash illuminated the smooth gray hollow of the entity's head for a fraction of a second. The 12-gauge heavy slug hit it dead center in what should have been its torso. The creature didn't bleed. It didn't scream. It didn't fall back. When the lead struck, the creature simply unraveled. Its body split into dozens of thin, fibrous strands, like a cable made of dried hemp rope bursting under tension, and poured down the backside of the boulder like a bundle of dry sticks falling down a chute. I racked another shell into the chamber, the hot plastic casing smoking as it hit the ice at my feet, and ran. I ran blind. I left the creek bed and pushed directly into the thick spruce forest, tearing through the low alder bushes, ignoring the branches that whipped across my face and cut my cheeks. I didn't care about bears. I didn't care about hypothermia. I didn't care about breaking a leg in a sinkhole. The forest was a maze of black trunks and freezing fog. Every spruce tree looked identical to the last. The ground was soft and treacherous, moss covering deep crevices between basalt rocks where a single bad step would snap a tibia like a dry pine twig. As I ran, the entity pursued me not from behind, but from all sides simultaneously. It moved through the upper canopy of the trees. I could hear the branches above me groaning under a sudden weight, then snapping back into place with a dry thwack. The sound moved around me in wide, looping circles, cutting off every attempt I made to turn toward where I thought the road should be. Whenever I turned west, the dragging sound, drag, thump, would emerge from the darkness 30 feet ahead, blocking the path. Whenever I turned north, my own voice would call out from the trees, "Slana, this is Ranger Vance. Slana, this is Ranger Vance." It was driving me. It wasn't trying to kill me immediately. It was herd driving me like a sheepdog pushing a stray sheep into an enclosure. It was pushing me higher up the valley, toward the old abandoned copper workings at the Bonanza Claim, a place where humans hadn't lived since the late 1930s. By 4 in the morning, my legs were giving out. The cold had seeped deep into my bones, numb feelings creeping into my toes and fingers despite my heavy mittens. My chest felt like it was filled with wet gravel, every breath burning with the frost air. I stumbled out of the trees into a clearing choked with ancient, rusting machinery. Huge steel cables thick as a man's wrist snaked through the dwarf birch half buried in the snow. Decaying wooden ore chutes built from massive Douglas fir timbers tilted precariously against the side of the mountain, their iron bolts rusted into red flakes. In the center of the tailing pile stood the old compressor shed, a low, sturdy building made of corrugated iron sheets nailed over a frame of peeled spruce logs. I lunged toward the door of the compressor shed. The wooden door was hanging off its iron hinges, wedged against a bank of frozen earth. I hurled my body against it, shoving it open just enough to squeeze my pack and myself inside, then slammed it shut behind me, kicking a heavy iron ore car wheel against the base to hold it fast. Inside, it was pitch black and smelled of dry rot creosote and 80-year-old machine grease. I dropped to my knees on the rotten floorboards, gasping for air, my heart hammer-pounding against my ribs so hard I thought my chest would give way. I switched off my headlamp to save the dying battery, plunging myself into a darkness so complete it felt like being buried alive in an oil drum. Outside, the silence remained absolute. I sat in the dark, my shotgun resting across my thighs, my thumb frozen on the safety catch. My body was shaking uncontrollably from hypothermia and fear. Then came the fingernails. It started at the back wall of the shed, the thin, corrugated iron sheeting that faced the mountain. Slope, scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like dry birchwood being scraped slowly across the zinc coating of the metal. It moved slowly along the wall, inch by inch, exploring every seam, every rusted rivet, every gap between the iron plates. It was checking for an entrance. I held my breath, pressing my back against a rusted air converter unit in the center of the room, keeping as still as possible. The scraping reached the side wall, moved along the corrugated iron, and then stopped right outside the wooden door. There was a long pause. The cold inside the shed was agonizing. My toes had gone completely numb, and a deep, dull ache was settling into my kneecaps. Then a knock came at the door. 3 light, polite raps, the exact cadence a fellow ranger would use when knocking on a cabin door at night. "Mikkel?" The voice came from right on the other side of the thin spruce planks, less than 2 feet from where I sat. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't Dan's voice. It wasn't my mother's voice. It was a voice I had never heard before in my life. It was a woman's voice, tired, hoarse and desperate, speaking with an unfamiliar accent, perhaps Scandinavian or Old North Country English. The kind of voice you might have heard in an Alaskan gold camp in 1910. "Please, open the door. It's cold out here on the creek. My legs are so cold." The terror that filled me then was different from the sharp panic of the chase. It was a cold, sickening horror that settled deep into my stomach. This creature was an archive of the lost. It had been in these mountains long before the Park Service existed, long before the mining roads were cut, collecting the final words of people who had wandered into the Jack Creek Basin and never walked out. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed the palms of my gloved hands against my ears, trying to block out the sound. The voice didn't stop. It began to shift, cycling through different voices with terrifying speed, like someone spinning the dial on a shortwave radio through a sea of dead channels. "Is anyone at the cabin?" A man's voice, rough and deep, circa 1950s. "We lost the trail near the glacier." A young girl's voice crying, with modern cadence. "Slana Station, do you copy?" My own voice again, flat and dead. "Michal, come inside now." My mother's voice. It went on for hours. It sat outside the door in the freezing dark, playing back its terrible library of recorded misery, one voice after another, testing them against the wood, waiting for me to break, waiting for me to touch the latch, waiting for me to give it an answer. I didn't answer. I sat frozen against the iron compressor, staring into the dark, repeating a silent mental chant over and over. "It's just sound. It's just sound. Don't look at the wood. Don't open the door." Around 5 in the morning, the light began to return. It didn't come with a bright sunrise. It was just a slow graying of the cracks between the iron sheets, a faint pale light that revealed the dust motes suspended in the freezing air of the shed. With the return of the light, the air pressure inside the shed suddenly equalized with a soft, audible pop in my ears. Instantly, the sound of the world flooded back through the metal walls. I heard the high, thin whistle of the wind coming off the high glaciers of Mount Sanford. I heard the dry rattle of birch leaves blowing across the rusted machinery outside. I heard the distant, beautiful croak of a raven flying somewhere over the lower timberline. The bubble had broken. I didn't move for another hour. I sat with my back against the machine, waiting until the gray light through the cracks turned into bright, sharp morning sunshine. When I finally stood up, my knees buckled under me, stiff from 6 hours of crouching in sub-zero cold. I dragged the oar wheel away from the wooden door, raised the shotgun to my hip, and pushed the door open. The morning air was brilliant, sharp, and freezing cold. The sun was rising over the peaks of the Wrangell Range, painting the snowfields a blinding crystalline pink. The clearing was empty. I looked down at the ground outside the door. There were no boot prints, no animal tracks, and no dragging marks in the soft, fresh powder snow that had fallen during the early morning hours. Except for one thing. In the snow directly in front of the door, precisely 2 feet from where I had been sitting, sat 3 small white spruce needles arranged in a tiny, perfect triangle, pointing back toward the interior of the shed. I didn't investigate the rest of the Bonanza claim. I didn't check the other buildings. I dropped my frame pack right there in the snow, keeping only my shotgun, my shell belt, and my water bottle, and I started walking down the mountain. I didn't follow the creek. I stayed high on the exposed shale ridges where the wind was blowing hard and the trees couldn't grow. I walked for 5 straight hours, my eyes fixed on the horizon, moving toward the north where I knew the Nebezna Road lay. At 12:30 that afternoon, I stumbled down the final gravel embankment onto the empty lane of the Nebezna Road at mile 56. I didn't have to wait for Dan. He was already driving down the road in the green NPS pickup, searching for me after I failed to report during the 8 o'clock morning check-in window. He saw me walking down the middle of the gravel lane, pulled the truck over and hit the brakes, throwing up a cloud of dust and gray shale. He got out of the cab, looking at me with a mixture of anger and deep concern. "Vance," he shouted, stepping toward me. "Where the hell have you been? Your radio has been dead since last night, and Eli said he couldn't get a visual on your camp from the air." I stood there in the middle of the gravel road, holding my shotgun by the barrel, my face raw from the cold, my clothes covered in dry mud and pine sap. I looked at Dan. I opened my mouth to speak, to tell him about the camp, about the acoustic vacuum, about the shape behind the spruce trees, about the voices outside the compressor shed. But when I tried to speak, my voice wouldn't come out right. My throat was dry, and the sound that came out of my mouth was flat, dry and metallic, like a poor recording played back through a worn speaker. Dan stopped dead in his tracks. He looked at my eyes, then looked down at the empty shell belt on my chest, then looked back up at my face. He didn't ask another question. He didn't ask where my pack was. He didn't ask why I was holding a shotgun on an open road 5 miles from my assigned post. He had been in the Alaskan interior for 30 years, and whatever he saw in my face was something he had seen before, or at least something he knew enough not to dig into. He walked around to the passenger side, opened the door and said quietly, "Get in the truck, Michal. Let's go back to Slana." I resigned from the National Park Service 3 months later, in December of 2018. I packed my belongings into the back of my pickup truck, turned in my badge and my uniform coats at the district office in Copper Center, and drove south out of Alaska down the Alcan Highway, back to the lower 48. The official report on the McTavish claim and the Jack Creek survey was filed under Standard Administrative Code. Inconclusive ground survey due to extreme early season weather events and spatial disorientation caused by severe localized atmospheric inversion. Dan signed it. I signed it. The state troopers closed the file. I live in Montana now, working in a lumber mill outside of Kalispell. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't go hunting. I don't go camping. I don't even like to drive down country roads where the trees grow too close to the asphalt. Physically, I survived that night on Jack Creek without a single scratch or a single toe lost to frostbite. But something was done to my ears that night, something the doctors in Anchorage couldn't explain and couldn't fix. I have a permanent condition in my left ear. It isn't normal tinnitus. It isn't a high-pitched ring or a steady hum. Whenever I am in a completely quiet room, when the house goes still at 3 in the morning and the wind dies down outside, the silence in my head turns heavy and dense. My eardrums pop softly, as if the air pressure in the room has dropped 3 inches of mercury in a second. And then, if I listen closely enough, deep down in the static at the very bottom of the quiet, I can hear a voice. It isn't a monster. It isn't my mother. It's my own voice, clear and precise, coming from a place miles away in the dark, calling out coordinates that don't exist on any map. "Slana, this is Ranger Vance. I'm clear of the trees now. Slana, do you copy?" If you've ever paddled through the quiet water channels of northern Minnesota around mid-October, when the birch leaves turn to liquid bronze and the black spruce stands motionless against an ice-tinted sky, you know the kind of stillness I'm talking about. It's a quiet that feels clean, almost heavy, like the woods are holding their breath until the snow arrives. Back in 2014, when I was 38 years old and serving my 6th season as a backcountry park ranger for the United States Forest Service up in the Gunflint district of the Superior National Forest, I used to think that silence was the reason I took the job. People ask why anyone would spend weeks at a time alone in a patrol cabin, accessible only by float plane or canoe portage, miles past where the cell towers die, but for years, it was the only place I felt entirely awake. My full name, for the record of whatever official statement this ends up attached to, is Michael Arthur Bennett, though everyone out on the border lakes just called me Ranger Mike. That autumn had come on hard and fast. By the second week of October, the night temperatures were dropping into the low 20s, skimming the edges of the smaller interior lakes with thin, brittle coats of shelf ice that would shatter like glass against the hull of my Kevlar canoe whenever I pushed out at sunrise. The summer crowds of canoeists and anglers had long since packed up and headed down Highway 61 toward Duluth, leaving only a few die-hard archery hunters and seasonal timber crews scattered across the county. My mandate for the final 3 weeks before winter shutdown was simple: patrol the interior lakes around the Frost Lake and Little Saginaga sector, inspect the primitive campsites, clean out the pit latrines, ensure no abandoned campfires were smoldering in the duff, and log the water levels for the hydrology team in Grand Marais. The patrol cabin at Frost Lake was a sturdy, one-room structure built out of squared white pine logs by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in 1937. It sat on a low granite ridge overlooking a narrow bay, shaded by towering red pines that groaned whenever the north wind came down from Canada. Inside, it smelled of dry balsam, wood smoke, and the copper tang of old kerosene lanterns. I had a cast-iron stove, a narrow spring cot, a oak desk with a heavy brass compass pinned to the corner, and a high-frequency VHF radio connected to a long wire antenna, stretched between 2 spruce trees outside. It was a Tuesday afternoon when the first anomaly occurred. I had spent the morning paddling the loop through Gordon Lake and down into Unami Lake, clearing fallen poplars off the portage trails with a hand-drawn crosscut saw. The air was crisp and clear, the sky a flat polished blue that offered no warmth. I pulled my canoe up onto the narrow gravel spit that marks the eastern terminus of the Frost Loon portage around 2 in the afternoon. As soon as the keel scraped the gravel, I noticed something wrong. Tucked into the alders about 20 yards down the bank was a classic 16-foot wooden canoe, handcrafted with cedar ribs and canvas skin, painted a dark hunter green. It wasn't moored or tied off to a birch trunk. It had simply been shoved bow first into the muddy bank and left there. I stepped out of my boat, grounding it securely, and walked over to inspect it. The canvas was dry, though coated in a light dusting of frost in the shaded spots. Packed neatly inside the hull was a full set of vintage gear: a canvas Duluth pack lashed with leather straps, an oilskin tarp, a folded wool blanket, a cast-iron skillet, and a wooden box containing dry rations, matches, and a small brass lantern. Everything was packed as though the owner had just landed. Yet the layer of pine needles accumulated inside the ribs suggested the boat had been sitting there undisturbed for at least 4 or 5 days. I stood there on the shore, the silence of the forest settling back around me after the crunch of my boots stopped. "Hello?" I called out, turning toward the thick understory of cedar and spruce. "Forest Service Patrol. Anyone out here?" My voice traveled across the black water of the bay, bouncing off the far granite cliffs with a flat, hollow echo before fading into nothing. There was no answer. The only sound was the faint, dry rustle of dead tamarack needles filtering down through the canopy. I pulled out my waterproof field notebook and recorded the canoe's location. The registration tag, which was an old faded brass plate from 1982, and the condition of the gear. It wasn't entirely uncommon for inexperienced wilderness travelers to panic during an early cold snap and abandon their craft to trek out on foot along an old logging road. But there were no logging roads within 12 miles of this point. To walk out from here meant navigating miles of waist-deep tamarack muskeg, razor-sharp alderbrush, and boulder-strewn ridges. I spent 40 minutes searching the perimeter of the portage landing. The ground was hard, frozen dirt covered in pine needles and thick green moss, which made tracking difficult. But about 15 yards into the woods, following no established trail, I found something strange. A series of heavy, deep depressions was stamped into the thick moss. They were spaced almost 5 feet apart, far too wide for a normal human stride. Yet they bore the rough shape of heavy boot heels. Strange, however, was the fact that between each depression, the surrounding moss wasn't disturbed at all. It was as if whatever made those marks had taken 5-foot leaps, landing with immense weight before stepping off again. Near the third footprint lay a wooden-handled hunting knife in a leather sheath. I picked it up. The steel blade was completely rusted, coated in a thick, velvety layer of red oxide that looked decades old, yet the leather sheath was fresh, clean, and soft, smelling faintly of mink oil. I unclipped my radio from my shoulder strap, keying the mic. Grand Marais Dispatch, this is Unit 49, over. Static crackled through the small speaker, sharp and harsh in the quiet woods. A few moments passed before the calm, tinny voice of Brenda, the afternoon dispatcher back at headquarters, broke through. Unit 49, go ahead, Michael. Brenda, I've located an abandoned vessel at the Frost Loon Portage. Hunter green canvas canoe, vintage build. Gear intact inside, but no owner present. Looks like it's been here several days. I'm going to tag it and check the surrounding campsites. Can you run a check on an old Minnesota registration tag? Plate number is MN4412BX. There was a pause, the faint background hum of the main office in Grand Marais clicking through the signal. Copy that, 49. Hold one. I waited on the shoreline, watching the shadow of the western ridge stretch across the lake. The water was smooth as crude oil, reflecting the dark wall of pines on the far shore with perfect mirror-like clarity. Brenda came back on the line, her tone slightly puzzled. 49, that registration number comes back to a registry entry from autumn of 1984. Registered to a Thomas Miller out of Ely. But Michael, that file has a note attached. Thomas Miller was reported missing in the Frost Lake area in October of '84. Search and rescue recovered his vehicle at the entry point, but the canoe and body were never found. Case was closed 3 decades ago. A cold sensation, sharper than the autumn air, trickled down the back of my neck. I looked down at the dark green canoe resting in the alders. The wooden thwarts were clean. The canvas wasn't rotted. It looked as fresh as if it had been sealed with marine varnish the week before. Brenda, copy that, I said slowly, choosing my words with care. I'm looking right at the canoe. It's in usable condition. Gear looks dry. I'll secure the site, finish my perimeter search, and report back when I reach the cabin tonight. Acknowledged, 49. Use caution. Temperatures are expected to hit 19 degrees tonight with a cold front coming down from Manitoba. Out. I stored the rusted knife in my pack, marked the canoe with bright orange survey tape, and spent another hour searching the woods around the bay. I found no campfire ring, no tent site, no discarded food containers. Nothing except those strange, widely spaced indentations in the moss, which seemed to lead directly into an impenetrable thicket of black spruce, and then simply vanish where the ground turned to exposed granite bedrock. By 5 o'clock, the sun was dipping below the tree line, splashing the sky in bruised shades of violet and pale gold. The temperature was plummeting fast. My breath came out in dense white plumes, and the water lapping against the hull of my canoe sounded thick, almost sluggish, as the surface ice began to reform. I paddled back to the patrol cabin, locked my gear in the shed, and kindled a fire in the cast iron wood stove. As the cabin warmed up, filled with the crackle of dry birch logs and the ambient glow of the stove grate, the disquieting nature of what I'd found stayed with me. I pulled down the old logbooks from the shelf above the desk, dusty, leather-bound ledgers dating back to the mid-20th century. I flipped through the handwritten entries for October 1984, penned by a ranger named Arthur Vance. Vance's entries for that month were brief, written in a tight, precise cursive Oct 12, 1984, Temp 28F, clear. Checked campsites on Frost Lake, all clear. Oct 14, 1984. Search and rescue team arrived, Re. T. Miller, missing paddler. Searched south shoreline, no sign. TAC 17, 1984. Heavy wind from north. SAR suspended. Noted unusual sound from swamp south of lake. Sounds like heavy timber chopping at night. Check timber crews. Non-active in District Okit 19, 1984, season ended. Cabin winterized. I stared at the entry for October 17th. Heavy timber chopping. In the Great Lakes timberland, particularly among the old logging crews who worked the Northwoods before the area was designated a wilderness, there were dozens of odd stories floating around campfire logs. Old-timers talked about phantom axe strikes echoing through the swamp timber late at night, a sound they attributed to early timber cruisers who had gotten lost in the bogs and froze to death while trying to build shelter. The lumberjacks called it the iron bell phenomenon, because in the freezing air, the sound of an axe striking hard pine carries for miles, ringing out like an iron hammer against an anvil. Most rangers dismissed it as frost cracking, the natural sound of tree trunks snapping under sudden, extreme temperature drops. I closed the ledger, ate a simple meal of canned beans and dried beef, and sat by the window with a cup of black coffee. Outside, total darkness had swallowed the lake. The sky was clear, crammed with sharp, unblinking stars, and the northern lights were beginning to cast a faint, ghost green curtain along the northern horizon. At 9:15 p.m., I turned off the kerosene lamp to conserve oil. The cabin was warm, illuminated only by the faint red heart of the wood stove glowing through the air vents. Then I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, carrying across the frozen water with startling clarity. Clang. It was the sound of metal striking solid wood, a heavy rhythmic impact. I sat up straight on the edge of my cot, my muscles instantly tightening. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. Exactly 47 seconds later, clang. It came from the south shore, deep in the timbered swamp behind the granite cliffs, the very area where the strange footprints had vanished into the rock. Clang. I pulled on my heavy wool coat and stepped out onto the porch of the cabin. The night air hit my face like a cold, wet towel. The lake was a sheet of black glass mirroring the cold green ribbons of the aurora overhead. The woods were entirely silent. No wind, no owl calls, no rustle of small animals in the brush. Just a suffocating, dense quiet. I stood on the timber steps holding my breath, watching the far tree line. Clang. The sound was impossible. It wasn't the irregular, sharp crack of a trunk splitting under frost pressure. It was deliberate. It had weight and cadence behind it. And every time the strike echoed across the water, it was followed by a low, lingering vibration, a dull metallic hum that didn't just travel through the air, but seemed to reverberate down into the bedrock beneath my boots, rattling faintly in the back of my teeth. I reached for the VHF radio handset mounted just inside the cabin door. "Kelso, lookout, this is Frost Lake Patrol." "David, are you copy?" David Callan was the seasonal fire lookout stationed on Kelso Mountain, about 12 miles west of my position. His tower was the only other occupied post in the district that late in the season, high enough to catch radio signals over the ridges. Static hissed from the speaker, followed by David's voice sounding small and distorted by the cold atmosphere. "Go ahead, Mike, read you loud and clear. You okay out there?" "David, are you hearing anything on your side?" "Out toward the Frost Lake drainage." There was a long pause. On the other end, I could hear the faint, hollow whistle of the wind whipping through the structural legs of his steel tower. "I was just about to call you, Mike," David said, his voice dropping an octave. "I've been watching your sector through the glass for the last 20 minutes. I thought I saw a light down near your south shoreline, but it's not a flashlight or a campfire. It's too pale. And Mike, every time that sound hits, the light flickers." "What kind of light?" I asked, keeping my eyes fixed on the black wall of timber across the bay. Like the reflection of moonlight off wet iron," David replied quietly. "Only there's no moon tonight. And it's moving, Mike. It's not staying on the trail. It's moving through the dense pine thickets at a steady pace. It just passed the ridgeline toward the old burn area." I gripped the wooden railing of the porch. "Is it a person with a lantern?" "No," David said instantly. "No, it's too high up. That light is sitting 10, maybe 12 feet off the ground, and whatever it isn't carrying a light source. It is the light." "Hold on. Mike, did your radio just drop voltage?" Down on my belt, the small red battery indicator on my handheld radio flickered, dimmed, and then the unit went completely dead. At the exact same moment, the long wire antenna mounted outside the cabin began to hum, a high-pitched, resonant whining tone, like a wet finger being rubbed along the rim of a crystal glass. Across the lake, the sound struck again. Clang. This time it was closer, much closer. It wasn't at the south ridge anymore. It was down at the water's edge near the western entry channel, barely a mile from the cabin. I backed into the cabin, pulled the door shut, and dropped the heavy oak bar into the iron brackets. I didn't turn on the lamp. I grabbed my service-issued 12-gauge shotgun from the rack beside the door, racked a shell of heavy buckshot into the chamber, and sat on the floor with my back against the pine log wall, facing the small glass pane of the front window. For 3 hours I sat in the dark. Every 47 seconds the strike repeated. Each time it drew nearer, circling the perimeter of the bay with agonizing slowness. I watched the window frame. Outside, the green light of the aurora grew unnaturally vivid, casting long, writhing shadows of the spruce trees across the floorboards of the cabin. Around 2:30 a.m., the striking stopped. The silence that replaced it was far worse. It was a silence so absolute that I could hear the rhythmic thump-thump of the blood pulsing behind my ears and the faint, dry rustle of my wool sweater against my vest whenever I breathed. Then came a sound right outside the cabin. It wasn't a footstep. It was a drag, a slow, heavy scraping sound like a piece of iron being pulled across the frozen granite ledger stones of the porch. Screech, screech. The sound moved along the length of the outer wall. It reached the front window. I held my breath, my finger resting lightly against the trigger of the shotgun. The wood of the cabin was 4 inches of solid pine, but in that moment, it felt like tissue paper. Through the low pane of glass, something passed. It didn't look like a bear nor a man, nor any animal I had ever cataloged in my years with the Forest Service. What passed the window was a dark, slender shape, so dense and black that it cut out the green glow of the northern lights behind it. But it wasn't solid in a normal way. Its edges seemed to bleed into the surrounding cold air, blurring and shifting like thick ink dropped into clear water, and near the top of the shape, roughly 10 feet off the ground, were 2 pale, flat, disc-like spots that caught the dim red glow of my wood stove from inside. They weren't eyes. They had no pupils, no movement, no moisture. They looked like 2 old polished iron washers reflecting the faint embers of the stove. The shape paused outside the glass. The air inside the cabin instantly plummeted. My breath froze into a cloud of ice crystals in front of my lips, and the water in the tin kettle sitting on the wood stove began to snap and crackle as thin ice formed across its surface despite the fire burning below. The iron discs stared into the dark room. They didn't sweep across the interior. They locked directly onto me, sitting in the corner with the shotgun across my knees. Then, inside my head, not through my ears but directly behind my forehead, I felt a violent, rhythmic pressure. Clang, it wasn't a sound. It was an impact of pure cold force that made my vision black out for a fraction of a second. My nose began to bleed instantly, a warm trickle running down over my lip and dripping onto my collar. Clang. Another pulse. My hands began to shake violently, the shotgun rattling against my knee. I closed my eyes, gritting my teeth so hard I felt a molar crack and pulled the trigger. The blast of the 12 gauge inside the small log cabin was deafening. The shot shattered the lower pane of the window, blowing wooden splinters and glass fragments outward into the dark. The flash illuminated the porch for a millisecond. There was nothing there. The shell casing bounced off the floorboards with a tiny clink. Outside, the air was empty. No sound of footsteps running away. No snapping of branches. No rustle of dried leaves. I sat there in the smoke-filled cabin, shivering uncontrollably, blood dripping from my nose onto my canvas coat, holding the shotgun pointed at the broken window until the gray light of dawn began to bleed through the spruce trees. When sunrise finally came, it brought no warmth. The sky was covered in a heavy slate-gray blanket of low clouds that promised snow. I stepped out onto the porch, carrying my gun and a flashlight. The ground outside was covered in a thick layer of white frost. Beneath the broken window, where the shape had stood, the frost had been entirely scorched off the granite rock. In its place was a black, greasy residue that smelled intensely of old iron and swamp gas. I didn't wait to clean up the cabin. I packed my emergency radio, my logbook, and my survival kit into my pack, shoved my canoe into the freezing water, and began paddling west toward Kelso Mountain. I needed to reach David's tower, check on his condition, and use his high-power base station radio to call for an emergency evacuation. The lake was quiet as I paddled, but it was a dead quiet. No birds were calling. No red squirrels were chattering in the pines. The only sound was the steady, rhythmic splash of my paddle entering the dark water. As I reached the western end of Frost Lake and entered the narrow, marshy creek that leads toward Kelso, I noticed that the vegetation along the banks had changed. The cedar and alder bushes were bowed down, their branches bent at sharp, impossible angles, as if a tremendous weight had pushed them down toward the mud. Every few hundred yards, I found large white pine trees that had been snapped off clean at a height of precisely 12 feet. The wood wasn't splintered or torn like a storm break. The trunks were sheared off completely flat, as smooth as if they had been cut by a massive bandsaw. By noon, I reached the base of Kelso Mountain. The fire lookout tower stood on a high granite knob, its steel frame rising 80 feet above the tree line. "David," I called out as I scrambled up the steep, rocky trail toward the base of the structure. "David, it's Mike!" There was no answer. The trapdoor at the top of the tower frame, leading into the glass observation cab, was hanging wide open, swinging slowly back and forth in the icy wind with a dull, rhythmic squeak, squeak, creak, squeak, creak. I climbed the open steel stairs, my frozen boots slipping slightly on the metal treads. My hand gripped the cold steel railing so tightly my fingers went numb. When I reached the top and pulled myself through the trapdoor into the cab, the wind was howling through two broken glass panels on the eastern side of the room. The cab was in a state of quiet ruin. The brass alidade, the sighting device used to locate smoke, had been sheared off its central iron pedestal and lay bent on the floor. The heavy battery array for the radio station was split open, its acid leaking out across the linoleum tiles and bubbling faintly in the cold. David wasn't there. Sitting on the desk, held down by a small piece of granite, was David's logbook. I stepped forward, my heavy breath misting in the freezing air, and turned to the final page. The entry was dated October 18th, 2014. 3:15 a.m. David's handwriting, usually neat and precise, had devolved into a jagged, frantic scrawl that dug deep into the paper. It doesn't use the doors. It doesn't walk on the ground. It's measuring the trees. Mike's cabin went dark. I saw it standing in the water near his landing. It was 6 feet deep in the lake, but its head was 5 feet above the surface. It doesn't have a face. It's holding something made of heavy iron. It's ringing it. I can hear it in my teeth. It's calling the old ones back out of the timber. I'm going down to the swamp to show him where the survey lines are. Below that, written over and over until the pencil lead had snapped off and torn through the sheet, "The line is straight. The line is straight. The line is straight." I backed out of the cab, descended the steel ladder as fast as my stiff limbs could take me, and began searching the ground around the base of the tower. I found David's tracks about 50 yards down the western slope, heading straight off the trail into the thickest, most treacherous section of the Kelso-Muskeg Swamp. He had walked out into the sub-freezing weather wearing only his leather work boots and his light cotton uniform shirt. His heavy parka, his hat, and his gloves were neatly folded and stacked on a boulder at the edge of the tree line. I followed his footmarks into the marsh. The mud was partially frozen, forming a thin, treacherous crust over black, knee-deep mire. "David!" I screamed until my throat felt raw and burned from the cold air. "David!" The swamp was vast and desolate, an endless sea of stunted black spruce and yellowed tamarack stretching toward the Canadian border. About half a mile into the bog, I found him. David was sitting upright on a fallen log in the middle of a waist-deep pool of black water. His skin was pale, marbled with the blue and purple veins of late-stage hypothermia. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly up at the top of a dead spruce tree. He was still alive, his chest moving in slow, shallow gasps, but he was completely catatonic. His hands were blue and swollen. In his right hand, he was clutching a sharp piece of iron slag, an old rusted railroad spike from the 1900s logging era, and he was using it to carve long, straight parallel lines into the flesh of his own left forearm. He didn't seem to feel the pain. He was humming a low single-note tone that matched the exact frequency of the sound I had heard echoing across the lake the night before. "David." "My God, David!" I leapt into the freezing mud, pulled the iron spike from his fingers, and dragged him up onto the dry moss of the hummock. He didn't fight me, but he didn't look at me either. His eyes remained locked on the sky, his lips moving soundlessly now, forming the same phrase over and over. "The line is straight. The line is straight." I stripped off my wool coat, wrapped it around his torso, and hoisted him onto my shoulders. Carrying a full-grown man through a northern Minnesota muskeg swamp in mid-October is something I shouldn't have been physically capable of doing. But adrenaline and pure terror gave me a strength I haven't possessed before or since. I dragged him back to the landing, loaded his trembling body into the bottom of my Kevlar canoe, wrapped him in my emergency thermal blankets, and began the brutal, 6-hour paddle back toward the main entry point at Saganaga Lake where the float planes were stationed. I didn't stop to rest. I paddled until my shoulders burned like fire, until the skin on my knuckles cracked and bled against the wooden shaft of the paddle, until the first heavy flakes of the Arctic snowstorm began to fall, turning the world into a blinding wall of white. Behind me, Far back in the interior near the Frost Lake drainage, above the sound of the wind whipping through the pines and the steady splash of my blade in the freezing water, I heard it one last time. Clang. A single clear stroke of metal against wood, ringing out like an iron bell across the empty wilderness. We made it out. A Forest Service float plane caught us at the southern edge of Saganaga, just as the snow began to shut down all flying conditions. David was airlifted to the hospital in Duluth with extreme hypothermia and severe frostbite. He survived, but he was never the same. He never spoke another intelligible word to his family or to the doctors. 3 weeks after he was discharged, he resigned from the service, moved out of the state, and as far as I know, lives today in an assisted care facility in southern Indiana, staring out the window, occasionally drawing straight, parallel lines on whatever paper he can find. I resigned from the United States Forest Service 2 months later, in December 2014. The official incident report filed by the regional office listed David's condition as severe environmental exposure and psychological break, brought on by sudden onset hypothermia. The abandoned canoe was listed as historical timber debris, washed out by high water levels. My account of the phantom sounds, the atmospheric pressure changes, the scorched granite, and the entity outside the cabin window was quietly excised from the final document, replaced with a brief note stating that I had suffered from exhaustion and cold-induced hallucinations during the emergency evacuation effort. I moved down to the southern part of Minnesota, took a job as an inspector for a commercial lumber yard in the Twin Cities, and haven't set foot in the Northwoods since. People ask me sometimes why I don't go back. Why a guy who spent his whole life in the woods suddenly stopped camping, stopped fishing, stopped paddling. I don't give them the long answer. I just tell them I got tired of the cold. But the truth is, I know what's sitting up there in the Superior National Forest. It isn't a ghost, and it isn't some animal waiting to be categorized by science. It's something older than the logging camps, older than the wilderness designations, older than the maps we draw to make ourselves feel safe in the dark. It's something that lives in the places where the timber grows too thick for light to hit the ground, measuring the forest straight line by straight line, waiting for the silence to return so it can ring its iron bell again. And every time October comes around and the air turns crisp and thin, I sit in my warm house, lock the doors, turn on every light, and pray that I never hear that sound again. My name is Aaron Cole. For 16 years, I worked as a supervisory backcountry park ranger for the National Park Service in Washington State. The events I am about to record took place between late September and early October of 2016 in the remote interior of Olympic National Park. I have kept quiet about what happened out there for nearly a decade, partly out of fear of being labeled unfit for service, and partly because putting these memories into clear words forces me to accept that the world is far older, stranger, and more indifferent to human life than any of us like to admit. I am writing this down now because my health is failing, and I believe the record ought to exist somewhere, unedited and truthful, before I am gone. To understand what happened, you have to understand the land itself. Olympic National Park covers nearly 1 million acres of wilderness on the Olympic Peninsula. It is a place of unbelievable extremes: glacier-capped mountains, steep alpine ridges, and dense coastal rainforests dominated by massive Sitka spruce, western red cedar, and Douglas firs. Some of those trees have been standing for 800 years. They grow so tall and so thick that their canopy creates an endless twilight ceiling overhead, blocking out the sun even on a clear day. Down on the forest floor, under thick carpets of club moss and sword fern, it is damp, cold, and quiet in a way that people from civilized places rarely experience. When you spend weeks at a time alone in that kind of backcountry, your senses adapt. You learn the specific pitch of the wind moving through hemlock branches versus cedar needles. You learn the smell of fresh elk dung, the sharp tang of bruised cedar, the wet iron smell of swollen creeks after a downpour, and the dry, musky scent of a black bear moving through a berry patch a half-mile off trail. You get used to the solitude. Most rangers I worked with were men and women who preferred the company of trees to people. We were comfortable with silence. But the silence in the deep interior, particularly in the unmaintained drainages along the upper stretches of the Bogachil River, was different. It wasn't just quiet. It was heavy, like water pressure building up in your ears before a storm. My job as a supervisory ranger was broad. I handled trail maintenance assessments, backcountry permit compliance, ecological monitoring, and, when necessary, search and rescue operations. By September of 2016, the autumn rains had begun to set in. The summer tourists had mostly packed up and gone home, leaving only hardcore backpackers, local hunters along the park boundaries, and visiting scientists. On the morning of September 24th, I was sitting in the regional district station just outside Port Angeles, drinking lukewarm coffee and going over equipment manifests, when my supervisor, District Ranger Dave Kowalski, came into my office. Dave was a pragmatic, weathered man in his late 50s who had spent his entire career in the Pacific Northwest. He tossed a blue plastic folder onto my desk. Inside was a missing person report and a backcountry permit application. The permit belonged to a man named Marcus Lindqvist, a 31-year-old Swedish national and postdoctoral researcher in dendrology, the study of wooded plants, from Uppsala University. Lindqvist had been granted a specialized research permit to collect bark and lichen, samples from old-growth Douglas firs in the high-elevation basins near the headwaters of the Bogacil River. He had checked into the park on September 14th with an 8-day solo itinerary. He was supposed to have checked out at the trailhead register near the Sol Duke Hot Springs on September 22nd. It was now 2 days past his hard deadline, and his rental vehicle, a silver Ford Explorer, was still sitting parked at the trailhead, covered in wet evergreen needles. Dave told me that initial radio calls to the backcountry shelters along his planned route had yielded nothing. None of the volunteer shelter hosts or trail crews had seen him since the 16th, when a trail maintenance worker briefly spoke to him near Mink Lake. Lindqvist had been carrying a solo tent, a GPS unit, a satellite messenger beacon, a lightweight field stove, and enough provisions for 10 days. However, no distress signal had been triggered from his satellite beacon. Dave assigned me to lead a 2-man initial search team to trace Lindqvist's intended path up into the Bogacil wilderness. My partner for the detail was Mark Olson, a 28-year-old seasonal ranger who had spent 3 seasons with us. Mark was sharp, physically tough, a former college cross-country runner, and immensely practical. He wasn't the type to overthink things or get jumpy in the woods. We packed our green and gray NPS gear loads into 45-pound packs. Extra rations, foul weather gear, heavy-duty first aid kits, high-frequency Motorola field radios, topographic maps, climbing rope, and satellite phones. We left the ranger station by 11 a.m., driving the gravel service roads through the thick fog down toward the trailheads along the river drainage. The weather was typical for late September on the peninsula. A low-pressure system had rolled in off the Pacific Ocean, dragging a thick blanket of wet cloud cover across the mountains. A steady freezing drizzle rained down continuously, soaking into the canopy and dripping down through the moss in heavy, heavy drops. The temperature hovered right around 42 degrees Fahrenheit. By mid-afternoon, Mark and I had hiked nearly 9 miles past the main maintained trail, leaving the wide, gravel-packed path behind and following the narrow, muddy spur that tracked the north fork of the Bogacil River. The terrain there rises sharply into steep-sided, V-shaped valleys choked with ancient timber. The trees out there are monstrous. Some of the red cedars measure 12 feet in diameter at the base, their trunks flared out like massive wooden buttresses, covered in thick moss that hangs down in green ribbons 6 feet long. As we pushed deeper into the valley, the sound of civilization faded completely. The only noise was the steady, rhythmic squelch of our boots in the black mud, the heavy patter of rain falling on our Gore-Tex jackets, and the deep, distant roar of the river churning through the gravel bars below us. "You think he just twisted an ankle and sat tight in a shelter?" Mark asked me, wiping water from his brow as we paused to check our location on a plastic laminated USGS quadrangle map. "Could be," I said, leaning against the damp bark of a fallen hemlock to take the weight off my shoulders. Or he got ambitious, went off trail to hit a specific timber stand and took a slide down one of these ravines. The ground up on the upper ridges is slick as grease this time of year. He carried a spot beacon, Mark noted, tapping his own harness. If he broke a leg, why not hit the button? "People panic," I replied. "Or they drop the unit in a creek. Or they think they can crawl out on their own until hypothermia sets in and their hands stop working. Let's make the North Fork patrol cabin by dusk, drop our heavy kit, and sweep the upper ridge line tomorrow morning." The North Fork cabin was a small, two-room log shelter built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the late 1930s. It sat on a raised cedar plank platform in a small clearing near the confluence of two unnamed creeks, surrounded on all sides by towering old-growth timber. It was primitive. No electricity, no plumbing, just a wood-burning stove, a pair of wooden bunk beds with thin vinyl mattresses, and a metal box packed with non-perishable rations and emergency radio equipment. We reached the cabin just as the dim, gray daylight began to bleed out of the sky. The forest at dusk in the Pacific Northwest doesn't turn black right away. It turns a deep, bruise-like purple, the shadows stretching out beneath the canopy until the spaces between the giant trunks seem to swallow all light. Mark unbolted the wooden door latch and pushed it open. The cabin smelled of old pine resin, dry dust, and the faint, sweet trace of wood smoke from whoever had used it last. We tossed our packs onto the floorboards, wiped down our damp gear, and lit a pair of battery-powered LED lanterns. While Mark worked on lighting a fire in the small cast-iron stove using dry cedar shavings from the wood box, I pulled the logbook off the rough-hewn table. The cabin logbook is a standard rite of passage for backcountry travelers. Rangers, researchers, and trail crews sign their names, dates, weather conditions, and brief notes about trail hazards or wildlife sightings. I flipped back to the mid-September entries. On September 16th, there was an entry written in clear, precise slant handwriting. Sep 2016, Monsieur Lindqvist, Uppsala and Univ. Set base camp at North Fork Cabin. Proceeding solo into Upper Bogachil Basin, Section 14, to conduct core sampling of Picea sichensis and Pseudotsuga menziesi canopy structures. Exceptional specimen density in upper ravines. Weather: light rain, 48F. Note: anomalous physical damage observed on high cedar barks in upper ravine. Stripped patterns not consistent with Ursus americanus or Cervus canadensis. I pointed the entry out to Mark. He leaned over the wood stove, the match flame casting yellow light across his face, and looked at the handwriting. Stripped bark? Mark asked. Bears strip cedar to get at the sweet cambium layer in early spring, not late September. And elk rub their antlers, but they don't rip it off high up. He was a tree scientist, I said. He knew what a bear rub looked like. Whatever he saw up in Section 14 caught his attention. Section 14 was an unmaintained off-trail drainage roughly 2 miles northeast of the cabin. It was an extremely rugged piece of terrain, a box canyon surrounded by steep, rock-strewn ridges that rose nearly 2,000 feet toward the spine of the mountains. It wasn't mapped for foot traffic, and the forest canopy there was so dense that satellite coverage was notoriously spotty. We ate a quiet meal of rehydrated rations, drank hot tea, and went over our plan for the next morning. Outside, the rain picked up, hammering against the cedar shingle roof with a steady, deafening roar. The wind began to blow down off the ridges, making the massive Douglas firs around the clearing groan and creak as their heavy branches rubbed against one another in the dark. Around 10 p.m., Mark turned off his lantern and climbed into the upper bunk. I stayed up for a while longer, sitting by the small glass window of the wood stove, watching the red embers pulse behind the iron door. That was when I heard the first sound that felt out of place. It wasn't a loud noise. It was a rhythmic, dull thumping sound, buried underneath the noise of the falling rain and the wind in the trees. It sounded like something heavy dropping onto the soft, wet earth of the forest floor. A slow, deliberate thud, 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 spaced several seconds apart. It wasn't the erratic thumping of a falling limb or the sharp crashing sound of a dead snag coming down. It had a deliberate, heavy cadence to it, coming from somewhere in the timber south of the cabin. I stood up, walked over to the cabin window, and wiped the moisture off the glass. Outside there was total darkness. The rain was coming down in sheeted lines, caught for a split second in the faint red glow of the wood stove embers reflecting through the glass. I couldn't see past the edge of the porch deck. "Mark," I said softly. "Yeah?" His voice came from the darkness of the top bunk, alert. He hadn't been sleeping either. "Listen." We both sat motionless in the dark room. For nearly 2 minutes there was only the sound of the rain on the roof and the wind roaring through the upper canopy. Then the thumping started again, closer this time. But it wasn't on the ground anymore. The sound was coming from high up, 30 or 40 feet in the air. It sounded like a massive weight shifting from branch to branch among the big red teeters at the edge of the clearing. You could hear the sudden, heavy groan of a 3-foot-wide branch bending under immense strain, followed by a wet, sliding sound like heavy canvas or thick leather dragging across rain-soaked moss, and then a soft, deep impact as whatever it was settled its weight onto the next limb. "Is that an elk?" Mark whispered, his voice hushed. "Elk don't climb 70 feet up in a cedar tree, Mark," I said. My hand had automatically moved down to the heavy flashlight attached to my belt. We listened as the sound moved in a wide, slow half-circle around the northern edge of the cabin clearing. It didn't move fast. It moved with a terrifying, deliberate patience. Every time a branch groaned, it was a branch large enough to hold a ton of timber. Yet there was no crashing, no snapping of dry pine twigs, no guttural growling, no breathing. Just that heavy, wet drag and settle sound, high above the ground, moving from trunk to trunk through the thick canopy. I unbolted the front door, picked up my high-lumen tactical flashlight, and stepped out onto the covered wooden porch. The air outside was freezing, wet, and smelled intensely of bruised moss and old, damp earth. I snapped the flashlight beam on, cutting a stark, bright cone of white light through the thick fog and rain. I swept the beam up into the lower branches of the massive red cedars bordering the yard. The light illuminated green curtains of hanging moss, swollen gray trunks, and sheets of falling water, but nothing else. "See anything?" Mark asked, stepping out behind me, his own flashlight beam weaving through the dark. "No," I said, tracking the light higher, up into the black void 60 feet above us where the limbs intertwined. Nothing. Just as I said the word, the thumping stopped completely. The forest became unnaturally quiet. Even the wind seemed to drop out for a brief 10-second window, leaving only the sound of water dripping off the edge of the tin porch roof into the mud. Then, high directly above the cabin roof, there was a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up straight. It was a sharp, high-pitched scraping sound, metal against stone, or bone against wet wood, followed by a low, rhythmic vibration that I felt in my teeth more than I heard in my ears. It wasn't a roar. It was a deep, resonant thrumming, like the sound a heavy bass string makes when plucked underwater. It vibrated through the air, shaking the tin roof panels faintly before dying away into the rain. We stood there on the porch for nearly 20 minutes, frozen, sweeping our light beams across every inch of the surrounding canopy. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded again. Eventually, the cold rain soaked through our clothes and we retreated inside, bolting the door behind us. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat on our bunks with our lights on, listening to the rain until the dark purple of the night slowly gave way to the pale, slate-gray light of dawn. By 7 a.m. on September 25th, the rain had backed off to a thick, clinging drizzle. The air was dead still, and a heavy wall of mountain fog had dropped down into the valley, limiting visibility to less than 50 feet. Mark and I cleared our gear, strapped on our day packs, and checked in with the Port Angeles dispatch office via our satellite phone. I reported our position at the North Fork cabin and informed them that we were entering Section 14 to search the high-elevation ravines where Marcus Lindqvist had intended to work. I did not mention the noises from the night before. In the National Park Service, if you report unidentified thumping sounds in the canopy without physical evidence, you don't get support, you get taken off field duty and scheduled for a psychological evaluation. We crossed the North Fork River, over a slippery log jam, and began pushing northeast into the unmaintained wilderness of Section 14. The terrain quickly became brutal. There were no trails out there. We had to fight our way through chest-high thickets of wet salmonberry, devil's club covered in sharp needles, and decaying windfalls, massive fallen trees 5 or 6 feet high that had to be climbed over or crawled under. The ground was steep, covered in slick moss over loose shale rock. As we climbed higher into the narrow box canyon, I began to notice something strange about the forest. In a healthy Pacific Northwest forest, even in bad weather, there is life everywhere. You hear Douglas squirrels chattering, winter wrens calling from the underbrush, gray jays watching you from the lower branches, and the occasional rustle of a black-tailed deer moving through the brush. Here there was nothing. No birds, no squirrels, no tracks in the black silt along the creek beds except for our own boot prints. The silence was absolute and smothering. After 3 hours of hard climbing, we reached a steep, narrow ravine choked with ancient western red cedars. The trees here were immense, their bases wide enough to park a truck inside, their trunks reaching up into the heavy fog bank overhead. Mark stopped suddenly, reaching out to grab my shoulder. He pointed up at the trunk of a massive cedar standing about 30 yards ahead of us. "Thomas," he said softly, "look at that trunk." We walked over to the tree. What we saw made no sense. Starting about 12 feet off the ground, well above the reach of any human or bear, the thick, fibrous red bark of the cedar had been stripped away in long, continuous sheets. But it hadn't been scratched off by claws or chewed off by teeth. The bark looked as though it had been crushed and twisted, peeled back from the pale white heartwood underneath in long, rope-like strands, as if a colossal hand had grabbed the trunk and squeezed it with immense pressure while sliding upward. Further up the trunk, at roughly 25 or 30 feet, the damage was even worse. Main branches 6 to 8 inches thick, had been snapped clean off. But they hadn't been broken downward by snow weight or lightning. They were twisted and sheared sideways, the wood fibers at the break shattered and crushed into pulp. I stepped closer and examined the exposed heartwood. There were no scratch marks, no tooth imprints, no tool marks, but embedded deep into the wet wood were fine, hair-like fibers of gray-green material that smelled odd. Not like sap, but like stagnant pond water and wet copper. What could do that? Mark asked, staring up into the fog where the damage continued higher up the trunk. An avalanche doesn't do that. A wind shear doesn't twist wood sideways like that. I don't know, I admitted. My chest felt tight. We moved further up the ravine, keeping our eyes glued to the ground and the canopy above. 50 yards past the damaged cedar, we found Marcus Lindqvist's camp. It was tucked into a small flat terrace beneath the shelter of a rock overhang. The site was neat and orderly. His high-end green mountain tent was pitched correctly, staked down firmly against the wind. His backpack was sitting inside the vestibule, covered by a waterproof rainfly. "Search team to base. We have located the subject's camp," I said into my radio handset, but the speaker only returned a harsh, roaring crackle of static. The high walls of the box canyon were completely blocking our signal. Mark stepped up to the tent, unzipped the rainfly, and peered inside. "Thomas," he called out, his voice unnaturally calm. "Come look at this." I knelt beside him and looked into the tent. Everything was in its place. Lindqvist's sleeping bag was neatly rolled out on top of a sleeping pad. His dry clothes were packed in yellow dry sacks. His camp stove, water filter, and cooking pot were stowed in an orderly row near the foot of the bed. His wallet, passport, and extra cash were tucked inside a clear plastic bag resting on top of his map. He hadn't been pulled out of the tent by a predator. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn fabric, no mud tracked inside. But 3 things were missing: his field notebook, his camera, and his heavy waterproof boots. His socks were still sitting inside the tent, completely dry. "He walked out of his tent barefoot?" Mark said, frowning. "In 40-degree weather. In this mud?" I stepped out of the tent and began sweeping the ground around the terrace with my eyes. The rain had washed away most subtle tracks, but in the soft black silt near the base of a large cedar near the edge of the terrace, I found an impression. It wasn't a footprint. It was a smooth, heavy depression in the earth, roughly 3 feet wide and nearly 4 feet long, deeply pressed into the soil as if a massive, round, soft object had rested there under great weight. Leading away from that impression toward the steep rock wall of the canyon were no footstep tracks at all. Instead, the thick carpet of moss on the ground had been crushed flat in a continuous, 6-foot-wide swath, as though something long and extraordinarily heavy had been dragged or had slid silently across the forest floor. And right in the middle of that crushed track of moss lay a small, black object. I walked over, leaned down, and picked it up. It was a high-end digital SLR camera, its lens cracked and covered in wet grit. The nylon neck strap had been torn clean through, not cut but snapped under immense tension. "Find something?" Mark asked, walking over to me. "His camera," I said. I wiped the moisture off the screen and housing. The camera was tough, sealed against weather, and despite the cracked outer filter, the battery display still showed life when I held down the power toggle. The digital memory card was intact inside its sealed side compartment. I switched the display to playback mode. The first 30 or 40 photos were standard scientific survey shots, close-ups of cedar bark, lichen samples with yellow plastic scaling rulers placed beside them, wide shots of the forest canopy taken from the ground looking up, and self-portraits of Lindqvist, a lean blonde man with wire-rimmed glasses, wearing a bright orange rain shell, smiling at the camera while holding up tree core samples. Then, the photos changed. Starting on photo number 42, taken on the afternoon of September 17th, the shots became erratic. They were all taken from the campsite looking up into the canopy directly above the tent. The images showed the heavy cedar branches 70 feet above the campsite. In photo 43, the lighting was darker, the fog hanging thick in the branches. If you looked closely at the upper right quadrant of the image, you could see that the branches were distorted. A section of the canopy that should have been open sky was filled by a dark, dense, irregular shape, a mass that looked like a tangle of thick, wet vines or pale gray trunks wrapped around one another, so seamlessly integrated into the cedar limbs that you would miss it if you weren't looking for it. In photo 44, taken 2 minutes later, the camera's zoom lens had been used. The shot focused tightly on that dark mass high up in the cedar. My stomach dropped as I stared at the small LCD screen. It wasn't vines. The object was an enormous pale gray-green organism, a body of wet, corded muscle and bark-like skin that seemed to have no fixed shape. It was wrapped completely around a 4-foot-thick branch, squeezing it so hard that pale sap was oozing out of the cracked timber. Hanging down from the central mass were long, jointed appendages, not arms or legs, but thick, flexible, root-like tendrils covered in dark, wet plates that looked like heavy tree bark. And embedded deep within the folds of that gray, wet flesh, near the center of the structure, was a cluster of small, glossy black spheres, eyes, or sensory organs, reflecting the flash of the camera with a dull, sickening light. Photo 45 was blurry, taken at a wild angle. It caught the ground near the edge of the tent. A single long, pale tendril, thick as a man's torso and covered in dripping, mossy skin, was reaching down into the frame from above, its tip pressed flat against the muddy soil just inches from where Lindqvist's boots must have been standing. Photo 46 was the last image on the card. It was completely out of focus, pointing straight up into total gray fog. But in the lower corner, caught in midair, was Lindqvist's orange rain shell, twisted into a shape no human body could survive, being pulled upward into the blackness of the canopy. I stood there in the freezing rain, staring at the screen, my hands trembling so hard I almost dropped the camera. "Thomas?" Mark's voice sounded distant, thin. "What is it? What's on the card?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Before I could speak, a sudden, violent drop in air pressure hit the canyon. My ears popped hard, and a strange metallic taste like copper pennies filled my mouth. The low drizzle of rain stopped instantly. The wind died completely. The entire forest went utterly, terrifyingly still. Then high above us in the fog, 70 feet up in the canopy directly over our heads, we heard the sound. It was the wet, heavy, sliding sound. Drag and settle. A massive branch of the cedar tree above us groaned, a deep, wooden screech of agony, and swung down 3 feet under a sudden tremendous weight. Wet moss, stripped needles, and heavy streams of cold water rained down onto our heads and shoulders. Mark raised his head, his eyes wide with sudden, primal terror. He pointed his tactical flashlight straight up into the gray mist. "What the hell is that?" he screamed, his voice cracking. The light beam cut through the lower fog, illuminating the massive upper limbs of the old cedar. Down out of the fog, dropping with impossible fluid silence through the branches, came a shape. It didn't fall, it flowed. It was vast, at least 30 feet long. A heavy, pale, gray-green mass of glistening, corded flesh that looked like stripped wet wood covered in rotting moss. It had no face, no head, no recognizable animal features, only that writhing cluster of black, glassy spheres embedded in its upper torso and dozens of thick, muscular, root-like limbs that gripped the cedar trunk with terrifying strength. As it moved, the heavy bark under its grip didn't just scratch, it cracked and pulverized, shedding off the tree in long, wet sheets. It dropped 10 feet closer in a fraction of a second, the branches beneath it bending until they snapped with the sound of gunshot reports. "Run!" I roared, grabbing Mark by the strap of his harness and shoving him backward toward the narrow throat of the ravine. We ran. We threw ourselves down the steep rock-strewn slope, tripping over roots, crashing through thickets of Devil's Club, sliding down slick mud banks driven by pure, unadulterated instinct. Behind us and above us, the canopy was tearing apart. The creature wasn't pursuing us on the ground. It was moving through the treetops. The noise was catastrophic, a continuous deafening roar of 300-year-old trees being ripped, bent, and snapped as that immense heavy mass swung from trunk to trunk, keeping pace with us from above. Huge limbs, 8 inches thick, came crashing down out of the fog, striking the forest floor around us like falling timber. "Keep moving," I screamed, my lungs burning with cold air as I pushed Mark ahead of me down the dry creek bed. The air around us felt thick, heavy and hot, an impossible pocket of muggy, swamp-like heat dropping out of the sky in the middle of a Pacific Northwest autumn. The smell was suffocating: wet copper, crushed cedar, and old, stagnant river silt. I risked a glance back over my shoulder as I scrambled over a 10-foot fallen log. Through the thick fog hanging 20 feet off the ground, I saw it. It had descended into the lower canopy. It moved like an octopus moving through a coral reef, but with the terrifying weight of a falling boulder. Long, pale, muscle-bound tendrils wrapped around the trunks of 3 separate Douglas firs at once, pulling its central mass forward in smooth, terrible surges. Where its skin touched the wet bark, it seemed to adhere, sucking moisture and wood away, leaving raw, white wounds on the trees. It reached out with a leading tendril, a long, jointed limb thick as a cedar trunk ending in a cluster of pale, wet digits that split open like peeled bark. The limb slammed down into a stand of young hemlocks 20 feet behind me, flattening them into splintered toothpicks instantly. The impact threw me off my feet. I hit the wet shale rock hard, slipping down the bank, my flashlight flying from my grip and shattering against a stone. "Thomas," Mark yelled from down the slope. He stopped, turning back, his face pale as death in the dim gray light. "Don't stop," I choked out, pushing myself up onto my hands and knees. "Get to the river, run!" I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my pack, which had been torn from my shoulders when I fell. I ran down the incline, sliding, crashing through wet salmonberry, not caring about the thorns tearing through my face and hands. Behind me, the sound of tearing wood reached a fever pitch. A massive Sitka spruce near the mouth of the ravine was literally twisted off at its base, its trunk splitting open with a sound like thunder as the creature used it to anchor its weight. We burst out of the dense timber of Section 14 and slammed into the rocky, wide gravel bar of the North Fork Bogachiel River. The wide open space saved us. The canopy ended at the river's edge. We collapsed onto the wet, gray river cobbles, panting, gasping for air, our eyes locked on the tree line 50 yards away. At the edge of the forest, the tops of the massive cedars swayed violently against the gray sky, bending far out over the riverbank. But the creature did not step out onto the open gravel. It stayed within the roof of the woods. Through the fog at the edge of the timber 30 feet above the ground, I saw its shape, a vast, pale, glistening shadow, entwined among the branches of 3 massive firs. The cluster of black, glassy spheres turned slowly in the gloom, reflecting the dull gray light of the stormy sky. It stayed there, suspended in the high timber, watching us. Then that low, resonant thrumming vibration filled the air again. It shook the stones beneath our boots. It vibrated in our chests, vibrating our ribs, a deep mechanical hum that seemed to call out to the deep, silent roots of the earth itself. A moment later, the shadow pulled back. The branches creaked, shifted, and then went still. The sound of dragging weight moved slowly, deliberately back up into the high, fog-choked box canyon of Section 14, fading until there was only the sound of the rain falling into the cold water of the river. Mark and I didn't say a word. We didn't stop to rest. We walked and then ran, the 9 miles back along the main river trail to the trailhead, arriving at our patrol vehicle long after dark. I didn't report what we saw in Section 14. When we returned to the district headquarters, I wrote an official report stating that Marcus Lindqvist had likely been swept away while attempting an unpermitted river crossing during high water conditions in the upper drainage. I noted that his camp had been located, but that severe rockfalls and treacherous terrain in Section 14 made further recovery operations unsafe for search teams. Mark Olson resigned from the National Park Service 3 weeks later. He moved back to his home state of Iowa, far away from the ocean and far away from the mountain forests. He has never spoken to me about that day since. I stayed on for 2 more years, but I was never the same ranger. I transferred to an administrative post in a desert district in Nevada, where the trees are small, sparse, and where you can see the sky for 50 miles in every direction. I know how crazy this story sounds. I know that biologists will tell you that no such animal exists in the fossil record or in modern taxonomy. But I know what I saw in those photos, and I know what I heard crushing the canopy above that cabin. There are places in this country, ancient, untouched basins buried deep within our national parks where the old world still exists. Places where something lives high up in the dark, wet ceiling of the earth watching us from the moss, moving without a sound from trunk to trunk, waiting for someone to step off the trail and look up into the trees. My name is Thomas Miller. I am 42 years old, and for 14 years I worked as a backcountry park ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. The events I'm about to write down took place in the late autumn of 1996, in the far western interior of Olympic National Park. I have never shared this story on a public record, nor did I include the full truth in the official incident reports filed at the district headquarters in Port Angeles. If you look up the records for that year, you will find a brief, standardized missing person case file marked unresolved, along with my voluntary resignation papers dated 3 weeks after the search was officially suspended. For nearly 30 years, I have kept this to myself, but as I get older, the weight of keeping it locked away has become heavier than the fear of being disbelieved. The Olympic Peninsula is one of the most rugged and isolated corners of the contiguous United States. People think of national parks as orderly places with paved loop roads, scenic turnouts, and neatly timbered visitor centers. But Olympic is different. Beyond the perimeter trails and the popular rainforest paths, the interior is an unbroken wall of primeval wilderness. Millions of acres of ancient western red cedar, Sitka spruce, and Douglas fir, choked with sword fern and heavy moss, carved by freezing glacier-fed rivers, and capped by jagged basalt peaks that spend half the year buried in thick iron-gray rain clouds. Some of those interior valleys receive upwards of 140 inches of rain a year. Sunlight rarely touches the forest floor. Up in the deep drainages like the Queets, the Bogachiel, and the upper reaches of the Quinault, the trees are so massive and dense that sound doesn't travel the way it does anywhere else. The forest eats sound. It muffles footsteps, swallows shouts, and creates strange, disorienting acoustic pockets where a whisper 50 yards away can sound like it's right behind your ear, while a gunshot half a mile off might sound like a snapping twig. In October of 1996, I was stationed out of the Quinault Ranger District. My main duty was backcountry patrol, checking wilderness permits, monitoring trail conditions, maintaining remote emergency shelters, and occasionally assisting search and rescue teams when novice hikers wandered off the maintained routes. It was quiet work which suited me fine. After my divorce 2 years prior, I preferred the solitude of the trail to the noise of town. I knew the maps by heart. I knew how to read the clouds coming off the Pacific, how to spot an unstable snag before it fell, and how to survive 4 days in a downpour with nothing more than a canvas tarp, a wool sweater, and a single-burner Coleman stove. The season was winding down. The seasonal rangers had already left for the winter, leaving just a handful of permanent staff to cover hundreds of square miles of wilderness. The weather had turned cold and wet, signaling the arrival of the early atmospheric rivers that batter the coast every fall. On Tuesday, October 15th, a call came through the VHF radio at the district station. A woman from Tacoma had called in to report that her brother, a 34-year-old draft technician named Marcus Vance, had failed to return from a planned 6-day solo backpacking trip into the Upper Queets River Valley. Vance was an experienced hiker. He had logged trips in the Cascades and the Sierras, and according to his permit, he was well equipped. Standard 4-season tent, heavy rain gear, satellite beacon. Though back then, personal locator beacons were unreliable in deep canyons, and enough dehydrated rations for 8 days. He had checked in at the trail shelter near the mouth of the valley on October 8th, intending to follow an old, unmaintained logging grade that crossed over the divide toward the headwaters of the river, a segment of trail that had been abandoned by the Park Service back in the mid-1970s due to constant washouts and landslides. My supervisor, a veteran ranger named Dan Kowalski, called me into his office. Dan was 58. a gruff, practical man who had spent 30 years working public lands from Alaska to Northern California. He smoked cheap cigars out behind the maintenance shed and had zero patience for dramatics or sloppy prep work. "Tom," Dan said, spreading a 7.5-minute USGS topographic map across his desk. "Vance is 3 days overdue. His car is still sitting at the trailhead off the Forest Service Road. Rain's supposed to hit hard tomorrow night. At least 3 inches in the lowlands, worse up high. If he's sitting out there with a broken ankle or a torn knee, he's gonna freeze when this front moves in. I want you and me to pack heavy and head up the Queets drainage. We'll set up a base at the old Pelton Creek shelter and sweep the abandoned grade up to the divide." We packed our internal frame packs with extra rations, cold weather survival gear, medical kits, climbing rope, and heavy-duty Motorola radios with extra batteries. Because of the rugged terrain and the heavy canopy, radio communication in the Queets Valley was notoriously spotty, relying on a single repeater mounted high on Colonel Bob Mountain to the south. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, Dan and I pulled up to the Queets trailhead in our green and white Ford Bronco. The air was cool and thick with moisture, hovering right around 40 degrees. A low layer of dark gray stratus clouds hung over the tree line, obscuring the upper ridges. The forest was dead silent, save for the steady, monotonous drip of water falling from the towering canopy onto the dense fern beds below. We humped our packs up the trail, setting a brisk pace. For the first 4 miles, the trail followed the river flat. The Queets River was gray and swollen, rushing over smooth granite boulders with a deep, gut-rumbling roar. The smell of wet cedar, rotting hemlock, and damp earth was heavy in the air. "He should have stayed on the main trail," Dan grunted over his shoulder, his heavy leather boots squelching in the mud. "That old logging grade past Pelton Creek has been overgrown for 20 years. Slide areas, Windfall Devil's Club 6 feet high. It's an easy place to lose your footing and drop 200 feet into the gorge." "Maybe he was trying to save time getting over the divide," I said, adjusting the chest strap of my pack. "Shortcut's just another word for a long way to die out here." "Tom," Dan replied. We reached the Pelton Creek lean-to just as dusk was settling into the valley. In the Pacific Northwest rainforest, night doesn't fall suddenly. It seeps out from the ground and the trees, a cold, heavy shadow that gradually swallows everything until you can't see 5 feet in front of your face. The lean-to was a simple 3-sided timber structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s. It sat on a raised cedar deck overlooking a quiet bend in the creek. We dropped our packs on the wooden benches and Dan immediately set to work lighting our Coleman lantern. The bright white glow of the mantle flickered to life, casting long, dancing shadows against the rough-hewn log walls. While Dan primed the small gas stove to boil water for our freeze-dried dinners, I took a heavy flashlight and walked a short perimeter around the shelter to look for any signs that Vance had stayed there. About 30 yards behind the lean-to, where the clear trail ended and the dense, unmaintained bush thicket began, my flashlight beam caught something metallic sitting on top of an old mossy stump. I walked over. It was an aluminum mess kit, folded up and neatly packed inside a faded nylon sleeve. Beside it was an expensive, heavy-duty survival knife sitting in a leather sheath, along with a small plastic bag containing 3 unopened energy bars. "Dan," I called out, "bring the lantern over here." Dan walked over, shielding the lantern with his arm against the light drizzle that had started to fall. He bent down and examined the items. "Is it Vance's?" he asked. I unzipped the front pocket of the nylon sleeve. Inside was a small waterproof notebook. I flipped open the cover. Written in blue ballpoint ink on the first page was the name Marcus Vance, along with an address in Tacoma. "It's his," I said. "Why would he leave his knife and food behind on a stump?" Dan picked up the knife, pulling it slightly from the sheath. The blade was clean and sharp. Maybe he dropped his pack to scout ahead, got disoriented, and couldn't find his way back to it before dark. "Look at how it's laid out, Dan," I pointed out, shining my beam directly onto the stump. The items weren't dropped in a hurry. They were lined up with deliberate, almost geometric precision. The mess kit was parallel to the edge of the stump. The knife was placed exactly 2 inches to the left of it, pointing precisely north. The 3 energy bars were stacked neatly, one on top of the other like playing cards. Dan looked at the items for a long moment. He scratched his gray beard, his face shadowed in the lantern light. People do strange things when they start getting hypothermic or panicked, Tom. They lose their heads. They strip off their clothes. They unload their gear. Let's get some rest. We'll start up the old logging grade at first light. We went back to the shelter, ate our meals in silence, and unrolled our sleeping bags on the cedar platform. The drizzle outside slowly turned into a steady, rhythmic rain. The sound of water pattering against the tin roof of the shelter should have been soothing, but I found myself lying awake, staring up at the dark rafters. Around 2 in the morning, the rain eased to a soft mist. The valley became unnaturally quiet. The rush of the river felt distant, muffled by the dense, damp air. I was hovering right on the edge of sleep when I heard a sound out in the forest. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It wasn't the heavy, clumsy crashing of a bear through the underbrush, nor was it the light, stealthy footfalls of a cougar. It was a step. A heavy, deliberate footfall on wet mud. Thud. I froze in my sleeping bag, holding my breath. I listened intently. A few seconds passed. Then another step. Thud. It was close, maybe 40 yards up the slope behind the shelter, coming down from the ridge. I slowly slid my hand out of my bag and reached for my flashlights and my duty belt, which was hanging from a wooden peg above my head. I didn't want to wake Dan yet, but my heart was starting to thump hard against my ribs. Then, out of the dark trees came a voice. It was faint, carrying through the cold fog, but clear enough that my stomach dropped. Dan, hold up a second. I sat straight up. The voice was mine. It wasn't an echo. It was my voice with my exact cadence, my exact tone, repeating the sentence I had spoken to Dan 5 hours earlier when we were walking up the main trail. But there was something wrong with it. The cadence was flat, slightly delayed, like a recorded tape played back at a fractionally slower speed. Dan, hold up a second. The voice called out again, closer this time, maybe 20 yards away in the high sword ferns just beyond the light of the shelter. My hair stood on end. A cold, prickling sensation ran down the back of my neck and down my arms. Dan, I whispered, reaching over and shaking Dan's shoulder hard. Dan, wake up! Dan grunted, rolling over instantly, his ranger instincts kicking in. What is it? What's wrong? Listen, I hissed, keeping my light unlit for the moment. We both sat in the pitch black of the shelter, listening to the drip of the trees. For nearly 2 minutes, there was nothing. Just the damp silence of the rainforest. I was about to speak, about to tell Dan what I had heard, when the voice came back. This time it was coming from high above us, up in the canopy of an ancient Douglas fir that hung directly over the roof of the shelter. Shortcuts. Just another word. For a long way to die out here, Tom. It was Dan's voice. But it wasn't Dan speaking. Dan was sitting right next to me, his breath hitching in his chest. I felt him stiffen beside me. The voice in the canopy sounded hollow, like a person speaking into an empty steel bucket. It repeated the line again, splitting the words unnaturally. Shortcuts. Just another word. For a long way to die. Dan reached down, grabbed his heavy mag light and whipped it toward the roof, clicking the high-intensity beam on. The bright white light cut through the gloom, illuminating the thick mossy branches of the massive fir tree towering 80 feet above the shelter. There was nothing there. Just thick lichen, wet boughs, and hanging curtains of club moss swaying gently in the night draft. Who's out there? Dan shouted, his voice booming into the darkness, though I could hear a rare, sharp edge of tension in his tone. NPS Rangers! Identify yourself. No answer. We waited, back to back in the open lean-to, flashlight beams sweeping the tree line for over an hour. Nothing moved. No branches snapped. No bushes rustled. Whatever had spoken had done so without making a sound in the brush, moving through the canopy or the dense undergrowth as if it had no weight at all. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke around 6:30, the sky was a bruised, dark purplish gray. The weather report on our handheld radio was grim. A massive low-pressure system off the Gulf of Alaska was sweeping inland, projected to dump up to 4 inches of heavy rain across the Olympics over the next 24 hours. With wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour on the ridges. We should call in a full SAR team from Port Angeles, I said, boiling water for coffee with hands that weren't entirely steady. Dan stood at the edge of the shelter, staring out into the misty timber where the voice had come from the night before. He looked tired. The deep lines in his face seemed carved out of granite. Port Angeles won't launch a full ground team or air support in this weather, Tom, Dan said quietly, his voice low. The chopper can't fly in these clouds, and the trail crew won't cross the Queets if the water rises another foot. If Vance is up on that abandoned grade, this storm is going to kill him. We push up to the divide, check the high shelter, and if we don't find him by noon, we turn back and fall back to the ranger station. Dan. What was that last night? I asked directly, looking him in the eyes. You heard it? That wasn't an echo. It was using our voices. Dan picked up his pack and buckled the hip strap. He looked away, staring toward the swollen creek. Sound does strange things in these narrow valleys, Tom. Cold air layers, heavy damp. It distorts things. Let's get moving. He was lying, or at least lying to himself. Dan had spent 30 years in these woods. He knew as well as I did that cold air doesn't record human speech and play it back 5 hours later, from 80 feet up in a tree canopy. But he was a man built on order, protocol, and duty. Acknowledging that something impossible was out in those woods meant admitting that our training, our maps, and our radios meant nothing out here. We packed our gear and left the Pelton Creek shelter, stepping off the main trail and onto the abandoned logging grade. The grade was barely recognizable. Decades of heavy rains and natural regrowth had turned what was once a dirt road into a narrow, treacherous shelf, carved into the steep basalt cliffs above the river. Huge windfall trees, some 4 or 5 feet in diameter, lay across the path, covered in thick mats of slippery wet moss. We had to climb over them, slide under them, and push our way through dense thickets of devil's club whose sharp spines tore at our rain jackets. The higher we climbed, the denser the fog became. It rolled down from the peaks like cold steam, settling into the timber until visibility was reduced to less than 30 feet. The towering trunks of the trees stood like gray ghosts in the mist, their tops completely hidden from view. Every half hour, I stopped to check the radio. Kino dispatch. This is Unit 44 over. I spoke into the mic. Static answered me. A harsh, hollow hiss that crackled in my ear. Quinault dispatch, Unit 4-4 on Queet search. Do you copy? Through the white noise of the static, a faint sound came through the small radio speaker. It wasn't the dispatcher's voice. It was a rhythm. Hiss, soft breath, hiss, soft breath. It sounded like someone holding a radio microphone right against their mouth, breathing in heavy, wet, measured strokes, in, out, in, out. Turn that damn thing down, Dan muttered, looking back at me with a scowl. I clipped the radio back onto my shoulder strap, turning the volume knob down, but the sound stuck in my head. It wasn't human breathing. The interval was too long. 6 seconds between every inhalation, 5 seconds between every exhale. No human lungs worked at that rhythm while moving through terrain like this. Around 10 in the morning, we reached a section of the grade where the hillside had sheared off in a massive landslide years ago. A steep, muddy chute dropped 200 feet down into the roaring waters of the Queets River below. Crossing it meant shuffling across a narrow 3-foot-wide ledge of loose gray gravel and slick mud. Dan went first. He used his wooden-handled Pulaski tool like a cane, testing the mud with every step, moving slowly and methodically. He made it across to the stable ground on the far side and turned around to spot me. "Watch your step on the middle section, Tom," he called across the gap. "The footing is soft." I nodded, gripping my own gear, and stepped onto the slide area. The mud was like grease. Water was trickling down the face of the exposed rock, saturating the soil. I took 3 steps, keeping my weight low and close to the slope. Halfway across, my right boot hit a soft pocket of shale. The ground gave way beneath me with a sickening shh sound. My heart jumped into my throat. I dropped low, digging the steel pick of my tool into the bank above me. The metal scraped against hard rock, sparking once before catching in a root pocket. My legs slid out over the steep drop-off, dislodging a cascade of rock and mud that fell into the gray abyss of the gorge below. "Hold on!" Dan yelled, lunging forward to extend the handle of his Pulaski toward me. I scrambled for traction, my knees digging into the slick slope, until I managed to grab the handle of Dan's tool. With a heavy grunt, he hauled me up onto the solid dirt of the trail. I lay on my front for a moment, chest heaving, listening to my heart hammer in my ears. Rain was falling harder now, cold drops stinging my face. "You all right?" Dan asked, panting. "Yeah," I breathed, pushing myself up. "Yeah, thanks." "Look, Dan said, pointing down at the muddy trail just past the slide area. Imprinted in the dark, saturated dirt were tracks. They weren't bear tracks. They weren't elk. They were human boot prints, Vibram-soled hiking boots, size 11 or 12, deep in the mud. Marcus Vance's trail. But something about the tracks was deeply wrong. The prints didn't move in a natural walking stride. The right boot print was facing forward, but the left boot print, spaced 3 feet ahead, was turned completely backward, pointing straight back down the trail toward us. We knelt down in the mud. I shined my light on the impressions. The depth of the heel mark showed that full body weight had been put into each footstep. Right foot facing up the mountain, left foot facing down the mountain, step after step leading off into the dense thicket off the side of the trail. Why the hell would someone walk like that? I whispered. They wouldn't, Dan said softly. His face had gone pale. You can't walk like that. Not in heavy pack boots. You'd break your hip trying to stride like that. Unless someone was carrying his boots, I said. Or unless something was dragging him, setting his feet down one by one. Dan didn't answer. He stood up slowly, looking up into the impenetrable fog that hung over the slope above us. The rain was starting to pick up, turning from a steady shower into a hammering downpour. The wind was rising, making the tops of the 200-foot firs sway and groan like old wooden ships. Branch snags were beginning to snap high in the canopy, widowmakers falling through the trees and crashing into the underbrush with thunderous cracks. We follow the tracks for 100 yards, Dan said, his voice tight. If we don't find him, we pull back to the main valley. This weather is turning dangerous. We left the abandoned grade, pushing through a thick wall of wet salal bushes and salmonberry thorns. The tracks led us up a steep, untracked ridge toward a high, rock-strewn draw. As we climbed, the forest changed. The dense lower undergrowth began to give way to massive, ancient stands of western red cedar. Some of these trees were 12 feet in diameter at the base. Their bark grooved like ancient stone columns. Lichen and moss hung from their branches in thick, ragged curtains. The air smelled different here. It didn't smell like the rainforest. It didn't have that clean, piney earth scent. It smelled sharp and metallic like crushed iron, mixed with a faint, sickening odor of stagnant marsh water and old decay. Then the sound came back. It didn't come from the radio this time. It came from all around us, reverberating off the steep rock walls of the draw. It was the sound of a heavy zipper. Zzzzt. The slow, clear sound of a tent doorway being unzipped. It echoed through the trees, clear as a bell, followed by the metallic click of a stove igniting, then the sound of liquid sloshing in a plastic canteen. Vance? Dan shouted, stepping forward. Marcus Vance. Is that you? The sound stopped instantly. We reached a small, flat bench of land nestled beneath a high basalt overhang. Pitched on the moss, right beneath the shelter of the rock ledge, was a bright red two-person backpacking tent. It was soaked, covered in falling yellow needles and mud. Vance, I called out, reaching into my jacket for my flashlight. We approached the tent cautiously. The front flap of the rainfly was open, swaying slightly in the rising wind. Dan took his knife in one hand and pushed the tent flap wider with his Pulaski. Inside, he said. I shined my light through the opening. The inside of the tent was completely soaked. A sleeping bag lay unrolled on the nylon floor, but it wasn't empty. It was filled to the top with dripping wet forest moss, packed tightly into the footbox, the chest, and the hood, until it resembled the shape of a human body lying inside the bag. Lying in the center of the moss-filled sleeping bag was Marcus Vance's wilderness permit, crisp and dry, along with his wristwatch, a gold Seiko, ticking softly, its second hand clicking around the face. Where is he? I whispered, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to keep it steady. Where is he, Dan? Dan reached into the tent, his hands shaking slightly, and pulled out Vance's leather-bound pocket journal. He opened it. The final pages were covered in frantic, scrawled handwriting. The ink was smeared by water drops, but the words were still legible. Oct 10. It's watching the shelter. It doesn't walk on the ground. It steps on the moss on the sides of the trunks. It uses my brother's voice. It called me by my childhood name from the top of the ridge. Oct 11. It doesn't have a face. It's just shadow and stone. It stands behind the trees when I look at them, shifting around the trunk so I only see its arm or its leg. It keeps repeating what I said out loud yesterday. It's waiting for me to turn around. T-12, it took my boots. It put them back outside the tent this morning, but they were filled with mud. It wants me to put them on. I hear it outside right now. It's talking to itself using my voice, trying to figure out how to say my mother's name. That was the last entry. A sudden gust of wind slammed into the ridge, causing the massive cedar trees above us to groan and shift. A branch as thick as a man's torso snapped 200 feet up and came crashing down, striking the ground 30 feet away with a bone-jarring thud that vibrated through the soles of our boots. "We have to get out of here," Dan said, shutting the notebook and shoving it into his heavy waterproof chest pocket. "Now we drop back to the main valley." "What about Vance?" I asked, looking around the fog-drenched clearing. "Vance is gone, Tom," Dan snapped, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "Look around you. He's gone. We can't stay on this ridge in this storm." Before I could reply, the radio on my shoulder burst to life with violent screeching static. "Unit 4 to 4. Unit 4 to 4. This is Quino Dispatch. Do you copy?" The voice sounded like Sarah, our primary dispatcher back at the station. But the tone was wrong. It was overly flat, perfectly rhythmic, lacking the natural urgency of a dispatcher trying to reach rangers in a storm. Dan grabbed the mic off my shoulder. "Dispatch, this is Kowalski. We are on the high ridge above Pelton Creek. We need an emergency extraction protocol logged. We are descending back to the valley base." A pause. 2 seconds of static. Then Sarah's voice came back through the speaker. "Dan, watch your step on the middle section. The footing is soft." My breath caught in my throat. It was using Sarah's voice, but it was repeating the exact words Dan had spoken to me 40 minutes ago at the landslide. Dan dropped the radio mic. It swung from its coiled black cord, emitting a high-pitched feedback squeal that echoed into the surrounding mist. From the fog-drenched tree line 30 yards away, a shape emerged. It didn't step out from behind a tree. It peeled itself off the trunk of a massive spruce, like a shadow detaching from the rough bark. It was towering, at least 9 or 10 feet tall, but unnaturally thin, its proportions distorted like a reflection in rippling water. Its arms were long, reaching down past where its knees should have been, terminating in heavy, thick fingers that looked like decayed cedar roots. Its skin, or whatever covered its exterior, was dark, rough and wet, covered in patches of pale green lichen and dripping moss. It had no recognizable eyes, no nose, no ears. Its face was a flat, smooth expanse of dark bone-gray slate, slick with rain. But across the center of that slate face, where a mouth should have been, was a vertical slit that opened slightly as it took a step toward us. It didn't walk. It shifted. It moved with a smooth, silent, terrifying fluid motion, gliding across the wet forest floor without bending a single fern frond, without snapping a single twig, and as it moved, sound poured out of it, not one voice. Dozens of voices layered on top of each other like a chorus of static and whispers. I heard my own voice. "Quino Dispatch. This is Unit 4 to 4. I heard Dan's voice. "Port Angeles won't launch a full ground team." I heard a stranger's voice, a younger man's voice, terrified and breathless, which could only have been Marcus Vance. It keeps repeating what I said out loud yesterday. And beneath all of those was a faint, wet sound, the steady, rhythmic drip of water striking a tin bucket. Over and over again. "Run," Dan whispered. He didn't scream. He didn't fire his weapon. He just turned and ran down the ridge toward the abandoned logging grade, his heavy pack thumping against his back. I didn't hesitate. I turned and sprinted after him, my boots slipping and sliding in the mud, pushing my way through the thorny Devil's Club, ignoring the branches that lashed across my face and cut my cheeks. The entity didn't chase us with roars or heavy footfalls. It followed us through the timber above the trail. As we ran down the steep slope, I could hear it keeping pace with us high up in the canopy, leaping silently from tree to tree 40 feet above the ground. The heavy cedar boughs swayed as it passed, raining cascades of cold water and needles down on our heads. "Tom!" Dan screamed from 30 feet ahead of me. He reached the slide area, the dangerous muddy chute we had crossed earlier. In his panic, Dan didn't slow down to test the footing. He jumped onto the narrow shale ledge. The saturated bank was completely compromised by the torrential downpour. As soon as Dan's boots hit the center of the slide, a 60-foot section of the slope collapsed, With a sickening roar of mud, rock and snapping alder saplings, the entire ledge slid away into the canyon below. Dan screamed, a sharp, terrified sound as he lost his footing, tumbling backward into the slide. He went down 30 feet, rolling over rock and shale, before his pack caught against an exposed tree root protruding from the cliff face. He hung there over the 200-foot drop, suspended by his pack straps, his arms flailing for leverage against the wet basalt. "Dan," I yelled, dropping to my stomach at the edge of the break, reaching down over the mud line. "Dan, reach up!" "Grab my hand. My leg!" Dan screamed, his voice raw with pain. "My leg's broken, Tom. I can't get a foothold." His right leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, pinned beneath a heavy slab of gray rock that had lodged against the root. Rain was pouring down in sheets now, blinding me, soaking through my heavy wool layers, turning the ledge I was lying on into a river of liquid mud. The wind was howling down the canyon like a freight train, snapping branches all around us. I reached down as far as I could, my fingers inches from Dan's outstretched hand. "Reach, Dan, reach!" From the trees directly above us, the canopy rustled violently. I looked up. The tall, dark shape was perched on a thick cedar branch 20 feet above the slide area. It hung upside down, its long, root-like fingers wrapped around the trunk. Its smooth slate face tilted down toward Dan. The slit across its face opened wider. Out came Dan's own voice, loud and clear, ringing out over the roar of the wind and the rushing river below. "Hold on. The footing is soft. Hold on." Dan looked up. He saw it hanging above him in the fog. The sheer terror in Dan's eyes is something that has haunted my dreams for nearly 30 years. He stopped reaching for my hand. He looked up at the creature, his breath coming in ragged, short gasps. "Don't look at it, Dan," I screamed, tears stinging my eyes, mixing with the cold rain. "Look at me." "Grab my hand." The creature extended one of its long, thin arms down from the branch. Its arms stretched unnaturally, the joints shifting with a wet, cracking sound, reaching toward the back of Dan's collar. "Tom," Dan whispered, looking up at me one last time. "Go." "No." "Grab my hand." Dan reached up, but he didn't reach for me. With a sudden, desperate movement, he unclipped the main chest buckle of his heavy backpack. The weight of his pack shifted instantly. Without the support of the pack caught on the root, Dan slipped free of the rock anchor. He slid down the remaining drop of the muddy chute, disappearing into the thick white fog and the raging, white-water torrent of the Queets River 200 feet below. I heard a heavy splash over the roar of the river, then nothing. "Dan!" I screamed into the abyss. "Dan!" No answer came from the canyon. Above me, the creature let out a sound. It wasn't a roar. It was the sound of a heavy, wet sack dropping onto a wooden floor, followed by my own voice, quiet and clear. "You all right?" Yeah, thanks. I lost my mind." The terror overwhelmed every instinct, every piece of training, every shred of logic I possessed. I didn't try to climb down into the gorge. I didn't try to look for Dan. I turned and ran back down the crumbling trail, sliding, falling, scrambling over rocks and fallen timber, driven purely by the primal need to put distance between myself and that slate-faced thing. I don't remember the full run down the Queets Valley. It exists in my memory only as a blurred nightmare of rain, black mud, tearing thorns, and total darkness. I remember crossing Pelton Creek, the water now waist-deep and freezing, nearly sweeping me off my feet. I remember hitting the main trail, my boots heavy as lead, my lungs burning like fire. All through the night, as I stumbled down the 6 miles of main trail toward the trailhead, I could hear it. It didn't attack me. It followed me from the high canopy. Whenever I stopped to catch my breath gasping against the trunk of a tree, I would hear voices calling out from the dark timber around me. My mother's voice calling my childhood name. My ex-wife's voice asking where I had parked the car. Dan's voice repeating, "Shortcut's just another word for a long way to die." And Marcus Vance's voice whispering over and over, "It wants me to put them on. It wants me to put them on." I reached the trailhead at 4 o'clock in the morning. My green and white Ford Bronco was sitting in the rain beneath the trees, looking like an impossible relic from another world. I lunged forward, grabbed my keys with hands that could barely grip the metal, unlocked the door, and threw myself inside. I slammed the door, locked it, and shoved the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, the headlights cutting through the blinding downpour. illuminating the narrow dirt road leading back toward the highway. Before I threw the Bronco into drive, I looked into the rearview mirror, framed in the red glow of my taillights. Standing at the edge of the dark timber right beside the trailhead sign was the long, narrow silhouette. It stood motionless in the pouring rain, its long arms hanging at its sides. As I stepped on the gas tearing down the muddy forest road, the radio on the Bronco's dash suddenly hummed to life on its own, cutting through the static of the off-air frequency. Out of the speakers came a voice, not distorted, not flat, but perfectly clear, speaking with my exact voice, my exact accent, my exact inflection. My name is Thomas Miller. I am 42 years old. I smashed my hand against the radio dial, turning it off, and I didn't stop driving until I reached the district headquarters in Quinault at dawn. The official investigation took 2 weeks. Search and rescue teams swept the lower Queets River once the storm cleared. They found Dan Kowalski's pack, caught on a gravel bar 3 miles downstream from the landslide. His body was never recovered. Marcus Vance was never found either. His car was eventually towed from the trailhead, and his case was listed as an unsolved wilderness disappearance. In my official report, I wrote that Dan lost his footing on a storm-damaged section of the unmaintained grade and fell into the swollen river while trying to clear a trail hazard. I stated that I was disoriented by severe hypothermia and terrain hazards, which caused my delayed reporting. I never mentioned the notebook. I never mentioned the tracks with the backward feet. I never mentioned the voice from the canopy, or the slate-faced thing that stood in the rain. If I had told them the truth, they would have put me in a psychiatric ward, or assumed I had suffered a mental breakdown on the trail and played some role in Dan's death. I handed in my resignation 3 weeks later. I packed my belongings into a small U-Haul trailer, turned in my NPS badge and my keys, and drove out of Washington State. I moved to the high desert of eastern Oregon near the town of Burns. It is a dry, empty landscape of sagebrush, low rimrock, and open skies. There are no ancient forests here, no deep moss-draped canyons, no massive Sitka spruces towering 200 feet into iron-gray clouds. You can see for 20 miles in every direction, and the air is dry and quiet. I have lived here alone for 29 years. I work part-time inspecting irrigation systems for local ranches. It's quiet work, and it keeps me out in the open sun. People ask me why I left the Park Service after 14 years, especially when I was only a few years away from a comfortable pension. I always give them a vague answer about wanting a change of scenery or getting tired of the rain. But the truth is, I can no longer stand the sound of dense woods. I can't stand the sound of wind rustling through thick foliage, and I cannot bear to hear an echo. Even now, nearly 3 decades later, I refuse to go near a forest. On the rare occasions when I have to drive through a timbered mountain pass, I keep my car windows rolled up tight, the radio playing loud, and my eyes fixed firmly on the white line on the road ahead, because I know what is sitting out there in the deep interior of the Queets. It is still there, wrapped in moss and gray mist, standing motionless behind the ancient red cedars where the sun never shines. It is waiting for someone to wander off the maintained path, listening to the sound of their footsteps, listening to the sound of their breath, learning how to speak with their voice until it gets the cadence just right. My supervisor at the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands used to say that the Northwoods don't care about your radio, your map, or how many winters you've spent in the bush. In November of 2018, when I was 34 years old and working as a backcountry ranger along the upper reaches of the West Branch Penobscot watershed, I learned just how right he was. Everyone in the district called me Caleb Vance, and until that autumn, I considered myself a grounded man who understood the wilderness. I tracked lost hikers through the Allagash, dragged tangled deer out of frozen culverts, and spent weeks living in isolated timber cabins without hearing another human voice. I knew the silence of northern Maine. I knew how it settles over the black spruce bogs like a heavy wool blanket. But what happened along the edges of Ironbound Pond that November wasn't silence. It was something else entirely, something that cost me my career, my sleep, and the comfortable certainty that the world makes sense. It started on a Tuesday morning with a missing vehicle report forwarded by the Piscataquis County Sheriff's Department. A 48-year-old local timber cruiser named Thomas Avery had driven his Ford F-150 up an unmaintained logging spur off the Golden Road 8 days prior. He was supposed to map an old boundary line near the edge of the Debskuniag Wilderness area and check back in by Friday evening. He never made the call. His wife waited through the weekend, thinking he'd simply been delayed by weather or a flat tire. But by Tuesday morning, his truck was still sitting at the end of the gravel, coated in a layer of hard hoarfrost. The call landed on my desk at the regional office in Millinocket just after 7. Because the area sat right on the boundary line between state forest and private timber holdings, I was dispatched to coordinate with Game Warden Hank Miller. Hank was 56, a taciturn man with 30 years on the job who had a face like carved cedar and zero patience for paperwork. We met at the gate off Route 11, loaded our gear into my state-issued Chevy Tahoe, and headed north onto the dirt. The drive took nearly 2 hours. Once you get past the lakes and off the main haul roads, the forest closes in tight. In late autumn, Maine loses its color. The red maples and yellow birches have dropped their leaves, leaving only gray trunks, black spruce, and thick thickets of balsam fir standing against a sky the color of a wet slate shingle. The air inside the truck smelled like damp canvas, cold coffee, and diesel exhaust. We found Avery's truck tucked into an old skidder trail that had been overgrown with young birch saplings. The hood was cold to the touch. A thick crust of white frost covered the windshield, and inside, through the tinted glass, I could see his lunch cooler, an empty coffee thermos, and a folded topo map sitting on the passenger seat. Hank walked around the truck with his hands shoved deep into his canvas parka, his boots crunching on the frozen mud. He paused near the rear tailgate and pointed down at the ground with his boot toe. He went in on foot, Hank said, his voice flat and gravelly, carrying a light pack. Boot prints are shallow, moving north-northwest toward the marsh. He was only planning on a day trip, I replied, checking my GPS unit. The terrain out toward Ironbound is mostly black spruce bog and cedar swamp. There aren't any cut trails out there, just old deer runs and timber lines from the 1930s. We geared up. I packed a 3-day field kit, extra emergency rations, high-output LED flashlights, a satellite communicator, and our standard first aid kit. Hank carried his sidearm in a light pack with thermal blankets and search flares. Before we stepped off the gravel, I checked my radio. I keyed the mic and called dispatch to log our entry coordinate. The radio didn't static in the usual way. Normally, out in the deep pockets, you get a clean white noise or a rhythmic hum from distant power lines. Instead, when I pressed the button, the speaker produced a low, wet clicking sound like water dripping into an empty tin cup. It clicked 3 times, paused, and then cleared into a faint, garbled carrier tone. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Vance," I said into the mic. "Entering trail, head off Spur 14 with Warden Miller. Searching for subject Avery, over." There was a long delay. When the response came back, the dispatcher's voice sounded distant, chopped up by heavy atmospheric interference, though the sky was completely clear of storm clouds. "Copy, Vance. Weather clear." Report back. 1800 hours. I clipped the radio to my shoulder strap. Hank gave me a brief sideways glance, then turned toward the tree line. "Let's get it done before the light goes," he said. "Sunset's at 4:15, and once it drops out here, the freeze comes in fast." We stepped off the skid trail and into the woods. The ground was spongy underfoot, covered in deep mats of sphagnum moss that soaked up the cold water beneath the thin crust of ice. Walking through a Maine cedar swamp isn't like walking on a trail. Every step is a quiet battle against root knees, rotting logs, and dense, low-hanging evergreen branches that slap against your face and drop wet needles down your collar. For the first mile, we followed Avery's track easily enough. He was an old hand in the woods, leaving clear markers, broken alder branches at knee height, and the occasional blazed scar on a birch tree, where he had trimmed bark to verify his line. But around 2 miles in, as the ground flattened out into the expansive lowlands around Ironbound Pond, the forest changed. The first thing I noticed was the absolute absence of sound. In November, the woods are quiet, but they aren't dead. You usually hear the high-pitched chatter of chickadees, the sudden scuffle of a red squirrel in the canopy, or the distant rustle of dry oak leaves moving in the wind. Here, everything was dead quiet. The air was completely still, heavy with the sharp, sweet smell of rotting hemlock and wet peat. Even our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the moss was swallowing the sound before it could travel 5 feet. "You hear anything?" Hank stopped, turning his head slightly. "No," I said, coming up beside him. "Not a thing." "No birds," Hank muttered, squinting into the dense gray tangle of black spruce ahead. "Haven't heard a jay since we crossed the creek." We kept moving. 10 minutes later, we found Avery Surveyor Transit. It was set up on a brass tripod near the edge of a wide, stagnant peat bog. The brass legs were sunk deep into the black mud, and the delicate glass lens was focused toward the center of the marsh. Sitting on a flat stone right beside the tripod was Avery's field notebook, open to a blank page. His pencil lay beside it, snapped cleanly in half. Hank knelt down by the tripod, pulling a pencil out of his own pocket to point at the notebook without touching it. "He didn't drop it," Hank observed. "It was placed there deliberately. So was the notebook." "Where's his pack?" I asked, scanning the surrounding brush. If he was taking readings, he'd have his day pack with him. I stepped past the tripod, taking 2 cautious strides toward the water's edge. The bog stretched out for roughly 200 yards, a desolate, gray expanse of standing water, dark peat mounds and stunted, dead cedar trees that looked like skeletal fingers reaching out of the black mud. That's when I saw the trees. Along the far edge of the bog, a stand of 30-foot black spruce trees had been peeled. Not blazed or scraped by an axe and not clawed by a bear. The bark had been stripped off in long, clean vertical ribbons from the soil line up to 8 or 9 feet high, exposing the raw, pale yellow wood beneath. But what stopped me in my tracks was the condition of the wood itself. It wasn't rough or splintered. It looked smooth, almost polished, as if something heavy and soft had rubbed against the wood repeatedly until the outer layer was worn entirely away. "Hank?" I called out softly. "Take a look at this." Hank stepped up beside me, his eyes scanning the stripped trunks across the bog. He didn't say anything for a long moment. He took off his leather glove and rubbed his thumb against his jaw, his eyes narrowing. "Porcupines?" he asked, though there was zero conviction in his voice. "Porcupines don't strip 20 trees down to the sapwood in a straight line," I said. "And look at the height. That's 8 feet off the ground. Bears rubbing? No claw marks, Hank. Look at the mud around the bases." We walked around the bog's perimeter, keeping our boots on the firmer roots of the bank. As we approached the stripped trees, a strange odor hit us. It wasn't the smell of decay or animal musk. It smelled like stagnant lake water mixed with something metallic, like an old iron chain that had been sitting at the bottom of a well for 50 years. It was thick enough that I felt it on the back of my throat, an oily, coppery taste. At the base of the largest stripped spruce, the mud was deeply churned. But there were no prints. No hooves, no pads, no boot soles. Instead, there were broad, shallow depressions in the peat, roughly 3 feet wide and 4 feet long, as if massive, heavy weight had rested there, pressing the water out of the moss before lifting straight up without dragging. Hank reached out and touched the exposed trunk. He drew his hand back immediately. "It's cold," he said. "It's November, Hank. Everything's cold." "No," he said, looking at his fingers. "I mean cold. Colder than the air." I reached out and touched the pale wood. He was right. The surface felt like holding an ice cube. Frost was actually forming on the bare wood in thin, crystalline needles, even though the ambient temperature was still slightly above freezing. "We need to find Avery," I said, a sudden knot of tension tightening in my chest. "If he's out here without a jacket in this kind of cold, he won't make it through the night." We turned back toward the surveyor transit to search for a directional line of movement. But as we turned, the silence of the woods was broken by a sound that made both of us instantly freeze. It came from the deep timber beyond the eastern side of the bog. It wasn't a roar, a scream, or an animal call. It was the sound of wet, heavy wood bending under immense tension, a deep, groaning creak that vibrated through the ground rather than traveling through the air. It lasted for 5 full seconds, followed by a soft, wet thunk, the sound of something heavy landing in deep mud. Hank's hand went instantly to the unsnapped leather strap of his holster. "Moose?" he whispered. "No," I replied, my voice barely audible. "A bull moose breaking brush makes a sharp snapping sound." That was a log being bent until it gave way. We stood frozen for 2 minutes, listening. The forest returned to its absolute suffocating quiet. "Avery!" Hank shouted suddenly, his voice barking out across the bog. "Thomas Avery!" "Maine State Wardens. Identify yourself." The shout echoed off the tree line, flattening out over the water. Then 3 seconds later, we heard the response. It came from less than 50 yards inside the dark spruce thicket directly across from us. It was a voice, flat, muffled, and strangely thin, like someone speaking through a wet cloth. "Identify yourself," the voice said. The tone was dead, completely devoid of inflection. It didn't sound like a call for help. It sounded like an exact pitched playback of Hank's own words, matching his cadence precisely but stripped of all human warmth. Hank stiffened. His face went entirely pale. "Avery?" He called out again, his hand tightening on his holster. "Is that you?" There was no pause this time. "Is that you?" The voice replied instantly, using Hank's exact tone down to the slight rasp in his throat. "What the hell is that?" I muttered, taking a half step back, my heart pounding violently against my ribs. "Hank, don't answer it. Who's out there?" Hank stepped toward the edge of the bog, drawing his sidearm. He was a veteran officer, used to dealing with poachers, drunk hunters, and wild animals, but I could see the muscle in his jaw twitching violently. "Show yourself. Stepping out of the brush now." The response came immediately from the dark trees, but this time it wasn't Hank's voice. It was my voice. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Vance," the voice said from the dark spruce. The words were an exact duplicate of the radio call I had made 2 hours ago in the truck, right down to the faint electronic hiss behind the words. "Entering trail, head off spur 14 with Warden Miller. Searching for subject Avery, over." A cold spike of pure adrenaline shot down my spine. The hair on my arm stood up straight. That voice wasn't just imitating me. It was repeating words I had spoken miles away, inside an enclosed cab through a radio microphone. "We're leaving," I said, reaching out and grabbing Hank's sleeve. "Hank, look at me. We are turning around and walking back to the truck right now." "That's a radio," Hank said, his eyes wild as he stared into the dark timber. "Somebody's playing a radio out there. Some bastard with a scanner." "No," I hissed, pulling hard on his shoulder. "Listen to it, Hank. There's no speaker out there. Look at the trees." As I spoke, the black spruce trees along the far edge of the bog began to move. There was no wind. The needles on the upper branches didn't flutter. Instead, 3 massive trees, trunks at least 14 inches thick, were pushed slowly, deliberately aside, bending outward from the center as if a massive, invisible prow was forcing its way through the timber. The tops of the trees tipped sideways in unison, their roots groaning beneath the peat, and then the light died. It didn't fade gradually like a normal autumn sunset. It felt as though a dark curtain was drawn down over the canopy. The gray slate sky turned a bruised, pitch-black color in a matter of seconds, and the air temperature plummeted. My breath immediately exploded into thick clouds of white vapor, and the mud at our boots began to crack as thin sheets of ice froze across the puddles. "Move!" I yelled, pulling Hank around. "We didn't run at first. You can't run through a Northwood cedar swamp without breaking a leg in the root holes." We power walked, stepping fast over the moss, turning back toward the south where we had left our trail. I pulled my high-output flashlight from my harness and clicked it on. The beam hit the gray trunks, but instead of piercing the dark, the light seemed to stick to the air. The fog rising off the bog was so dense and oily that the 1,000 lumen beam only threw a dull yellow circle 6 feet in front of us. "Where's the blaze?" Hank panted behind me. "Caleb, where's the birch tree we marked?" I stopped. I looked down at my wrist unit. The digital screen on my GPS was flickering wildly, the numbers spinning through random coordinates before going completely blank. I pulled my magnetic compass from my vest pocket, but the needle was pinned hard to the south, vibrating so violently that it made a tiny clicking sound against the brass casing. "The compass is dead," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's spinning." "It can't be dead," Hank rasped. We followed a straight bearing north from the spur. "The creek is to our west. If we hit the creek, we follow it down to the bridge." "Okay," I said. "West." We head west. We turned to our right and began forcing our way through a dense thicket of young fir trees. The branches were stiff with frost now, needle sharp as they whipped across our coats. The smell of cold iron and stagnant water grew stronger, moving with us, wrapping around us like a physical weight. Then came the knocking. It didn't come from behind us. It came from inside the trunks of the trees we were passing. Thump. A heavy, hollow impact right at eye level. Inside a 6-inch red pine to my left. Thump. Another impact 5 feet to my right. Inside a dead cedar. It sounded like someone was taking a heavy wooden mallet and striking the center of the living trees from the inside out. The wood vibrated with each strike, dropping small showers of frost onto our shoulders. "Keep walking," I told Hank, my teeth clacking together, partly from the sudden freezing cold, partly from raw, unadulterated terror. "Don't look at the trees. Just keep walking." We pushed through the brush for another 100 yards, our boots breaking through the thin ice over the bog pockets. Every 10 steps, the knocking would follow us, hopping from trunk to trunk, tracking our pace through the dark, and then we ran right into the lean-to. I stopped so fast. Hank ran into my back. Sitting in the middle of a small clearing was an old civilian conservation corps shelter, a 3-sided log lean-to built from rotting spruce logs. Its shingled roof collapsed in the center like a broken spine. We had stepped off the trail heading west toward the creek. There was no CCC shelter anywhere near Ironbound Pond on any map I had studied in 7 years of working this district. The nearest historical structure was 6 miles south near the old pulp camp at Harrington Lake. "Caleb," Hank muttered, his voice trembling. "We were just here." "No," I said, shining my flashlight at the rotting logs. "We haven't seen this before. We were at the bog. Look at the ground," he whispered. I lowered the light beam to the mud in front of the shelter's open side. There were 2 sets of heavy boot prints in the frozen mud, leading directly into the center of the shelter. Fresh boot prints, the exact tread pattern of my own boots and Hank's field boots. And beside them, in the frozen dirt, sat an open notebook and a snapped brass tripod leg. We had walked in a circle, but we hadn't turned. We had walked in a straight line for 20 minutes through thick brush, and the forest had brought us right back to the exact spot where Avery's gear lay, only it wasn't empty anymore. Sitting on the low, rotting wooden bench inside the lean-to was a man. He was sitting stiffly, his hands resting flat on his knees, wearing a heavy duck canvas jacket and duck hunting boots. His head was tipped back at an impossible angle, his chin pointing straight up toward the sagging rafters of the shelter roof. "Avery?" Hank called out, his voice cracking. He raised his handgun with both hands, the barrel shaking in the dim beam of my flashlight. "Thomas Avery?" The man didn't move. He didn't breathe. There was no white vapor coming from his nose or mouth. Despite the freezing air, I forced myself to take 3 steps toward the opening of the shelter. Holding the flashlight steady on his face, it was Avery. His skin was pale, waxy and stretched tight across his cheekbones, but there were no marks on him. No blood. No signs of a struggle. But as I drew closer, I saw what was wrong with his eyes. They were open, wide, and staring, but the pupils were gone. Not rolled back into his head, but entirely white, filmed over with a thick, milky layer of ice, as if his eyes had frozen solid while he was still alive and looking up. "Is he?" Hank couldn't finish the sentence. "He's gone," I said, my voice barely a breath. "Hank, he's frozen solid." "He was only missing for 4 days," Hank whispered. "It hasn't been cold enough to freeze a man like this until an hour ago." "We need to leave him," I said. "We can't carry him out. We need to find the road." Before Hank could answer, the air inside the shelter changed. A sound began to come from Avery's chest, not from his throat or his mouth. His jaws were clenched tight, frosted shut with ice. The sound was coming from deep within his ribcage, a wet, rattling resonance like water bubbling through a narrow pipe. Click. 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 It was the exact sound my radio had made when we entered the woods. Then, Avery's mouth twitched. The ice around his lips cracked with a sharp, dry snapping sound, and his frozen jaws slowly pried apart. A voice came out of him. It wasn't Avery's voice. It wasn't Hank's voice. It was a voice I had never heard before, a low, grinding, heavy sound that sounded like 2 granite river stones being dragged across each other under deep water. "It's cold down here," the voice said from Avery's throat. Hank screamed. It was a raw, primal sound of total mental collapse. He raised his sidearm and fired 3 shots into the dirt at the base of the bench. The gunshots were deafening in the enclosed space, the muzzle flashes illuminating the interior of the lean-to in bright violet bursts. "Hank, stop!" I yelled, grabbing his wrist and tearing the gun down. "Don't shoot! It's talking!" Hank shrieked, trying to wrench his arm free. "It's using him! Run!" I screamed. I grabbed Hank by the strap of his vest and dragged him backward out of the clearing. We ran into the dark, ignoring the branches that slashed across our skin. ignoring the roots that tripped our feet. We ran blind, propelled purely by the ancient animal instinct to get away from that open mouth. Behind us, the forest exploded into motion. It didn't chase us with footsteps. The whole forest seemed to shift around us. Trees groaned and twisted as we passed. The ground beneath our boots felt soft like rubber, yielding under our weight before sloughing off into wet mud. Every direction looked identical. Dense, black spruce trunks sticking out of frozen sphagnum moss illuminated only by the frantic, bounce-back beam of my dying flashlight. We ran for what felt like miles, our lungs burning with the razor-sharp cold air. Our legs heavy as lead. Then Hank tripped. He went down hard, his knee smashing against a hidden granite boulder buried under the moss. He let out a wet groan and rolled onto his back, clutching his leg. "Get up!" I yelled, dropping to my knees beside him. "Hank, get up! We have to keep moving." "I can't," he gasped, his face twisted in agony. "My leg. The knee's gone, Caleb. It snapped." "I'm not leaving you," I said, grabbing his arm and pulling him up against my shoulder. "Put your arm around me. We drag it." "Caleb," Hank whispered, looking past my head into the darkness behind us. "Look," I turned around. 10 feet away, standing between two tall black spruces, was the thing that had been following us. It wasn't a creature with a face, claws, or fur. It didn't look like any creature of folklore I had ever read about in books or heard around campfires. It was a shape, a vast, towering column of wet, black bog peat, gray rotting timber, and tangled cedar roots standing at least 12 feet high. It was vaguely humanoid in its proportions, but it had no distinct limbs. It moved not by walking, but by flowing. The thick, fibrous peat and mud sloughing off its body and reabsorbing itself as it rose from the marsh. Embedded deep within its mass were bits of old wood, brass survey markers, and long ribbons of white spruce bark that had been peeled clean. And at the center of what should have been its chest, held fast within a cage of frozen rootwood, was a face. It wasn't a monster's face. It was the face of a man who had gone missing in these woods in 1974. A forest ranger named Miller, whose photo hung in the hallway of our regional office in Millinocket. His skin was preserved, turned dark brown by the acid of the peat bog, his features perfectly intact, staring out from the center of the mass with wide, white, frozen eyes. The cold radiating off the thing was like standing in front of an open commercial freezer. The moisture on my eyelashes froze instantly, sticking my lids together until I had to force them open. The thing didn't attack. It simply stood there, towering over us, its massive root-bound weight settling into the moss with a soft, wet squelch. Then, the face in its chest opened its mouth. The sound that came out wasn't a roar. It was the combined, layered sound of every voice it had ever gathered. I heard my own voice, entering trail head off spur 14. I heard Hank's voice, "Avery, identify yourself." I heard the dispatcher's voice distorted by static, "Weather clear. Report back." And beneath those voices, deeper down, I heard dozens of other voices, men, women, old loggers from the turn of the century, native guides from 200 years ago, all speaking at once, repeating simple, ordinary phrases over and over in a flat, rhythmic chorus. "Cold down here. Watch the step. Where's the line? Lost the blazes." It wasn't trying to communicate. It was playing back its collection, using the sounds to draw us closer like a bird using a call to defend its nest. Hank reached up with his left hand, grabbing my collar with a grip so tight his knuckles turned white. "Caleb," he whispered, his eyes wide as he stared into the dark mass. "Don't listen to it." "I'm not," I sobbed, my hands trembling as I tried to lift him. "Hank, help me stand up." "You have to run," Hank said softly. His voice had gone strangely calm, all the panic drained out of him, replaced by a terrible, hollow acceptance. "It doesn't want both of us. It can't move fast. It just waits." "No," I screamed. "I'm not leaving you here." Hank shoved me. With a sudden, violent surge of strength, he pushed me backward onto the icy moss. Before I could scramble back up, he reached into his vest, pulled out his emergency signal flare, and struck the red friction cap against the heel of his boot. A brilliant, blinding burst of crimson fire erupted into the dark. The harsh red glare illuminated the entire clearing. The thick black spruce, the frozen bog, and the towering column of peat and roots standing right over us. The heat from the flare hit the creature, and for the first time it made a sound of its own. It was a wet, heavy hiss, the sound of green wood being tossed onto a hot fire. The creature didn't retreat. It simply leaned forward, its vast root-choked mass tilting downward over Hank like a falling tree. "Run, Caleb," Hank screamed, his voice swallowed by the hiss of the flare. "Run, I didn't think." The sheer instinct to survive took over, wiping away every shred of duty, training, and human decency. I turned and ran into the red-lit darkness, abandoning my partner to the marsh. I don't remember the next 3 hours. I remember running until my boots were torn, my clothes ripped to shreds by spruce branches, my face coated in dried blood and frost. I remember the red light of the flare dying behind me, replaced by the deep, suffocating blackness of the north woods. I remember hearing the knocking inside the trees following me for miles. Thump, 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 keeping pace with my frantic, ragged breathing. I didn't navigate. I didn't look at the stars. I simply ran away from the sound of those layered voices. Just as the gray light of dawn began to seep through the upper canopy, my boots hit something hard and smooth. I fell forward, scraping my hands raw against rough gravel. I had stumbled out onto the golden road. I lay on the frozen dirt for nearly half an hour, unable to move, my lungs weeping with every breath, my fingers completely numb. A logging truck hauling 30 tons of pulp spruce found me at 6:30 in the morning. The driver told the state police later that I was sitting in the middle of the road, staring north into the timber, screaming at the trees to stop using my voice. They brought me to the hospital in Bangor. I was treated for severe hypothermia, frostbite on 3 toes, and acute exhaustion. 2 days later, a massive search and rescue operations team, over 40 wardens, state troopers, and search dogs went back into the timber off Spur 14. They found Avery's truck. They found his transit. And eventually, after 4 days of searching the iron-bound bogs, they found Hank. They found him sitting in the old CCC lean-to, 5 miles off any mapped path. He was sitting on the rotting wood bench, his arms folded neatly across his lap, his head tipped back toward the rafters. His eyes were frozen white, his mouth sealed shut with ice. There was no sign of a struggle. His sidearm was still in its holster, all 6 rounds unfired. The burnt-out casing of his emergency flare was found sitting in the mud 30 yards away, completely covered in fresh, undisturbed sphagnum moss that looked as if it hadn't been stepped on in 50 years. The official coroner's report stated that both Thomas Avery and game warden Henry Miller died of severe hypothermia, brought on by sudden, extreme exposure and disorientation. The weird markings on the trees were hand-waved as frost cracks and damage from old logging equipment. The audio interference on my radio was written off as an atmospheric ducting phenomenon, common in northern latitudes during late autumn. I resigned from the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands 3 weeks later. I packed my belongings, sold my house in Millinocket, and moved down to coastal Massachusetts, as far away from the deep timber as I could get. It's been 8 years since that night. I work now as a night manager at a marina on the coast. I deal with saltwater, gravel parking lots, and open skies. There are no black spruce trees here. There are no peat bogs. But I still don't go near the water when the tide goes out and leaves the black mud exposed. And every now and then, when a heavy storm rolls in off the Atlantic and the wooden pylons beneath the dock begin to groan under the weight of the tide, I hear it. A slow, wet knocking from inside the timber. Thump, thump, thump. And if I stay on the pier too long after midnight, listening to the wind cut through the rigging of the moored boats, I can hear a voice floating up from the dark water below the wood. It isn't my voice anymore. It's Hank's voice. And he's calling my name, using the exact same cadence he used 8 years ago in the bog, waiting for me to answer so he can record the rest of what I have to say. My name is Ethan Vance. I'm 41 years old, and in October of 2016, I was working as a seasonal backcountry patrol ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. I have spent the years since then trying to find a rational way to frame what happened to me in the upper drainages of the Olympic Peninsula, but I have come to accept that some events defy standard explanation. I am writing this down not to convince skeptics or to seek publicity, but because the weight of keeping it buried has become heavier than I can reasonably bear. To understand the environment where this took place, you have to understand the Olympic backcountry, It is not like the open pine-scented forests of the Rockies or the dry scrub of the Southwest. The rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, specifically the Hoh, the Bogaichel, and the Queets River valleys, are ancient, dense, and overwhelmingly wet. Trees like Sitka spruce, Douglas fir, and western hemlock grow to enormous heights, their canopy so thick that daylight on a clear day is filtered down to a dim, greenish twilight. On rain-soaked days, which constitute most of the autumn, the forest is swallowed by a gray stillness. Moss hangs from every branch in long, sodden drapes, and the forest floor is a carpet of decaying timber, ferns, and thick, sponge-like duff that swallows footfalls whole. I had been working out of the backcountry station near the junction of the Bogaichel Trail and the trail leading toward the Mink Lake Basin. My primary duties were trail maintenance, monitoring wilderness permits, checking on primitive shelters, and assisting with search and rescue operations when hikers lost their way in the vast, roadless interior of the park. My partner for that shift was Frank Callahan. Frank was 56 at the time, a veteran ranger who had spent nearly 30 years working for the Department of the Interior. He was a quiet, practical man from Clallam County who knew the topography of the peninsula better than anyone I had ever met. He was not given to exaggeration or superstition, and he viewed the forest not as a mystic sanctuary, but as a complex, dangerous workspace that required constant respect and attention. The season was coming to a close in late October. The high passes were already seeing snow. The crowds of summer tourists had long since vanished, and the Park Service was winding down backcountry patrols before the heavy winter storms set in. Frank and I were assigned a 5-day sweep of the Upper Wilderness Trail Network, tasked with clearing fallen timber, inspecting high-altitude shelters, and ensuring no straggling long-distance trekkers were left in the high country without proper gear. The first 2 days of our patrol were unremarkably routine. Rain fell in a steady, monotonous mist that coated our slickers and kept the temperature hovering in the low 40-degree range. The woods were quiet, except for the rushing sound of the swelling creeks and the occasional call of a raven overhead. We spent our nights at designated timber shelters, simple 3-sided log structures built decades ago by the Civilian Conservation Corps. We cooked our meals over a small gas stove, dried our socks on line string, and talked about mundane things, gear replacements, winter retirement plans, and the logistics of clearing heavy blowdowns come spring. It was on the afternoon of the 3rd day that the tone of the trip shifted. We were working our way up a ridgeline that overlooked a deep, unnamed ravine branching off from the main river valley. The trail here was narrow, cut directly into the steep slope of the mountain, surrounded by ancient old-growth hemlock that stood 50 yards tall. Frank had stopped near a bend in the trail, leaning on his Pulaski tool and looking down into the ravine. I pulled up beside him, adjusting the chest harness of my pack, wiping rain off the bridge of my nose. "You see anything down there, Ethan?" Frank asked, his voice low and raspy from years of tobacco use. I leaned over the edge, squinting through the shifting curtains of mist. Below us, the slope dropped steeply toward a choked bed of devil's club and rotting logs. "Just timber," I said. "What are you looking at?" "The silence," he said. I paused and took off my hood to listen. In the Pacific Northwest, even on the quietest days, the woods are full of sound. The drip of water from high needles onto ferns is constant, sounding almost like delicate, irregular gunfire. Wind moves through the canopy, creeks roar in the distance, and small mammals move through the brush. But standing on that ridge, the sound had vanished. It wasn't just quiet. It was muted, as though someone had thrown a heavy wool blanket over the landscape. The roar of the creek 300 feet below had faded to nothing. The rain was still falling, hitting my rain jacket hood, but the surrounding woods offered no echo, no reverberation. It was a dense, heavy silence that pressed hard against the inner ear. "It's just a fog pocket," I said, trying to rationalize it. Density shifts in the moisture can dampen sound. Frank didn't answer immediately. He reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small piece of flagging tape, and tied it to a low branch of a hemlock bordering the trail. "Elk usually yard up down in that pocket this time of year," he muttered, turning his face toward the dark timber. "We haven't seen a single sign since noon. No tracks, no droppings, no rub marks on the bark. Even the squirrels have shut up." We kept moving, but the atmosphere had changed. The damp cold felt sharper, cutting through my wool layers. We reached the North Fork shelter around 4 in the afternoon. It was an old wooden structure, set back into a grove of massive Sitka spruce, situated about 40 yards from the riverbank. The shelter was dry inside, its earthen floor swept clean by the last party that had used it. After setting up our cots and starting our small butane stove to boil water for supper, Frank stepped out to collect dry kindling from under the lee of the shelter's overhanging roof. I remained inside, cross-referencing our position on the USGS quadrangle map with our GPS log. While I was looking down at the paper map, I heard the clear, distinct sound of someone knocking on wood. It was 3 sharp, deliberate raps like a knuckle striking hard timber. It sounded as though it came from the exterior rear wall of the shelter, directly behind where my head was resting against the logs. I looked up.
Frank?
I called out. There was no answer, only the sound of rain drumming on the cedar shingle roof. I stood up, walked to the open front of the shelter, and stepped into the damp air. Frank was 20 yards away, bent over a pile of dry spruce twigs near the base of a massive tree, his back turned to me. "Did you just hit the back wall?" I asked. Frank straightened up slowly, his face obscured by the low rim of his rain hat. He turned around carrying an armful of dry kindling. "Hit the wall?" "No, I've been over here by the spruce." I heard 3 knocks, I said, looking around the clearing. The trees stood like gray pillars in the fading evening light, the spaces between them filling fast with dark shadows. Sounded like someone taking a mallet to the logs. Frank walked back toward the shelter, dropping the wood onto the dry dirt floor. He looked at me for a moment, his eyes quiet and unblinking. "Probably a falling branch landing on the roof ridge," he said. But his voice lacked conviction. He didn't look at the roof. He looked out toward the dark line of trees that bordered the river. We ate our meal in relative silence as night fell. In the backcountry, darkness comes with an absolute weight, without city lights or artificial glow. The night in an old-growth forest is complete and suffocating. The only light we had was the dull orange flame of our stove and the narrow beams of our headlamps. Around 8 o'clock, our portable Motorola radio crackled on the small camp table between us. The static was heavy, broken up by the high ridges surrounding the valley. "Station 3 to Unit 2, over," the voice came through. It was Sarah Miller, the evening dispatcher at the main ranger station down in Port Angeles. Frank picked up the microphone. "Unit 2, go ahead, Sarah." "Frank, we've got a call in from a family out of Tacoma." Sarah's voice broke through the white noise. "Reporting a missing solo hiker, Julian Ross, 34 years old. He checked in at the trailhead register 4 days ago for a loop through the Bogachiel, due back yesterday evening. Vehicle is still parked at the trailhead. Family says he had 3 days of food." Frank pulled a small field notebook from his chest pocket. "Copy that. Did he leave an itinerary?" "Partial," Sarah replied, her voice warbling as signal quality dropped. "He was aiming for the North Fork shelter night 3, then heading over the pass toward Mink Lake. If you're at North Fork, keep an eye out for gear or sign." "We're mobilizing a search team to hit the lower trailhead at first light." "Understood," Frank said. "We're at North Fork now. No sign of him at the shelter. We'll sweep the upper trail toward the pass at first light. Out." Frank set the radio down and looked at me. "Julian Ross," he repeated softly. "A solo hiker in late October. People never respect how fast the cold sets in out here. If he went off trail to find firewood or water, he could be sitting in a ravine with a broken ankle," I said. "If he went off trail in this timber without a compass, he's in worse shape than a broken ankle." Frank grunted. He stood up, adjusted the lantern, and began prepping his gear for the morning. That night, sleep came with great difficulty. The rain continued to fall in a heavy, unrelenting sheets. Every time I drifted off, I was pulled back to consciousness by small, unrecognizable noises outside the shelter. It wasn't the sound of wildlife. Bears and elk moved through the brush with a distinct heavy clumsiness, snapping twig and rustling fern. These noises were different. They were light, calculated, and brief. At around 2 in the morning, I woke completely. The stove was long out and the air inside the shelter was freezing, our breath visible in the weak light of the night. Frank was awake too, sitting up on his cot, staring into the pitch-black opening of the shelter. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. His voice was barely an audible breath. "Hear what?" I whispered back, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy flashlight resting near my headlamp. "Listen." I held my breath and listened. At first, there was only the sound of rain hitting the cedar shingles. Then, coming from somewhere out in the darkness near the riverbank, I heard a sound that made the skin on the back of my neck pull tight. It was a voice. It was faint, muffled by the trees and the falling rain, but it was undeniably human. It sounded like someone calling out a series of short, monotone syllables. It wasn't a scream for help, nor was it a frantic shout. It was a flat, rhythmic cadence, spoken at a consistent pitch as if someone were reading numbers from a book into the dark. "Hey," Frank suddenly barked, standing up and sweeping his heavy flashlight beam out into the trees. "Is someone out there? This is the National Park Service." The light from his beam cut through the mist, illuminating trunks of trees and hanging moss, making the falling rain look like silver needles descending from the dark. The voice stopped immediately. "Julian Ross," I shouted, joining Frank at the edge of the shelter platform. "If you can hear us, stay where you are. We have light and shelter." We stood there for several minutes, the beams of our flashlights dancing over the saturated underbrush. There was no response, no movement, no crashing through the brush. The forest simply swallowed our voices and offered nothing in return. "He could be delirious," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hypothermia makes people act strange. They get confused, they start wandering off trail. Hypothermic hikers don't stand in a downpour at 2 a.m. speaking in a flat tone, Frank said quietly. He didn't lower his flashlight. He kept it focused on a spot about 40 yards out, where 2 massive, ancient hemlocks grew so close together, they formed a dark, narrow doorway into the deeper woods. "That wasn't someone asking for help, Ethan." "What do you mean?" Frank didn't answer. He turned his flashlight off, leaving us in total darkness for a second before my own beam filled the space. "We wait for daylight," he said firmly. "We don't go tracking into that brush in the dark. That's how people get killed." We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat on our cots with our rain jackets on, our flashlights in hand, watching the black rectangle of the shelter opening slowly shift from absolute black to a cold, dreary gray as dawn finally broke around 6:30. The morning brought no relief from the weather. The fog had rolled in off the coast, settling thick and heavy into the forest canopy, reducing visibility to less than 30 feet. The trees were ghost-like silhouettes standing in a sea of gray mist. We packed our equipment quickly, checked our radios, which were now returning nothing but heavy static due to the weather and our location deep in the valley, and stepped out into the damp clearing. Our first priority was to check the perimeter around the shelter for any sign of human tracks. The earth was soft and saturated, ideal for preserving footprints. We searched the muddy bank of the trail and the path down to the river. We found our own heavy boot treads from the day before, clearly outlined in the mud, beyond our own tracks, near the twin hemlocks Frank had been watching during the night. We found something else. They weren't footprints in the traditional sense. There were no boot treads, no shoe prints, no clear outlines of bare feet. Instead, there were large, shallow depressions in the moss, roughly circular areas about 18 inches across where the thick green vegetation had been pressed completely flat, as if something incredibly heavy had stood there for a long time. The moss inside the depressions was bruised and torn from the wood beneath it, but there were no drag marks leading to or from the spot. The flattened patches simply began and ended in the middle of the moss bed, 5 feet apart. Frank knelt down, touching the edge of one of the flattened spots. He pulled his hand back. The water pooled in the depression was murky, stirred up recently. "Look at the height," Frank muttered, pointing up. I looked at the trunks of the twin hemlocks. About 8 feet off the ground, the thick gray bark of both trees had been rubbed smooth, as if a large, rough object had scraped against them as it moved between the narrow gap. Tiny fragments of shredded cedar fiber were clinging to the tree bark, damp and fresh. "A bear?" I suggested, though I knew the answer before the words left my mouth. Bears scratch against bark, but they leave claw gouges, fur tufts, and deep scents. There was no fur, no claw marks, and no scent. The forest smelled only of damp earth and rot. "No," Frank said flatly. He stood up, wiping his hands on his trousers. "We follow the trail toward the pass. If Ross went up that way, we might find his gear. Stay close, Ethan. Do not drop out of sight of the trail." We took the path leading east, climbing steadily into the high country. The trail became progressively rougher, crossed by exposed roots slick with rain and small streams that had washed out sections of the footpath. The fog grew so thick that the tops of the Douglas firs were lost in the mist, giving the impression that we were walking beneath an endless ceiling of gray cotton. As we climbed, the oppressive silence returned. It was even more pronounced than it had been the afternoon before. The sound of our own boots squelching in the mud felt unnaturally loud, echoing back to us off the wet bark of the trees with a strange, metallic clarity, about 1.5 miles from the shelter. We found the first piece of evidence that Julian Ross had passed through. Sitting on a flat rock beside the trail was an expensive, high-end digital camera. It was not dropped or damaged. It was placed deliberately in the center of the rock, its tripod legs folded cleanly beneath it. It was completely soaked, rain pooling over its glass lens and rubber grip. Frank approached it slowly, stepping off the trail. "Don't touch the body of it," he said. He pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from his first aid kit, slipped them on, and carefully picked up the camera. He popped open the sealed battery door. The battery was gone. He opened the side latch for the SD memory card. The slot was empty. Why would someone leave a $2,000 camera on a rock and take the card and battery? I asked, looking around the fog-choked trail. They wouldn't, Frank said softly. He set the camera back down on the rock exactly as he had found it. "Look at the trail ahead." I stepped past him and looked down the path. The trail, which had been clear and well-defined up to this point, abruptly stopped. It didn't end at a cliff or a river slide. It was simply gone. Where the path should have continued along the contour of the mountain, there was only dense, undisturbed old-growth timber, the forest floor covered in an unbroken blanket of sword fern, rotting logs, and deep moss. It looked as though human feet had never trodden there. I pulled out my topographic map, unfolding its damp paper. The map shows the trail continuing along this ridge for another 2 miles before cutting up to the basin. "We shouldn't be at a dead end." "We aren't," Frank said, his voice tense. He reached for his compass, holding it flat in his hand. He stared at it for a long moment, then turned it around, shaking it gently. "What's wrong?" I asked. "The needle," he said, turning the compass toward me. The magnetic needle was spinning, not flickering or vibrating, but turning in slow, smooth, continuous circles, completely detached from magnetic north. "Local mineral deposit?" I offered, feeling a cold knot of dread form in the pit of my stomach. "Iron ore in the basalt?" "There's no iron ore in this drainage," Frank said, his eyes scanning the tree line. "I've hiked this ridge for 30 years, Ethan. My compass has never spun here. The trail doesn't end here." He took a step forward into the dense ferns where the trail should have been. As soon as his boot pressed down into the underbrush, a sound echoed out from the fog ahead of us. It was a sharp, loud crack, the sound of a large green tree trunk snapping under immense force. It echoed through the valley, heavy and resonant. We both froze. "Frank," I said softly, my hand going to the pepper spray canister mounted on my hip strap. "We should pull back to the shelter and wait for the SAR team." Frank didn't move for several seconds. He stood rooted in the ferns, staring into the gray wall of mist. The fog was shifting, rolling between the trunks in slow, thick waves. Then, out of the mist, came the voice again. This time it was closer. It couldn't have been more than 30 yards ahead of us, hidden just beyond the wall of fog. But it wasn't the flat, monotone cadence we had heard during the night. It was my voice. It spoke my name, using my exact pitch, my exact inflection, sounding as clear as if I were speaking to myself through a set of headphones. "Frank, we should pull back to the shelter and wait for the SAR team." The voice repeated the sentence word for word, with the exact same pauses, the exact same slight hesitation on the word shelter, but there was something dead behind it. It was like a recording played through a speaker that lacked dynamic range, flawless in pitch but stripped of all human warmth or emotion. My legs felt suddenly weak. The air in my lungs froze. I looked at Frank. Frank's face had lost all its color. His eyes were wide, fixed on the fog ahead. He didn't say a word. Slowly, deliberately, he took a step backward, returning his boot to the firm ground of the trail. As soon as he stepped back, the voice spoke again. This time it used Frank's voice, replicating his deep, raspy Clallam County accent with terrifying precision. "Look at the height." The sound didn't come from ahead of us this time. It came from directly above our heads, high up in the dense canopy of the spruce trees 40 feet in the air. "Run," Frank whispered. We turned and began moving down the trail as fast as our heavy packs and the wet, slick terrain would allow. We weren't walking. We were in a fast, controlled scramble, boots sliding on wet roots, rain splashing into our faces as we pushed through hanging branches. Behind us and above us in the trees, the sounds followed. It wasn't the sound of something crashing through the forest floor. It was the sound of heavy weight shifting rapidly from branch to branch high up in the canopy, accompanied by the continuous, rhythmic repetition of our own voices. Julian Ross. Look at the height. Is someone out there? The phrases were being pieced together, spliced into impossible sentences spoken in a jumble of my voice and Frank's voice, over and over again, bouncing off the tree trunks, coming from the left, then from the right, then from directly behind us. We reached the North Fork shelter in less than 20 minutes, covered in mud and gasping for breath. The rain had intensified into a downpour, heavy drop hitting the canopy with a deafening roar. Frank sprinted into the shelter, grabbed his pack, and began hauling out our heavy satellite emergency beacon, a device we were only supposed to trigger in life-threatening medical emergencies. He hit the power button and pulled the protective cap off the red activation switch. The signal won't clear the canopy in this fog, I yelled over the sound of the rain. I don't care, Frank shouted back, his hand shaking violently as he held the unit up toward the open front of the shelter. We need to hit the trail down to the valley head. We can't stay in this drainage. Suddenly the rain stopped. It didn't taper off. It didn't slow down. 1 second, thousands of gallons of water were pounding against the wooden shingles of the shelter and the surrounding forest, and the next second, total silence fell over the clearing. The falling water seemed to vanish mid-air. The sound of the river, which had been a continuous background roar, was cut off instantly. The air inside the shelter became unnaturally cold. The moisture from our breath froze into thick, white clouds that hung suspended in the air, refusing to dissipate. Standing in the center of the clearing, directly in front of the shelter's open entrance, was a figure. It had not walked into the clearing. It had not emerged from the brush. It was simply there, standing where a moment before there had been only fog and wet dirt. It was impossibly tall, at least 9 or 10 feet high, and so impossibly thin that it looked like a withered, leafless sapling standing upright. Its body was wrapped in what looked like dark, wet bark or shredded gray hemlock fibers, so seamlessly integrated with the aesthetics of the forest that if it were standing still against a trunk, the human eye would pass right over it. It had no recognizable face, only a smooth, elongated mass of wet, pale gray tissue where a head should have been, completely featureless except for 2 dark, narrow slits near the top that twitched with quick, mechanical movements. It stood perfectly still, perfectly upright, its long, jointed limbs hanging down past where its knees should have been. Neither of us moved. Neither of us breathed. The fear that filled the shelter was not a sudden burst of adrenaline. It was a cold, paralyzing dread that locked every muscle in my body. It was the ancient instinctual knowledge that we were standing in the presence of something that belonged to a world governed by rules we could not comprehend. The entity slowly raised its left arm. The motion was wrong, jerky and fragmented like frames of a film being skipped. Its arm did not move smoothly through the air. It snapped from one position to the next in sudden, impossible increments. As its arm rose, a sound filled the shelter. It didn't come from the entity's featureless head. It came from all around us, from the log walls of the shelter, from the dirt beneath our feet, from the cold air inside our lungs. It was the sound of a zipper. The long, distinct sound of a tent zipper being pulled down, slowly and deliberately. Then came the sound of a camera shutter clicking, click, whir, rapidly, dozens of times a second, filling the silence with a dry, mechanical rhythm. Frank let out a strangled, choked gasp. He grabbed the heavy steel Pulaski tool leaning against the wall and stepped in front of me, raising the tool over his shoulder. Get out, Frank screamed, his voice cracking with a terrifying mixture of rage and absolute terror. Get out of here! The entity didn't flinch. It didn't react to his voice. Instead, the dark slits near the top of its head opened wider. The sound of the camera shutter stopped instantly. In its place came a voice that was neither mine nor Frank's. It was a clear, pleasant voice. The voice of a young woman speaking with the clear, bright cadence of an automated emergency broadcast system. The current temperature is 42 degrees. Visibility is 0. Please remain in your vehicle until assistance arrives. The voice was terrifyingly loud, vibrating through the timber walls of the shelter so hard that dust and bits of dried moss fell from the ceiling logs onto our shoulders. Before I could react, Frank screamed again, a raw, instinctual sound, and lunged forward out of the shelter, swinging the heavy iron head of the Pulaski tool directly at the entity's slender torso. "Frank, no!" I yelled, reaching out to grab the tail of his jacket. But my fingers only caught slick nylon as he charged past me. The moment the steel blade of the tool was about to make contact with the entity, the world seemed to warp. There was no impact sound. There was no clash of metal on wood or bone. There was only a sudden, violent displacement of air, a pressure drop so severe that my ears popped painfully, and my vision went completely black for a fraction of a second. When my sight returned, Frank was gone. The entity was gone. The rain returned with an overwhelming, deafening crash, hitting the roof of the shelter and the mud of the clearing with relentless force. The roar of the river rushed back into my ears like a broken dam. I was standing alone in the shelter, holding a flashlight in one hand and my radio in the other. "Frank!" I screamed, tearing out of the shelter into the downpour. "Frank!" I ran into the clearing, turning in frantic circles, the beam of my flashlight cutting uselessly through the driving rain. The mud where the entity had stood was smooth, undisturbed by footmarks or signs of a struggle. The Pulaski tool was lying in the middle of the moss bed 40 feet away. Its long wooden handle snapped cleanly in half, the grain of the wood twisted, as if it had been wrung out like a wet towel. "Frank!" I screamed until my throat was raw, until my lungs burned from the freezing rain. There was no answer. Only the rain, the wind, and the dark, endless forest. I don't remember the full hike down the mountain. I know that I abandoned my heavy pack in the shelter. I know that I ran down the Bogachiel Trail in the pitch dark, falling multiple times, tearing the knees out of my uniform trousers and scraping my hands raw against the gravel and sharp bark. I moved with a blind, desperate terror, driven entirely by the overwhelming instinct to get out from under the canopy of those trees, to reach a road, a building, a human face, anything that belonged to the world I understood. I reached the trailhead, station at Graves Creek, just as the gray light of dawn was breaking over the eastern ridges. When I stumbled into the parking area, covered in mud, blood, and drenched to the bone, I found 2 search and rescue vehicles parked near the kiosk. 2 rangers from the Clallam County Sheriff's Search Division were standing near the back of an SUV, drinking coffee from thermos cups. They saw me coming out of the timber, and their expressions instantly shifted from routine boredom to alarm. "Ethan," one of them asked, rushing forward to grab my arm as I collapsed onto the gravel. "What happened? Where's Callahan?" I couldn't speak. My jaw was locked, shaking uncontrollably from hypothermia and shock. I could only point back toward the dark, mist-shrouded wall of trees that bordered the trailhead. A full-scale search and rescue operation was launched within 2 hours. Over 50 personnel, including dog teams, helicopter crews, and mountain rescue units, spent 7 days searching the upper Bogachiel drainage, the North Fork shelter area, and the surrounding ridges. They found Julian Ross's campsite 3 miles past where the trail had vanished for us. His tent was pitched correctly, his sleeping bag was dry inside, and his gear was neatly stowed. His camera, which I had seen on the rock, was found sitting on his folding camp stool inside his tent. The memory card was inside it. The card contained over 400 photographs of the forest. The last 50 frames, taken late in the afternoon of his second day, were all identical. Long exposure shots of the dark space between 2 massive Sitka spruce trees, taken at 5-second intervals until the battery died. Frank Callahan was never found. The search teams recovered his radio, his headlamp, and his upper rain jacket near a high ridge 2 miles above the North Fork shelter. The rain jacket was zipped completely shut, laying flat on a bed of ferns as if it had been neatly laid out for storage. There were no blood traces, no signs of animal predation, and no footprints leading away from the location. The official report concluded that Ranger Frank Callahan had suffered a disorientation event brought on by sudden severe hypothermia, leading to fatal exposure and loss in deep terrain. My own account of the events was dismissed by the investigative panel as a hallucination, induced by extreme stress, exhaustion, and cold. I was gently recommended for medical leave, given a psychological evaluation, and quietly phased out of field operations. I resigned from the National Park Service 3 months later. I moved away from Washington State, leaving the Pacific Northwest entirely. I currently live in a flat, arid region of western Texas, where the trees are short. The horizon is wide and clear, and the sky is visible for miles in every direction. I do not go into the woods. I do not camp, I do not hike, and I do not visit national parks. People often ask why I left a career I had spent a decade building. I give them standard, polite answers about wanting a change of pace or wanting to live closer to family. But the truth is that I cannot stand the sound of rain on heavy foliage. I cannot stand the sight of thick fog rolling over a hill. And late at night, when the wind blows across the open desert and rattles the aluminum frames of my window panes, I sometimes hear a faint, distant clicking, like the sound of a camera shutter operating in an empty room. And I sit in the dark, holding my breath, praying that the voice that follows does not sound like my own. If you've ever stood on the crest of Gauley Mountain in late October when the mountain fog rolls out of the drainages, you know there's a specific kind of silence that only exists in the deep Appalachians. It isn't just an absence of noise. It's a physical weight, dense and damp, that settles into the hemlock needles and smothers the sound of your own boot heels before they can echo off the sandstone ledges. I'm Julian Vance. I turned 38 years old sitting in the cab of an off-duty Forest Service pickup on a gravel pull-off near the Middle Fork. And for nearly 12 years, I was a backcountry park ranger for the U.S. Forest Service in the Cranberry Wilderness of West Virginia. I handed in my badge, my radio, and my state-issued keys back in the winter of 2014, and I haven't set foot beneath a tree canopy higher than a suburban park since. People in the district office thought I burned out, or that the solitude finally got to me after one too many long November patrols. They were wrong. What happened up on the high ridge near the abandoned ironwood timber grades during the second week of October in 2014 wasn't burnout. It was something that broke my understanding of how the world works. And if I don't write it down exactly as it happened, I think it's going to rot inside me until there's nothing left. The Cranberry Wilderness is nearly 47,000 acres of roadless, protected mountain terrain tucked into Pocahontas and Webster counties. It's a brutal, beautiful place full of peat bogs, red spruce forests, and steep, dark ravines that haven't seen a timber axe since the logging boom died out in the late 1920s. When you work that district, you get used to being alone. You learn the smell of rotting birch leaves, the exact pitch of the wind blowing through the high red spruce, and the difference between the crack of a dying oak branch and the snap of a black bear breaking brush down in the hollows. It was an unusual autumn. The cold weather had come in early from the north, skimming the leaves off the ridge tops by the first week of October, and leaving the trees bare and gray against the sky. Down in the drainages, the fog hung low for 3 days straight, thick as wool and smelling of damp coal dust and wet river rock. On Tuesday morning, October 14th, I was sitting at the oak desk in the small forestry substation off Route 15, sipping lukewarm black coffee and checking the logbooks when the door creaked open. Harlan Drake walked in. Harlan was 62 at the time, a lifelong Pocahontas County local who had worked maintenance and trail preservation for 30 years. He was a quiet, broad-shouldered man with hands calloused like dried hickory, and a face carved deep by decades of sun and mountain freeze. He didn't waste words. If Harlan spoke, you listened. He kicked the damp mud off his boots against the doorframe and set a crumpled aluminum grease can on my desk. "Morning, Julian," Harlan said, his voice low and raspy from 40 years of rolled tobacco. "Morning, Harlan," I replied, setting my mug down. "How are the trailheads looking up near the North Fork?" Harlan didn't answer right away. He pulled his hat off, ran a thick hand over his gray hair, and leaned against the counter. I was clearing brush off the old timber grade about 2 miles south of the cow pasture trail junction. "Found something strange. Thought you ought to take a ride up there before the rain sets in tonight." I looked at him. Harlan wasn't the type to get worked up over downed trees or illegal campfire rings. "What kind of strange?" "A camp," he said flatly. "Not a normal one, neither. Tents pitched right in the middle of the old narrow-gauge railbed, right where the old logging spur drops into the drainage. A 4-person dome tent. Brand new yellow nylon, but there ain't no gear inside it. No sleeping bags, no packs, no stove. Just the tent, pegged down neat as you please. Maybe someone hiked in, set up camp, and went out day patrolling," I suggested. Harlan shook his head slowly. The stakes are driven through 4-inch thick solid oak roots, Julian. Drove them straight down like somebody pounded them with an iron sledge. And every zipper on the fly is wired shut with rusty bale wire, twisted tight with pliers. I didn't want to cut into it, but I leaned close to the mesh. There's something sitting on the floor in the center of that tent. What is it? A timber wedge, Harlan said, looking me dead in the eye. An old rusted 12-pound iron logging wedge. The kind they haven't made in 70 years. Sitting right on the center seam. I frowned, reaching for my hat and my leather belt with the sidearm and the portable radio. Did you check the sign-in box at the trailhead? Checked it twice, Harlan said. Last entry was 3 days ago. A couple from Ohio hiking through to the Williams River. They signed out on Sunday. Nobody else logged in. We left the station 15 minutes later. I drove my green Forest Service truck, following Harlan's beat-up Ford up the winding asphalt of Route 15, before turning onto Forest Road 76, a rough gravel track that snaked up through the timber toward the high plateau. The tires crunched over wet sandstone, throwing up spray of gray mud against the wheel wells. On either side of the road, the woods were dead silent. The trees stood like iron bars, their empty branches interlocking to shut out the pale morning light. When we reached the gate at the cow pasture trailhead, we pulled off into the dirt turnaround. The fog was rolling off Black Mountain in thick, slow waves, smelling of wet earth and dying hemlock. It's about 1.5 miles on foot, Harlan said, reaching into his truck bed for his double-bitted axe and a roll of high-visibility pink trail tape. Trail's slippery. The leaves turned to grease after yesterday's frost. We began walking in silence. The trail followed the gentle slope of an abandoned 1910s logging railroad bed, cut directly into the side of the mountain. On our left, the mountain rose sharply into dark spruce. On our right, it dropped away into a deep, narrow gorge where the middle fork flowed over river boulders. The sound of the river was a low, distant hum that grew fainter the deeper we hiked into the wilderness boundary. As we walked, I noticed how still the forest was. Usually, even in late autumn, you hear the sharp chack of blue jays, the drumming of a pileated woodpecker, or the scuffle of gray squirrels in the dry oak leaves. That morning there was nothing. No wind in the canopy, no bird calls, just the rhythmic crunch of our boots on the shale and wet leaves. Quiet out here today, I murmured, my voice sounding flat and strangely muffled in the heavy air. It's been like this since Sunday, Harlan said without turning around. Felt it in my ears when I came up to grease the gate hinges. Like the pressure dropped all at once and forgot to come back up. We rounded a sharp bend where the old rail grade crossed a dry run. The forest grew darker here. Huge old-growth hemlocks that had somehow escaped the saws lined the ravine, their dense green fronds blotting out what little gray sky remained. There, Harlan said, stopping short and pointing with the handle of his axe. About 50 yards ahead, sitting directly in the middle of the trail, was the tent. It was exactly as Harlan had described. A bright yellow nylon 4-person shelter, brightly contrasting against the drab browns and grays of the November forest. It was taut, stretched tight by heavy guy lines anchored to the surrounding timber. We walked up to it slowly. My hand rested instinctively on the leather snap of my sidearm holster. It wasn't that I expected a suspect or an animal. It was just an old habit formed by years of working isolated woods where you never knew what you'd walk up on. I knelt beside the tent entrance. The heavy nylon zippers were pulled completely down to the ground, and wrapped tightly through the metal zipper pulls was thick, rusted iron wire, the kind used decades ago to bundle scrap timber or rail ties. It was twisted tightly, flattened down against the fabric with heavy pliers. Look at the ground, Julian, Harlan whispered, stepping around the back of the tent. I looked down. The soil around the tent was undisturbed wet leaf mold. There were no boot prints, no scuff marks, no crushed ferns where someone had walked while setting it up. It looked as if the tent had simply been dropped onto the forest floor from above. But the stakes, 4 thick square iron spikes, were pounded deep into the mossy ground, driven straight through solid hemlock roots that would have stopped a standard steel peg cold. I pulled my pocket knife out, sliced through the rusted bale wire, and slowly drew the zipper up. The fabric rasped sharply in the quiet forest. I pulled the flap back and peered inside. The interior was completely dry, clean, and empty. No sleeping pad, no trash, no dirt on the waterproof floor. Right in the geometric center of the tent floor lay a single object. An old wedge-shaped block of iron, heavily pitted with rust, about 8 inches long and 4 inches thick. It was a felling wedge, used by 19th century loggers to keep a saw kerf open while taking down massive virgin trees. "Anything?" Harlan asked, peering over my shoulder. "Just the wedge," I said, reaching in to pick it up. The moment my bare hand touched the iron, a strange sensation ran up my arm, a sharp, sudden coldness that felt less like temperature and more like holding a piece of stone pulled from a frozen lake. It was unnaturally heavy, far heavier than an 8-pound piece of iron had any right to be. "Leave it, Julian," Harlan said abruptly. His voice was different now, tight, quiet, and sharp. I looked up at him. Harlan was staring past the tent, out into the dense stand of hemlocks that sloped down toward the river. "What is it?" I asked, standing up and wiping my hand on my brush pants. "Listen," he said. I stood still. For a few seconds I heard nothing except the sound of my own breathing and the faint, dull hum of the river half a mile down the gorge. Then I heard it. It was a sound coming from deep within the timber, maybe 200 yards off the trail, down in a dark rocky hollow where no trails ran. Tink, tink, tink. It was the sound of metal striking metal, a dry rhythmic measured sound, not loud but crisp and perfectly clear, like someone tapping an iron rod against a heavy steel pipe. 3 distinct strikes, then silence for 5 seconds, then 3 more strikes. Tink, tink, tink. "Is there an active stream gauge down there?" I asked quietly, looking toward the hollow. "No," Harlan said. "The nearest gauge is 4 miles west on the Williams. Ain't no pipes down in that draw. Nothing down there but old rock falls and second-growth laurel." "Stay here," I said, unhooking my radio from my shoulder strap. "I'll drop down into the draw and see if some local turned up to hunt off season." "Don't go down there, Julian," Harlan said. He stepped in front of me, his thick hand gripping the shaft of his axe tightly. His eyes were wide, scanning the gray trunks of the hemlocks. "I lived in this county my whole life. My grandfather logged these ridges when the rail lines were still running steam engines. There's things about these drainages that don't get put in the forestry logs." I looked at him, caught off guard by the fear in his voice. Harlan Drake was a man who had killed timber rattlesnakes with his bare hands and pulled lost hikers out of snowdrifts in sub-zero weather without complaining once. "Harlan, it's probably just a hunter fixing a tree stand," I said gently. "It ain't a hunter," Harlan said. His voice was barely a whisper. "Listen to the timing." I listened again. Tink, tink, tink. The rhythm was mathematically exact. Exactly 1 second between each strike, followed by a precise 5-second pause. No human tapping metal with a hammer or a rock maintains a rhythm that flawless, that mechanical, without variation in speed or force. I pressed the call button on my radio. "District 4, this is Ranger Vance on foot near cow pasture mile marker 2. Do you copy?" Static hissed from the small speaker. Thick, heavy white noise that sounded like rushing water. Then through the static, a sound came through that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. It was my own voice. Not a live transmission, but a recording of my own voice, echoing back at me through the speaker with a flat, hollow delay. "District 4, this is Ranger Vance on foot near cow pasture mile marker 2. Do you copy?" I let go of the button. The radio fell silent. "We're going back to the truck," Harlan said, reaching out and pulling my arm firmly. "Right now, Julian." I didn't argue. There was something in the air, a sudden, crushing drop in atmospheric pressure that made my ears pop, accompanied by a smell that hit us both at the same time. It wasn't the smell of rotting leaves or wood smoke. It was the smell of damp, copper-heavy earth mixed with something old and metallic, like the water that collects at the bottom of an abandoned iron mine shaft. We turned and began walking back down the trail toward the trailhead. We didn't run, but our pace was fast, our boots kicking up wet oak leaves as we moved. As we walked, the tapping sound didn't fade behind us, it moved with us. Off to our right, down in the thick, choked hemlocks 30 yards below the trail, the sound kept pace with our footsteps. Tink, tink, tink. Every time my boot hit the ground, the iron tapping echoed from the brush. It wasn't behind us anymore. It was parallel to us, moving through the dense mountain laurel without the sound of snapping twigs, without the rustle of leaves, without a single visible shadow moving between the gray trunks. Harlan kept his axe raised near his shoulder, his eyes locked on the tree line to our right as we walked. "Don't look down into the hollow," he murmured through clenched teeth. "Keep your eyes on the trail ahead." "Don't look at it. Harlan, what is that?" I whispered, my hand gripping the handle of my sidearm so hard my knuckles turned white. "It's the iron strain," Harlan spat out, his breathing heavy and ragged. "That's what my grandfather called it. Said back in 1912, when the timber crews cut into the headwaters of the Middle Fork, they found a stretch of valley where the compasses spun in circles and the iron tools started disappearing out of the camps. Said something lived under the roots, something that came up when the trees were gone, looking for the iron they took out of the mountain." "That's an old timber story, Harlan," I said, trying to anchor myself to logic, to my training, to the reality of the Forest Service uniform I was wearing. "It's a campfire myth. Then you tell me what's walking 30 feet from you without breaking a twig," Harlan snapped, his voice cracking with a raw terror I had never heard in a grown man before. We broke into a heavy, fast trot. The trail leveled out as we approached the wooden gate. Ahead of us, through the gray haze of the fog, I could see the metallic green roof of my Forest Service truck parked beside Harlan's Ford. We reached the gravel turnaround, our breath ragged, coughing in the cold air. The moment our feet stepped off the dirt trail and onto the gravel of the forestry road, the tapping stopped instantly. The forest fell dead silent again. No river sound, no wind, just the wet drip of fog falling from the pine needles onto the hood of my truck. Harlan leaned against the tailgate of his Ford, his hands on his knees, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Sweat was dripping from his chin despite the 40-degree cold. "You driving back to the station?" I asked, my own heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Harlan straightened up slowly. He looked back down the trail we had just walked. The fog had grown thicker, swallowing the wooden gate and the timber line in a wall of dull, impenetrable white. "I'm going home, Julian," Harlan said softly. He unlocked his truck door, his keys jangling wildly in his trembling hand. "I'm going home and I'm packing my tools. I ain't coming back up this mountain. Not today, not ever." "Harlan, we have to file an incident report," I said, though my voice sounded hollow even to me. "If there's an unregistered camp or someone messing around with scrap metal out there." "File whatever you want," Harlan said, stepping into his cab and slamming the door. He rolled the window down 2 inches. "If you're smart, Julian, you'll lock the station gate and drive down to Marlinton until the sun comes out. Don't stay up here after dark. It knows you're in these woods now. It knows your voice." He turned the key. The engine roared to life, and his truck sprayed gravel as he accelerated down Forest Road 76, his red taillights disappearing into the white mist within seconds. I stood alone in the quiet turnaround. I should have listened to Harlan. I should have driven down to Marlinton, checked into a motel and let the district office handle it in the morning. But I was 38 years old, proud, and trained to believe that every mystery in the backcountry had a logical, human explanation: an illegal ginseng harvester, a squatter, or a lost hiker losing their mind to hypothermia and isolation. I got into my truck, drove back to the small substation, and spent the rest of the afternoon writing up a draft report. I sat at my desk as the afternoon light faded from gray to a deep bruised purple. By 5 o'clock, the sun had dropped behind Golly Mountain, and total dark settled over the wilderness. The forestry substation was an old, 2-room frame building built in the 1950s. It had a stone chimney, heavy oak floorboards, 2 small glass windows facing the gravel road, and a corrugated tin roof. It sat in a small clearing surrounded on 3 sides by dense red spruce and hemlock. By 7 p.m., rain began to fall. It started as a fine, cold drizzle that rattled softly against the tin roof, gradually turning into a steady, rhythmic downpour that turned the gravel outside into liquid mud. I was sitting at the wooden kitchen table, eating cold chili out of a tin can and reading through the weather logs when the power flickered once, twice, and went out completely. The station plunged into absolute darkness. I sat still for a moment, listening to the rain hammering on the roof. Power outages weren't uncommon up on the ridge during autumn storms. Tree branches frequently brought down the overhead lines along Route 15. I reached for my heavy-duty flashlight on the counter, switched it on, its bright yellow beam cutting through the darkness of the small room, and walked over to the corner where the emergency backup battery sat. Suddenly, the landline phone on the wall began to ring. Ring. The sharp Mechanical bell echoed through the small cabin, making me jump. The landline ran on copper wire buried along the roadbed. It usually stayed live even when the power lines snapped. I walked over, picked up the receiver, and pressed it to my ear. Forest Service Substation 4, Ranger Vance. Nothing came through the line except heavy rhythmic static. "Hello?" I said. "Is anyone there?" Through the static, I heard a sound. It wasn't a voice, it was the sound of heavy iron striking metal. Tink, tink, tink. Then a voice came through the receiver. It was muffled, distorted by heavy interference, but the words were unmistakable. It was my own voice. The exact same recording that had played back over my radio 5 hours earlier on the trail. "District 4, this is Ranger Vance on foot near cow pasture mile marker 2. Do you copy?" I slammed the receiver back onto the hook. My heart was beating wildly against my ribs. My palm was slick with cold sweat against the handle of the flashlight. I stood in the dark, listening to the rain beat against the glass of the front window. Then, from outside the cabin, directly under the porch overhang, I heard footsteps. Not animal footsteps. The heavy measured crunch of heavy boots stepping onto the wet wooden floorboards of the porch. Step, step, step. They stopped right outside the heavy oak front door. I backed away slowly, drawing my standard issue .40 caliber Glock from my holster with my right hand, while keeping the flashlight beam pinned directly on the center of the wooden door. "Who's out there?" I yelled, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound like an authority figure, like a representative of the United States Forest Service. "This is a government facility. Identify yourself." No answer. The rain continued to hammer on the tin roof above my head. Then came the knocking. It wasn't a hand against wood. It was 3 sharp metallic impacts against the base of the oak door. A sound like someone holding an iron wedge and striking the lower panel 3 times with precise, measured force. Clang, clang, clang. The wood of the door vibrated with the force of the blows. "I am armed," I shouted, holding the gun in a 2-handed grip, the flashlight beam trembling slightly against the door handle.
"Step back off the porch now."
Instead of a reply, I heard a sound that made my skin crawl. From the other side of the thin oak door, inches away from where I stood, came a sound. It was a voice, or an attempt at a voice. It sounded like 2 dry stones sliding across each other, modulating to mimic the inflection of human speech. "Julian." It was Harlan's voice. But it wasn't Harlan speaking. It was a dead flat duplication of Harlan's voice, lacking all natural cadence or emotion, repeating the words he had spoken to me at the trailhead 5 hours ago. "I'm going home, Julian. I'm going home, and I'm packing my tool. Stop it." I screamed, taking 3 steps back until my shoulder hit the rough stone of the fireplace chimney. The voice stopped instantly. Then, the handle of the front door began to turn. Slowly, mechanically. The brass door handle rotated downward until it hit the stop. The latch clicked open. The door didn't push inward. It stayed resting against the frame, held shut only by the heavy deadbolt I had thrown 2 hours ago. Through the narrow seam at the bottom of the door, where the rubber weather stripping was torn, something began to seep into the room. It wasn't water. It was a cold, gray mist that smelled overwhelmingly of scorched copper, wet river rock, and raw iron-rich earth. It flowed across the oak floorboards in low, heavy tendrils, pooling around my boots like liquid grease. I panicked. I didn't fire through the door. I didn't try to lock myself in the back office. Every survival instinct I possessed, built over a lifetime of living in the outdoors, told me that staying inside that small enclosed wooden box meant dying there. I turned, rushed into the back storage room, grabbed my heavy yellow rain jacket, and threw open the rear emergency exit that led out toward the vehicle shed. I burst out into the pouring rain, the ice-cold water instantly soaking through my shirt. The night was pitch black, lit only by the narrow beam of my flashlight cutting through the sheets of falling rain. I ran toward my truck. As I rounded the corner of the substation, the flashlight beam swept across the front porch. The door was standing wide open, swinging gently on its brass hinges in the wind. Standing on the wooden porch, right in the center of the door frame, was a figure. It was tall, at least 7 feet high, and impossibly thin. It didn't have the shape of a man, though it stood on 2 long, jointed legs that looked like the stripped, barkless trunks of young white pine trees. Its torso was long, pale, and rib-lined, looking like gray, weathered timber. that had been submerged in river water for a century. It had no face. Where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was only a smooth, hollow concave of dark, porous wood, pitted and cracked like dead hemlock heartwood. In its long, three-jointed wooden hand, it held a heavy, rusted iron timber chain. The heavy links hung down, dragging on the porch floorboards. It didn't move toward me. It didn't leap or roar. It simply stood there, turning its featureless, hollow face toward me in the pouring rain. And then, from deep within its hollow chest, it produced the sound, tink, tink, tink. The iron chain in its hand swung gently, striking the iron corner bracket of the porch post with mathematical, absolute precision. I didn't wait to see more. I scrambled into the cab of my Forest Service truck, slammed the door, locked it, and shoved the key into the ignition. My hands were shaking so violently it took 3 attempts to turn the cylinder. The engine roared to life, the headlights sweeping across the front of the station. In the bright halogen beam, the porch was empty. The figure was gone. Only the open door remained, swinging slowly in the storm. I threw the truck into reverse, spraying mud and gravel as I backed out of the driveway and onto Forest Road 76. I didn't look behind me. I slammed the shifter into drive and floorboarded the accelerator, the truck fishtailing wildly on the slick gravel as I raced down the mountain toward Route 15. The drive down Gauley Mountain was a nightmare of rain, fog, and mud. Every time the truck's tires slipped on a patch of wet shale, every time a low-hanging tree branch scraped against the roof, my heart leaped into my throat. I reached the asphalt of Route 15 after 20 minutes of terrifying driving. I didn't stop at the intersection. I turned south, heading toward Marlinton, pushing the truck as fast as the winding mountain road allowed. I arrived at the Pocahontas County Sheriff's Department in Marlinton just past 9 o'clock that night. I stumbled through the front glass doors, soaked to the bone, covered in mud, smelling of cold copper and wet timber. My hands still shaking so hard I couldn't hold the cup of water the deputy offered me. I didn't tell them about the pale shape on the porch. I didn't tell them about the hollow voice or the iron tapping. I knew if I told them that, they'd lock me in the observation room or write me off as another ranger who'd lost his mind to the isolation of the high ridges. I told them Harlan Drake had gone missing off Forest Road 76 and that I had encountered an aggressive, armed squatter near the cow pasture trailhead. A search party went up the mountain at dawn the following morning. 3 sheriff's deputies, 2 state troopers, and 4 forest rangers from the main district office in Elkins. I went with them, sitting in the back of a state police cruiser, staring out the window at the morning light breaking through the rain-washed clouds. When we reached the forestry substation, everything looked normal from the outside. The rain had stopped, leaving the mountains shining with cold autumn dew. The front door of the cabin was closed. When State Trooper Miller pushed it open, we found the interior orderly. No sign of a break-in, no mud on the floorboards, except for one thing. Sitting in the exact center of my oak desk, right on top of my open logbook, was an 8-inch rusty iron timber felling wedge. Beside it lay my portable radio. The casing had been crushed, twisted, and flattened as if it had been placed under a 100-ton hydraulic press. They found Harlan Drake 2 days later. He was found 5 miles deep in the Cranberry Wilderness, far off any known trail, sitting silently on a mossy boulder at the edge of an old, overgrown timber drain near the Williams River. His truck was still parked at the gate where he had left it. He wasn't injured. He had no marks on him, no signs of hypothermia, no torn clothing. But Harlan Drake never spoke another word. When they brought him out of the woods, he looked right through the paramedics, right through his wife, staring off at the tree line with wide, milky eyes. He was committed to a private care facility in Lewisburg 2 weeks later. He spent the last 4 years of his life sitting by a window, staring at the trees, pulling his hands into fists every time he heard the metallic click of a door latch or the ring of a dropped spoon. I turned in my resignation to the U.S. Forest Service 3 days. After they found Harlan, I moved down to the coastal plains of North Carolina, far away from the mountains, far away from the dense hemlocks and the dark, iron-rich drainages of West Virginia. I work now as a building inspector in a flat, sunlit coastal county where the trees are short pines and the ground is all sand and seashell grit. People ask me sometimes why I left a career I'd spent 12 years building. I tell them I wanted a change of scenery. I tell them the cold weather was getting to my joints. I never tell them about the nights when an autumn storm rolls off the Atlantic and the pressure drops in my small brick house. I never tell them about the times I sit alone in my kitchen, listening to the rain fall against the glass, praying with everything I have in me that I won't hear 3 sharp, rhythmic strikes against the bottom panel of my front door, because I know what's out there in those ancient dark valleys of the Monongahela. I know it's still standing under the dripping hemlocks, waiting in the deep peat bogs where the old rail grades fade into the laurel. It doesn't forget a voice it's heard, and sometimes, when the wind blows hard from the northwest, I can still hear it in my sleep. A dry, mechanical tapping, 3 inches from my ear, counting down the paces until it finds me again.